The sales manager didn't doubt Gu Ning's words. Even though he wasn't familiar with Gu Ning, he knew Gu Ning wouldn't do it for no reason. Please. Saleswoman B and saleswoman C tried to defend themselves, but they were nobodies in front of Gu Ning. They were unwilling to leave Shanghua Real Estate. Disappear now. The manager lost his patience. He had told them to be polite to their potential clients many times before, but these two saleswomen ignored the rules. Since they broke the rules, they had to bear the consequences. If the manager didn't punish them severely this time, other salesmen would do the same thing. When the two saleswomen were directly fired, the other people in the hall felt pleased. At the same time, they were curious to know Gu Ning's identity. She must be a very important figure for her to be able to fire the two saleswomen as she liked. Other salesmen in the hall, on the other hand, became nervous and cautious, because none of them wanted to lose their jobs. Saleswoman B and saleswoman C could do nothing now, and they had to leave in silence. They hated Gu Ning and blamed Gu Ning for everything, but they didn't dare to argue with her again. Miss Gu, shall we go to see the houses right now? The sales manager asked Gu Ning. Sure.
Gu Ning nodded.
The two saleswomen were already fired, so there was no need for her to waste her time here. There were many plants in Jiehua Garden, so it was like a beautiful garden. People could walk, run, or exercise inside. A 05 and a 06 were next to each other, and Gu Ning had kept them for Gu Man and Gu Qing. Although Gu Man moved to City B now, Gu Ning still kept it for her. Gu Qing's family now lived in Fenghua Luxury Mansion, but it wasn't a bad thing to have another good house. Jiang Xinyue could move into this house when she grew older. She was going to leave her parents one day in the future after all. In addition, it was a good thing for a girl to have her own house. Both A05 and A06 occupied a piece of land that was 500 square meters. There was a front yard and a backyard along with a swimming pool around the house. Each house had 3 stories. Although the houses in Jiehua Garden weren't as luxurious as those in Fenghua Luxury Mansion, they were very expensive. Gu Ning had told Guangyao not to furnish and decorate the 2 houses immediately, so the 2 houses were empty. Gu Man and Gu Qing didn't need them right now, so Gu Ning decided to furnish and decorate them when Guangyao had enough free time. Guangyao was responsible for the furnishing and decoration of these 2 houses, and Gu Ning wanted them to be warm, useful, and of good quality. Gu Ning didn't stay in Jiehua Garden for long, because she came here simply to have a look at the 2 houses. The whole living area was owned by her, and she could come here whenever she wanted after all. After leaving Jiehua Garden, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting went to an amusement park. It was still early, so they had enough time to enjoy themselves. An amusement park wasn't only open to kids. Adults could also have fun inside. Actually, children under the age of 15 weren't allowed to use many amusement facilities. Therefore, most visitors in the amusement park were young people. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting didn't use many of the amusement facilities. They simply wandered around to relax themselves. It was much more pleasant to walk around in the amusement park than on the street after all. Because Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were too attractive, many people paid attention to them when they walked by. Some of them recognized Gu Ning and got excited. They greeted Gu Ning of their own accord, and Gu Ning also smiled at them. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting left the amusement park at 5 p.m. Leng Xiaoting planned to buy some gifts before they went to Gu Ning's home, but Gu Ning stopped him. Gu Ning's family were only staying in City F for a few days, and it wasn't convenient for them to bring so many gifts back to City B. Moreover, it wasn't their first meeting, so it wasn't necessary to prepare gifts for them. Although Leng Xiaoting thought that it might be a little impolite if he visited her family without gifts, Gu Ning persuaded him to listen to her. At 5:30 p.m., Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were back in Fenghua Luxury Mansion. Gu Ning received Gu Man's call just as she stepped out of the car. Gu Ning then told Gu Man that they were already back. Because Tang Yunfan and Tang Haifeng were aware that Leng Xiaoting would come, they weren't surprised to see him. Gu Ning was going to have the most important exam in her life tomorrow, so it was necessary for Leng Xiaoting to show up and encourage her. They also understood that Leng Xiaoting was very busy. Therefore, even if he didn't come, they wouldn't blame him. Leng Xiaoting told them that he was free these days. Actually, he wasn't sure whether he would get a sudden mission and have to leave Gu Ning behind, but he knew that Gu Ning could understand him. Gu Qing and Gu Man were busy cooking in the kitchen, and Gu Ning went to have a look. Leng Xiaoting stayed in the living room to chat with Tang Yunfan and Tang Haifeng. Leng Xiaoting wasn't talkative, so he was simply answering Tang Yunfan and Tang Haifeng's questions. Luckily, the Tang family knew what kind of person Leng Xiaoting was, so nobody had a low opinion of him just because he was too quiet sometimes. After dinner, Gu Man and Gu Qing washed dishes together. Gu Ning wanted to help them, but Gu Qing and Gu Man turned her down. Gu Ning shrugged and went to the living room. When it was about 8 p.m., Master Lung called Gu Ning and asked her whether she was nervous. It was obvious that Master Lung cared about Gu Ning very much. Gu Ning replied that she was well prepared and didn't feel stressed at all. Hearing that, Master Lung was relieved. Leng Xiaoting left at 10 p.m., and Gu Ning walked him to the door, but she didn't walk outside with him because her father and grandfather were here. Even though she already had sex with Leng Xiaoting, they still needed to keep an appropriate distance away from each other in front of her family. Shortly after Leng Xiaoting left, Tang Haifeng went to sleep. Tang Yunfan also told Gu Ning to go to bed early tonight, because the National College entrance examination was right tomorrow. Gu Ning sent a message to Leng Xiaoting when she was in her bedroom. Because Gu Ning's family were staying with her tonight, Leng Xiaoting couldn't call her. The next morning, Gu Man prepared breakfast for them. Knowing that Leng Xiaoting stayed in Fenghua Luxury Mansion too, Gu Man told Gu Ning to invite Leng Xiaoting to share breakfast together. After that, they went to the school with Gu Ning. Gu Ning thought that it wasn't necessary for them to go to the school with her, but her family insisted on doing it. They were unwilling to be absent at the most important day of Gu Ning's life. Luckily, Gu Ning would be able to finish the exam papers very fast, so her family didn't need to wait for her for too long. Tang Yunfan's bodyguard drove a MPV because it was large enough to accommodate them. The exam would begin at 9 a.m., so they set off at 7:40 a.m. Leng Xiaoting became the driver, and Gu Ning sat on the front passenger's seat, while the others sat in the rear seats. Because the No. 1 high school was a little far from Fenghua Luxury Mansion, they didn't arrive there until half an hour later. At this time, there were countless people outside the gate of the No. 1 high school, and they were all students' parents. Leng Xiaoting parked the car at the nearby parking lot. Then they walked Gu Ning to the school. They had confidence in Gu Ning, so they didn't ask her whether she was nervous. Once Gu Ning showed up, many students recognized her. "Look, isn't she Gu Ning?" "Yes, are they her parents?" "Her parents look so young." "I think that they must be her parents, because Gu Ning closely resembles the middle-aged man." "You're right. I'm curious to know who's the handsome young man by her side. Maybe he's her older cousin. Could he be her boyfriend?" "Really?" People kept talking about Gu Ning, and some of them took photos of Gu Ning and her family. Gu Ning didn't bother to stop them. Muku, Chu Peihan and Su Anya, who were waiting for Gu Ning at the gate, noticed Gu Ning and walked towards her along with Su Anya's mother at once. Su Anya would write the exam at the No. 1 high school too. Muku's parents, on the other hand, were occupied by work today, so Muku came alone. Chu Peihan had a very special identity, and Chu Xianfeng wasn't in City F, so she also came here alone. Su Anya came with her mother to write the exam because her father, Su Jinhao, was also busy today. They arrived earlier than Gu Ning, and waited for her outside. "Nice to see you, Master Tang, Mr. Tang and Mrs. Tang." They greeted the older generation first. After that, Su Anya introduced Gu Ning's family to her mother. "Mom, these are Gu Ning's grandfather, parents, and boyfriend." "Nice to meet you, Master Tang, Mr. Tang, Mrs. Tang, and Mr. Long. I'm Anya's mother." Mrs. Su politely greeted them. Su Anya had already told her Gu Ning's family background, so she wasn't surprised to see the Tang family here. "Nice to see you, Mrs. Su." They smiled at Su Anya's mother. They didn't stay outside for long before Gu Ning went into the school with her friends. Mrs. Su came here alone, so she went to stand together with Gu Man and the others. "I'll hand my papers in as early as I can, and I won't wait for you then." Gu Ning said to her friends. Well, you always finish earlier than us. I'm so envious of you, Chu Peihan said. They hoped that they could be as outstanding as Gu Ning, but they knew that they couldn't. Gu Ning was a hard act to follow. Yeah, we don't dare to hand our papers until the time is over, Suanya said. Even though they were good at studying too, the National College Entrance Examination was too important in their eyes. In fact, except for Chu Peihan, both Mu Ku and Suanya were very nervous. Chu Peihan wasn't nervous, because she didn't have the pressure to get high scores. She was going to attend a film academy after all. Although Gu Ning and her friends had the exam in the same school, they were arranged in different classrooms, so they separated after they entered the school. It was still 20 minutes away from the first test, but each of the students was prepared and sat there in silence. Not many of them could be relaxed because the National College Entrance Examination was held only once in a year. If they failed this year, they had to wait for another year. The second Gu Ning walked into the classroom, she attracted a lot of attention because of her fame and beauty. Some students who recognized Gu Ning got excited, because they were surprised that they were arranged in the same classroom as Gu Ning. If they had a phone in their hands, they certainly would take photos of Gu Ning. The test began at 9 a.m. and would be over at 11:30 a.m. An invigilator came in later, and he needed to check all the students' admission tickets before the test began. When he read Gu Ning's admission ticket, he couldn't help but keep glancing at her. The first test soon began. Gu Ning finished it incredibly quickly. It only took her about 20 minutes to fill in all the answers. However, they could only hand the paper in 40 minutes after the test started, so Gu Ning had to wait for a while. Once the test began, the two invigilators paid more attention to Gu Ning than the other students. They walked by her once in a while because they were curious about this famous genius. When Gu Ning finished the paper within 20 minutes, both of the two invigilators were shocked. Although they had heard of what Gu Ning had done before, they were still amazed when they witnessed it right now. They didn't think that Gu Ning finished the paper without careful thinking, because they believed that Gu Ning was able to get a very high score. 40 minutes after the test began, Gu Ning handed in her paper and left. Her movement shocked every other student in the classroom. Once Gu Ning walked out, the invigilator checked her paper. He had to admit that Gu Ning filled all the right answers in the blanks. Gu Ning was indeed a genius. Among all the students who came here to write the exam, Gu Ning was the first one who walked out of the gate. Because she walked out too early, many parents were surprised. The other parents all believed that she must have failed the exam. None of them thought that Gu Ning could finish the paper within such a short time. They thought that Gu Ning had probably cheated in the classroom and was chased out by the invigilator. Therefore, they began to talk about her. Why is she out so early? Has she already handed in her paper? No way. I think she doesn't know the answers, so she quit. She might have cheated in the classroom and was chased out. It's possible. Come on, she could finish her paper well before she came out. This is the National College Entrance Examination. It's not easy at all. I don't think she can be that smart. Even if she could finish the paper so early, she couldn't get a high score without careful thinking. All in all, none of them believed that Gu Ning was able to finish her paper properly before she came outside. The Tang family and Gu Man were displeased when they heard the other parents' discussion, but they said nothing. The next second, a group of reporters surrounded Gu Ning with cameras and microphones. A young female reporter showed obvious excitement on her face. It was obvious that she recognized Gu Ning. Hi Gu Ning, you came out so early. Does it mean that you already handed in your paper? She asked. Yeah. Gu Ning smiled at her. Hearing that, many parents snorted. Even though Gu Ning finished the paper within a short time, they didn't believe that she could get a high score. We all know that you won the championship in this year's national math competition. Do you have confidence to get high scores in the National College Entrance Examination as well? The female reporter asked again. All the parents outside the school were shocked. They couldn't believe that Gu Ning was the girl who had won the champion of this year's national math competition. In that case, Gu Ning could really have finished her paper properly before she came out. However, some parents still believe that Gu Ning might have cheated in the test. After all, it was very hard for them to accept the fact that Gu Ning was unusually outstanding and smart among the high school students. Well, I can't jump to conclusions, but I'm confident that I can get into my dream university, Gu Ning said. She looked very confident but not arrogant. Which university is your dream university? The reporter asked. The Capital University, Gu Ning said. The Capital University was a famous and prestigious university in the country, and it had a very selective admissions policy. Gu Ning was the champion of this year's national math competition, so it was highly possible for her to be accepted by the Capital University. Many parents were jealous of Gu Ning now. They all hoped that their children could get into the best universities in the country, which would become the pride of their families. Nevertheless, their children were barely comparable to Gu Ning. They felt uncomfortable that Gu Ning was far more outstanding than their kids. As a result, a middle-aged woman opened her mouth and said in an acidic tone, "Being confident is a good thing, but don't brag about your ability in case you fail." The female reporter turned to the middle-aged woman at once. "I just had an interview with you, and you were very confident about your kid's performance. You said that your kid can easily get into a good university. Why do you think other students are bragging when they have confidence in themselves?" This female reporter cited herself with Gu Ning. She had heard a lot about Gu Ning's achievements before, so she believed that Gu Ning wasn't bragging. Actually, she was a fan of Gu Ning, so she was willing to defend Gu Ning. "You!" The middle-aged woman was struck dumb for a second. Some parents held the same idea as her, but they didn't dare to say anything right now after hearing the female reporter's question. All the students who were writing the exam hoped that they could do their best to get into a good university. Gu Ning was one of them, and it was understandable that she had confidence in herself. "Gu Ning, I believe that you can successfully get into the Capital University, and I also believe that your career will only be better and better in the future," the female reporter said to Gu Ning afterwards. Those parents, however, were confused. In their eyes, Gu Ning was merely a student, and it was impossible for her to have a career at such an early age. Although they were confused, they felt embarrassed to ask more questions about Gu Ning. "Thanks." Gu Ning smiled and left with her family. "Ning Ning, how was the test?" Gu Man asked Gu Ning later. "It's easy and I've answered all of the questions," Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Gu Ning's family felt happy for her. The second test would be held at 3 p.m., but it was only 10 a.m. now, so they went home to have lunch first. After the first day of tests, Gu Ning called Master Lung and told him her feelings. Master Lung laughed with satisfaction when Gu Ning told him that she was confident in getting high scores. Without hesitation, Master Lung called Zhang Zhongyu and Master Su to show off. Master Su and Zhang Zhongyu also felt happy for Gu Ning, but they were envious of Master Lung. They wished that Gu Ning could be their granddaughter-in-law. Thinking of that, they blamed their grandsons for it. Zhang Ruiqin and Su Jinchun felt aggrieved, because they didn't think that it was their fault that Gu Ning didn't become their girlfriend. Su Jinchun didn't care much about it, but Zhang Ruiqin felt a little sad. He actually had the idea to chase Gu Ning before, but Gu Ning already had Lung Xiaoting as her boyfriend back then. Master Lung then told his family the good news that Gu Ning was confident to get into the Capital University. Some members of the Lung family felt happy for Gu Ning, while some didn't. Zhang Xuan and Lung Xiaojia never liked Gu Ning, so they snorted with disdain. In their eyes, Gu Ning was from a poor family. Even though she was a billionaire now, she was nouveau riche. No matter what Gu Ning had achieved, they still had the idea to cause Gu Ning trouble. After 2 days, the National College entrance examination was over, and Gu Ning handed her paper in much earlier than the other students as always. Other students were greatly surprised the first time, but they gradually accepted it. Tang Yunfan, Tang Haifeng, Gu Man and Lung Xiaoting stayed by Gu Ning's side during these 2 days. At the same time, there were many pieces of news about Gu Ning on TV. Some students who watched the news about Gu Ning thought that the National College entrance examination was different from the math competition. Even though Gu Ning was the champion this year, it didn't mean that she could also get high scores in the National College entrance examination. Besides, the results of the National College entrance examination weren't out yet, so many people said that Gu Ning was bragging. They believed that it would be super embarrassing if Gu Ning failed to get into the capital university. At the same time, many people were willing to support Gu Ning. Since Gu Ning could win the championship in this year's math competition, it showed her outstanding ability. Anyway, Gu Ning could always cause discussions on the internet. Once the National College entrance examination was over, Gu Ning called Master Lung again to update him about how things went. Master Lung invited Gu Ning to visit the capital city because he missed her. Gu Ning agreed. After the National College entrance examination, Gu Ning received many calls and messages from her friends, and she replied to them with patience. Chu Peihan and the others also proposed to hang out together to celebrate. Although the National College entrance examination was indeed more difficult than normal tests, they weren't afraid that they might not get into a good university. They had many choices after all. Tang Yunfan and the others were going to leave the next morning, because Tang Yunfan was still busy with his business, so Gu Ning stayed home for dinner. She would meet her friends later in a bar. Chu Peihan and the others understood, so they decided to gather together after dinner. Gu Ning was still going to have a meal at Yu Mixi's home, so she wouldn't leave for City B along with Tang Yunfan tomorrow. She would go back to City B the day after tomorrow. Tang Yunfan said nothing about it, and let Gu Ning make decisions on her own. After dinner, Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning walked outside together, and Tang Yunfan didn't bother to ask when they would come back. In fact, even if Gu Ning didn't come back home tonight, they wouldn't be worried. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were about to be engaged after all. They decided that they were going to Dihao Clubhouse, which was owned by the Qing gang, for fun. Chu Peihan had booked a private room for them. However, although it was Chu Peihan who booked the room, Gu Ning would pay the bill, because she was leaving again. However, there was a lucky draw activity in Dihao Clubhouse, and Gu Ning won the special prize again. So she only needed to pay hundreds of yuan for the private room fee. The others were very surprised that Gu Ning was able to win the special prize again, because they knew that it was very hard to get it. Leng Xiaoting, however, was aware that Gu Ning had a pair of jade eyes, so it was very easy for her to do it. "Boss, I think you must have a pair of special eyes. How is it possible that you can win the special prize every time?" Hao Ran said in shock. Gu Ning laughed and joked. "Do you believe that I have a pair of jade eyes?" "I want to, but I can't believe it." Hao Ran shook his head. The others also believed that Gu Ning was simply very lucky. There were many high school students in the bar tonight, and they all wanted to relax after the exam. Unfortunately, it was easier to encounter trouble when a lot of teenagers gathered together. Hao Ran and Qin Zixuan left for the washroom, but somehow had a fight with several other young men. Both of them were strong boys, but they drank too much, and because there were only two of them, they failed to win the fight against 5 young men. Therefore, Hao Ran and Qin Zixuan were injured in the end. The person who caused Hao Ran the trouble was Hao Ran's bitter enemy, Wu Xiaojie. Wu Xiaojie's family was a super-rich family in City F, and he studied in the number 1 high school. He was 20 this year, but he was still a senior student because he had failed to get into a university last year and had to study for a year longer in high school. Wu Xiaojie had a long-standing grudge against Hao Ran ever since they were in junior school. Wu Xiaojie and Hao Ran had been to the same junior school back then, but Wu Xiaojie was a grade higher than Hao Ran. Both of them were troublemakers and they often fought against each other. They had had a violent fight once and stayed in the hospital for nearly half a month to have a full recovery. After Wu Xiaojie got into high school, they seldom met one another, but they still fought against each other as long as they met. Hao Ran was better than Wu Xiaojie at fighting, so Wu Xiaojie was the loser all the time. Therefore, when Wu Xiaojie found out that Hao Ran only had one friend by his side this time, he decided to seize this chance and beat Hao Ran. Wu Xiaojie had 4 people with him, so he had an advantage. He even forgot that the club was owned by the Qing gang after drinking some alcohol. Gu Ning and the others didn't know that they were fighting in the washroom, but the security guards in Dihao Clubhouse went to separate them. Without delay, a security guard reported it to Chu Peihan. Once Gu Ning and the others heard, they went to help Hao Ran. When Gu Ning and the others arrived, they were already pulled out of the washroom. Gu Ning glanced at the 5 young men, then asked Hao Ran and Qin Zixuan, "What happened?" Boss, he's my bitter enemy. And he punched me first. Hao Ran said, which was the truth.
Kuning nodded.
She had told Hao Ran not to fight with other people for no reason, and Hao Ran listened to her. He didn't bother to beat Wu Xiaojie when Wu Xiaojie humiliated him with words at the beginning. He began to fight with Wu Xiaojie when Wu Xiaojie suddenly punched him. How dare you do that to Hao Ran? Do you want? Chu Peihan had a quick temper and she stood out at once. It seemed as if she was going to fight with those young men, but Gu Ning stopped her. Gu Ning asked Hao Ran and Qin Zixuan with concern. How do you feel now? We're fine. Hao Ran and Qin Zixuan comforted Gu Ning. Great, you should go back to the private room now, Gu Ning said. Sure. Hao Ran and Qin Zixuan agreed. Even though they were injured and furious, they understood that Gu Ning would help them pay Wu Xiaojie back. They were Gu Ning's close friends, and Gu Ning wouldn't tolerate it if other people bullied them. Wait. I don't. Wu Xiaojie wanted to stop Hao Ran from leaving. Gu Ning turned to face him and gave him a cold glance, which scared Wu Xiaojie, so he shut his mouth in an instant. What do you want to do? I can do it with you, but you should remember that this club is owned by the Qin gang. If you don't want to annoy it, we can go to another place, Gu Ning said. She had no intention to let Wu Xiaojie get away with it, but she thought that it wasn't appropriate to teach him a lesson right here. Once Wu Xiaojie heard the name Qin gang, he lowered his voice. He was reluctant to mess with the Qin gang, but he was unwilling to leave right now. Great, we can deal with this problem right now outside, he said in annoyance. As long as they were out of Dihao Clubhouse, it had nothing to do with it no matter what happened. No problem. Gu Ning agreed. She walked out first, followed by Leng Xiaoting and her other friends. Whatever Gu Ning wanted to do, Leng Xiaoting wouldn't interfere. Unless Gu Ning needed his help. Go tell Changge to help us, Wu Xiaojie said to one of his companions. Wu Xiaojie had a powerful helper, so he dared to punch Hao Ran. Moreover, Hao Ran and Qin Zixuan were already injured, and there were more girls in Gu Ning's group, so he believed that he could win. Right. His companion ran back to a private room without delay. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting heard Wu Xiaojie's words, but they didn't bother to stop him. Wu Xiaojie followed Gu Ning right away in case she ran away. Although Wu Xiaojie and his companions were injured too, they were still able to move normally. They often fought against other people, and they were already used to it. Before long, two groups of people stood opposite each other outside the club. Tell me, how do you want to solve this problem? Gu Ning asked Wu Xiaojie. Wu Xiaojie gave a glance to the door of Dihao Clubhouse, but Changge was still absent. Your friends just injured us, and we want them to suffer the same thing. Wu Xiaojie raised his voice and looked aggressive. At this time Changge showed up. Chu Peihan noticed him and put on a smile with disdain. Well, you can do it if you have the ability to, Gu Ning said. Hi Changge, Wu Xiaojie looked to Changge, who walked towards him at once. He was going to ask Changge to do it for him. However, to his astonishment, Changge directly interrupted him and greeted Chu Peihan as well as Gu Ning with great respect. Nice to see you, Miss Chu and Miss Gu. Changge was a man who was about 30, and he was an important leader in the Changge, so he obviously knew Chu Peihan. He was also familiar with Gu Ning's face, because Chu Xianfeng had told him not to cause Gu Ning any trouble even if someone paid him a lot of money. In addition to that, he had to be polite to Gu Ning, because Gu Ning was their head's friend. Changge had learned a lot about Gu Ning from the internet, and he remembered Gu Ning's face. Wu Xiaojie was stunned when he saw Changge being so polite to the two young girls. He didn't understand why Changge was so polite to them. Changge, this man just injured my close friends and he's also injured. We can actually forgive him because they're all injured in the fight, but he's unwilling to accept the result. What do you think? Chu Peihan pointed at Wu Xiaojie and said to Changge. It was obviously a lie that they could forgive Wu Xiaojie. Even though Gu Ning didn't say it aloud, they all knew that Gu Ning wouldn't let Wu Xiaojie get away with it. Gu Ning was very protective towards her friends. Changge was a little scared and explained at once. Miss Chu, although I'm not a stranger to Lord Wu, I definitely won't be involved in this mess. What? Wu Xiaojie was annoyed. He understood that Changgu refused to help him because of the two young girls, but he still didn't know who these two young girls were. In fact, it was already very nice of Changgu not to beat Wu Xiaojie for Chu Peihan. If Chu Peihan asked him to do that, he would do it without hesitation. Changgu had a good relationship with Wu Xiaojie's older brother, Wu Xiaoming, and he got along well with Wu Xiaojie afterwards. In normal days, Wu Xiaoming and Wu Xiaojie had given him many benefits, so he was unwilling to ruin his relationship with them, but he had to give them up when he was forced to make a choice. He absolutely couldn't annoy Chu Peihan. Chu Xianfeng was Sitiye's henchman, and he spoiled his only younger sister. If he found out that Changgu had treated his younger sister badly along with other people, Changgu might lose his life. Therefore, the only thing Changgu could do now was to stay away from this mess. Very well. Chu Peihan nodded with satisfaction. She had no intention to make things difficult for him, because she was confident that she alone was able to beat up Wu Xiaojie and his companions. Hao Ran and Qin Zixuan were simply strong boys, but she had learned many kung fu skills. Well, we don't want to bully you because we have more people than you do, so I can fight against the 5 of you by myself, Chu Peihan said. Since Chu Peihan said that, Gu Ning and the others moved aside and watched the drama. Before Wu Xiaojie and his companions could react, Chu Peihan punched them violently as if they were punching bags. They finally realized that they had made a terrible mistake to cause Chu Peihan trouble. Onlookers were all shocked when a girl easily beat up 5 young men by herself. Jesus, this girl is too unbelievable. I can't believe my eyes. Why are they fighting outside the Dihao clubhouse? Nobody cares. Chu Peihan didn't use her full strength, but they weren't lightly injured either. After a while, Gu Ning told Chu Peihan to stop and Chu Peihan listened to her. If you dare to attack Hao Ran again, this is what you'll get. Probably more violent next time.
Chu Peihan une u sayo.
Wu Xiaojie said nothing because he was too scared to say a word now. He was surprised that Hao Ran had a close friend who was so excellent at martial arts. Since Wu Xiaojie already learned a lesson, Gu Ning and her friend went back to the private room. It was still early, and they were unwilling to go home right now. Gu Ning absolutely wouldn't let them have fun with injuries, so she took out 2 magical pills and gave them to Hao Ran and Qin Zixuan. Hao Ran and Qin Zixuan took it, and they felt much better after a few minutes. They were aware of how magical Gu Ning's pills were, but they were still surprised by its great effect. At this time, Changgu sent Wu Xiaojie to the hospital and called Wu Xiaoming. Changgu didn't hide the truth from Wu Xiaoming, and he told Wu Xiaoming everything he knew. Wu Xiaoming understood that Changgu was in a very difficult situation, so he didn't blame Changgu for it. As a result, Changgu kept his good relationship with Wu Xiaoming. Gu Ning and her friends left the club at 11:30 p.m., but they didn't go back home. Instead, they went to have night snacks. After having night snacks, it was already 1 a.m. Su Anya called her family chauffeur to pick her up, and Chu Peihan also had a car, so they were responsible for driving their friends who lived in the same direction as them home. Yumixi and an E sat in Gu Ning's car. Hao Ran and Qin Zixuan shared Chu Peihan's, while Su Anya drove Muku home. Although Lung Xiaoting drank a little, it was fine for him to drive a car. However, Gu Ning still told him to take a magical pill, in case the traffic police stopped him. When Yumixi arrived at her home, she reminded Gu Ning and an E to not forget to dine with her family at her new home in Jehua Garden tomorrow afternoon. Although Yumixi's new home in Jehua Garden was ready for a family to move in, Yumixi's family wouldn't do that until tomorrow. Because the apartments in Jehua Garden were very popular, most of them were already reserved even before they were put on the market. About 80% of the apartments in Jehua Garden were sold out right after they were put on the market, and 30% of the buyers already moved in. Although the occupancy rate wasn't high, it wasn't low either because Jehua Garden was a new living area. All in all, Jehua Garden sold out its apartments at a very high speed. Even though Fenghua Luxury Mansion was the most popular living block in this city, it was too expensive. As a result, about 20% of its houses were still on sale. After driving Yumixi home, Lung Xiaoting needed to send an E home. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting went back to Fenghua Luxury Mansion when both Yu Mixi and An Yi were home. Leng Xiaoting stopped the car in the underground parking lot. He turned off the light in the car, but neither Gu Ning nor him got out of it right away. Without delay, Leng Xiaoting pressed on Gu Ning's body and kissed her. He was reluctant to let her go and kissed her for a long time before he walked her back home. Leng Xiaoting didn't walk away until Gu Ning entered her home. Her family were already asleep, so she moved lightly. Before she went to bed, she chatted with Leng Xiaoting on WeChat for a while. Leng Xiaoting began to use WeChat after Gu Ning became his girlfriend, so he only had one contact on WeChat. The next day, Gu Man got up early and prepared breakfast for her family, because they were going to leave for the airport at 9 a.m. Because Gu Man was leaving today, Gu Qing didn't go to work in the beauty salon. They had stayed with each other for only 2 days, and they had to separate again. Tang Yunfan and the others came in a private jet so they would fly back to City B in it as well. When they left, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting drove Gu Qing to the beauty salon before they went back to Fenghua Luxury Mansion. Since Tang Yunfan and the others were gone, Leng Xiaoting went home along with Gu Ning. However, Su Jinsheng called Leng Xiaoting that afternoon and it was something important, so Leng Xiaoting had to leave. Luckily, the National College entrance examination was over, and he could leave without worries. Gu Ning then took Leng Xiaoting to the airport. When she went back to the city center, it was already 5 p.m., so she directly went to Yu Mixi's new home in Jiehua Garden. Although the appointed time was 6 p.m., she should arrive earlier as the guest. Gu Ning went to buy some gifts on her way to Jiehua Garden. Because Jiehua Garden was a very large living area, there were many small zones inside. 2 to 5 buildings were included in one zone, and there was a separate gate and security officers outside. Yu Mixi's new home was in Zone C. When Gu Ning drove her car to the underground parking lot, she saw several familiar figures looking around at the gate. She soon recognized them and realized that they were Yu Mixi's older uncle and aunts. Gu Ning wasn't surprised to see them here, because she had told them that Yu Mixi's new home was in Jiehua Garden. She regretted doing that now, because it might cause Yu Mixi's family unnecessary trouble. Since this trouble was caused by her mistake, she thought that she should deal with it well. Therefore, Gu Ning didn't drive into the parking lot, but instead stopped her car at the side of the road, then walked to them. They obviously didn't forget Gu Ning, and looked scared when Gu Ning showed up all of a sudden. "What are you doing here?" Gu Ning asked. "It's none of your business," Yu Mixi's older aunt argued. "Yeah, but it is my business if you dare to cause Yu Mixi's family more trouble here. I won't be polite to you, and you should have kept my words in mind," Gu Ning said in a cold tone. Hearing that, they panicked a little. Nevertheless, they were unwilling to leave. "Yu Mixi's parents are my older brother and sister-in-law. We're close relatives," Yu Mixi's younger aunt said. It sounded as if they were very close to Yu Mixi's family, but actually they came there merely for money. "Well, I don't have time to waste on you. If you don't want to get in trouble, stay away from Yu Mixi's family." Gu Ning threatened them, then walked away. "Who do you think you are? How dare you threaten us?" Yu Mixi's younger aunt was mad. She reached out her hand trying to grab Gu Ning's shoulder, but Gu Ning avoided it and she stumbled a little. "You!" Yu Mixi's younger aunt glared at Gu Ning. Gu Ning snorted with disdain. "What do you want to do? Attack me? I don't think you're able to do that. You!" Yu Mixi's younger aunt was full of anger now and attacked Gu Ning again. Unfortunately, she was too weak in front of Gu Ning. Gu Ning moved away from her fast and hit her foot at the same time. Then Yu Mixi's younger aunt fell straight to the ground. She fell down heavily and screamed out loud. Many people were attracted to her loud scream, but they didn't know what was happening here. Yu Mixi's older uncle and aunts thought that Gu Ning was just a young girl, but Gu Ning was much stronger than they thought. "Are you all right?" When Yu Mixi's younger aunt fell, Yu Mixi's older uncle and aunt ran to support her at once. Although they actually weren't close either, their relationships with each other were better than those with Yu Mixi's family. All of them thought that they were better than Yu Mixi's family, because Yu Mixi's family was poorer than them. Yu Mixi's father only had a simple breakfast stand to earn some money, while Yumixi's mother was sick all the time. Besides, Yumixi's mother had stayed in bed for years. Ever since Yumixi's relatives had heard that her family was going to move into a new apartment, they teamed up together, trying to get some money from Yumixi's family. Therefore, Yumixi's older uncle and aunt were angry when Yumixi's younger aunt fell on the ground. Yumixi's older uncle shouted at Guning. "How could you push her down?" "I pushed her down? Ridiculous. It's she who wanted to attack me and I just avoided it," Guning said. She indeed hadn't pushed Yumixi's younger aunt, but she secretly hit her foot. However, since Yumixi's older uncle didn't see it, she wouldn't admit it. After all, Yumixi's younger aunt had attacked her first, and she was simply protecting herself. Actually, if a man dared to attack Guning wouldn't hesitate to be more violent. Yumixi's older uncle didn't know what to say now. "Boss, do you need help?" At this time, Hao Ran, Qin Zixuan, and Zhang Tianping ran over. They came here in Hao Ran's car, and they saw Guning's car at the side of the road. They felt strange and looked around for Guning, then found that Guning was arguing with Yumixi's relatives close by. Therefore, Hao Ran stopped his car and they went to help Guning. Yumixi's older uncle and aunts felt scared when Hao Ran and the other strong boys walked over. "Do you have anything else to talk about with me? If not, I need to go now." Guning stared at Yumixi's older uncle. Yumixi's older uncle opened his mouth, but didn't dare to utter a word. Guning snorted and left. When Guning, Hao Ran, and the others visited Yumixi's family with many gifts, Yumixi's parents felt flattered, and they repeatedly thanked Guning because she helped them get their new home. Even though Guning said that it was a benefit for Yumixi's parents still felt grateful to her. Guning told Yumixi's parents that she just ran into Yumixi's older uncle and aunts outside the gate. She also reminded Yumixi's parents to be careful. If anything terrible happened, they could call the security office for help. Yumixi's parents disliked Yumixi's older uncle and aunts, and they were unwilling to see them. After having dinner, they watched TV together and chatted with each other. A while later, Guning received a call from a strange number that belonged to City G. Guning picked it up and figured out who its owner was the second she heard his voice. Hey, is this Guning?" A man sounded nervous on the phone. It was Lin Fei. Lin Fei absolutely knew that this was Guning's number, but he still asked that question to make sure of it. "Yes, I am," Guning said. "This is Lin Fei. Do you still remember me? We met each other at the freeway to County X the other day," Lin Fei said. "Yeah, may I help?" Guning asked. "The National College entrance examination is just over. How do you feel now?" Lin Fei asked with concern. "Not bad," Guning said. When Lin Fei wanted to say something else, he was interrupted by a loud sound as someone kicked the door open and said, "Fei, what happened? How could you injure yourself right before tomorrow's competition?" Hearing that, Guning frowned. Lin Fei called her today because of tomorrow's competition he was going to have. "Sorry, please excuse me for a second." Lin Fei apologized to Guning. "It's fine," Guning said. Then she heard Lin Fei talking to another man. "I'll explain it to you later. Leave me alone now." The man didn't know that Lin Fei was talking to someone on the phone when he just came in, so he spoke loudly. Now he saw Lin Fei talking on the phone, he closed his mouth at once. Afterwards, Lin Fei turned to talk to Guning again. "Guning, actually I called you for your help. I know we just got to know each other and we aren't familiar at all, but it's an emergency, and I honestly don't know what I can do now." Guning hesitated for a while. Just as Lin Fei said, they just met each other and now he asked her for help all of a sudden, which was a little strange. However, since she already agreed to make friends with him, she was unwilling to directly refuse to help him. "Can you tell me what has happened?" "The thing is that an exchange student from Country R came to City G University a few days ago." Lin Fei sounded very angry when he talked about this student from Country R. "He's a good racer and we had a disagreement at the racetrack yesterday. He verbally abused us and our country." Saying that, Lin Fei was angrier. Even Guning felt displeased too. Lei Fei continued. "I was too mad so I agreed to have a car race against him tomorrow, But I was attacked by a group of people later and they injured my hand. I can't drive now. Could you please help me? No matter what you want, I'm willing to do it for you as long as I can. This competition was very important in Lin Fei's eyes. Lin Fei understood that it must have something to do with the exchange student from country, or that he was suddenly attacked by a group of strange men. However, he didn't know why the exchange student did that since he was confident to win. It was a very dirty trick. Gu Ning agreed that the exchange student from country must be the mastermind of this sudden attack towards Lin Fei. He did that in case Lin Fei won the game. No problem, I'm willing to help you. If I need your help in the future, I'll let you know, Gu Ning said. Gu Ning agreed to help Lei Fei because she hated people from country too. Really? Lin Fei was thrilled. With Gu Ning's help, he was confident to defeat the exchange student from country When and where will the competition be held? Gu Ning asked. Lin Fei then told Gu Ning the time and place. The competition would be held at XX racetrack at 2 p.m. After hanging up the call with Gu Ning, Lin Fei's friend asked him, Lin Fei, who did you invite to have the competition for you? Gu Ning, the girl I just told you about, and I believe in her, Lin Fei said. He believed that Gu Ning was more likely to win the game than him. His friend said nothing, but he hadn't seen Gu Ning before, so he still worried. Nevertheless, they were left no choice now. When it was about 8 p.m., Leng Xiaoting called Gu Ning and told her that he had arrived in the capital. Gu Ning and her friend stayed in Yu Mixi's new home till 9 p.m. before they went back to their own homes. Gu Ning called Gao Yi after she was home and told him to be prepared to go to City Ji tomorrow. Gao Yi didn't ask for the reason and did whatever Gu Ning told him to do. The next day, Gu Ning and her 2 bodyguards set off at 9 p.m. and they arrived at City Ji 2 hours later. Gu Ning didn't contact Lin Fei right away. Instead, they went to have lunch first. After having lunch, Gu Ning called Lin Fei and told him that she was in City Ji now. Lin Fei asked her whether she had lunch yet. Gu Ning said that she already had lunch, so they agreed to meet at XX racetrack at 1:30 p.m. It was only 12:30 p.m. now, so Gu Ning rested for half an hour before she went to the racetrack. The racetrack was located in a suburb, so it was a bit far. Gu Ning and her 2 bodyguards reached XX racetrack a few minutes earlier than 1:30 p.m. There was a large parking lot outside, and Gu Ning recognized Lin Fei's car at first glance. When she came close, Lin Fei noticed her as well. His eyes lit up and he walked to Gu Ning at once. Because his hand was injured, his friend drove the car for him and he sat in the front passenger's seat. Guam Ning. Lin Fei smiled at her. Nice to meet you, Miss Gu. Lin Fei's friend politely greeted her. He was also excited to see Gu Ning in real life after knowing about her achievements. Nice to meet you too. Gu Ning greeted him, then turned to ask Lin Fei. Has he arrived yet? Not yet, but he said he'll come before 2 p.m., Lin Fei said. Let's go to see the track now. Great.
Gu Ning nodded.
Since Gu Ning was going to have the competition on behalf of Lin Fei, she drove Lin Fei's car inside. This racetrack was owned by the Lin family, and it was open to everyone. Other than the racetrack, there was also a horse riding field, and many other amusement facilities as well. Lin Fei needed this racetrack now, so it was already cleared up. Therefore, those who wanted to have auto racing had to wait in the audience seats. Many visitors were also having a rest in the audience seats. Gu Ning drove into a track at normal speed. The racetrack covered an area of 550 acres, and the track was 2.82 kilometers long with 5 left turns and 8 right turns. Gu Ning just had a round on it before she got off it. Lin Fei asked with curiosity, Don't you want to test the speed and get familiar with the track? No need, Gu Ning said with a calm face. Since Gu Ning said that, Lin Fei didn't insist. Lin Fei's friends, who were all car race lovers, gathered later. And they were excited to see Gu Ning too, because Gu Ning wasn't an ordinary girl, but the famous goddess Gu. In fact, given Gu Ning's outstanding appearance, she could still be very popular among boys even if she wasn't a genius. Afterwards, Lin Fei introduced them to one another. Although Lin Fei said earlier that he needed to ask for Gu Ning's permission if his friends wanted to see her, It was an accident today. His friends came to support him today because he was going to have the game with the exchange student from Country R. Anyway, all of them thought that Gu Ning was much prettier than her photos. When it was only 10 minutes away from 2 p.m., the exchange student from Country R finally showed up, and he came with 4 of his schoolmates. The 4 of his schoolmates were actually his brown-nosers. His name's Masaichi Yoshida, and it's said that his family is very rich and powerful in Country R, so he's quite arrogant. The 4 men are his schoolmates and brown-nosers, Lin Fei said to Gu Ning. Lin Fei hated the 4 brown-nosers. Gu Ning simply gave them a glance and said nothing. When they approached Lin Fei, they stared at him with an unkind look, but they were amazed by Gu Ning's beauty once they saw her face. Masaichi Yoshida even leered at Gu Ning, making her feel disgusted. She made up her mind to teach him a lesson today. "Alright, since we're all here, let's go to pick a race car now," one of them said. "Well, I was trapped and injured yesterday, so I can't drive today. Miss Gu will race with Masaichi Yoshida on my behalf. Would you mind?" Lin Fei turned to look at Masaichi Yoshida. Lin Fei clearly knew that the trap was set by them, but he didn't have evidence, so he couldn't question them. It wasn't difficult for him to find the evidence, but he didn't want to worry his family. He had no intention to swallow the humiliation either, and was determined to pay Masaichi Yoshida back. Masaichi Yoshida and his brown-nosers panicked a little when Lin Fei said that he was trapped. Actually, the 4 men didn't dare to hurt Lin Fei because of Lin Fei's family background, but Masaichi Yoshida forced them to do it. They couldn't act against Masaichi Yoshida, so they paid a bunch of hoodlums to do it for them. However, because of Lin Fei's family background, they only injured his hand so that he couldn't drive. "I don't mind if this miss races with me, but there is one condition," Masaichi Yoshida said. Gu Ning pulled her lips. "What is it?" she asked. "If I win, you need to sleep with me for a night," Masaichi Yoshida said. He didn't bother to hide his desire at all. He had domestic servants and thought about sex all the time. Gu Ning wasn't surprised. Lin Fei, on the contrary, was furious. When he was about to argue with Masaichi Yoshida, Gu Ning stopped him. "It's fine. Trust me, it won't happen." Hearing that, Lin Fei calmed down a little. He trusted Gu Ning, but wouldn't allow other people to humiliate her like that. Gu Ning stared straight at Masaichi Yoshida and said, "What if you lose? I need to cut one of your fingers. Do you agree?" Since he was shameless, she wouldn't be polite. Moreover, Gu Ning wasn't a weak girl at all, and it was impossible for him to take advantage of her. Masaichi Yoshida was struck dumb for a second. Masaichi Yoshida is an exchange student. How can you set such a condition? One of Masaichi Yoshida's schoolmates defended him. His argument amused everyone. "What? Do you think that Masaichi Yoshida is doomed to fail?" Gu Ning said with disdain. "If so, I don't think you should have the game with me." Hearing that, Masaichi Yoshida was displeased. "Nonsense, I didn't say that." The man denied it without delay. "Since you didn't say that, you better be quiet now. Masaichi Yoshida can make the decision on his own, right?" Gu Ning cocked her eyebrow. "You!" The man was mad. "Don't you know that you're annoying and noisy?" Gu Ning lost her patience. "Shut your mouth now," Lin Fei said to support Gu Ning at once. "You!" The man was full of anger, but he didn't know what to say now. He was too weak in front of Gu Ning. Gu Ning rolled her eyes at him, then turned to look at Masaichi Yoshida. "Masaichi Yoshida, do you accept it or not?" she asked. "No problem." Masaichi Yoshida looked confident. Although he knew that Gu Ning wasn't an ordinary girl since she came here to have the race on behalf of Lin Fei, he didn't think that he was going to lose. He was determined to win the race. In addition, he was attracted by Gu Ning's beauty. It was very exciting for him to subjugate her. "Great, we can go to pick a car right now," Gu Ning said. After that, Gu Ning and Masaichi Yoshida went to pick a car. But Masaichi Yoshida gave his schoolmate an unpleasant look, which meant that he was dissatisfied with his behavior. Although Masaichi Yoshida also understood that he was flattering him, his behavior had embarrassed him. The schoolmate felt aggrieved, but didn't dare to complain. All the racing cars were of the same brand. Both Gu Ning and Masaichi Yoshida started a car to see its performance. After they picked a car, they drove it out to the starting line on the racetrack. Gu Ning's car was number 2, while Masaichi Yoshida's was number 5. Although Lei Fei and his friends believed in Gu Ning, they still felt quite nervous at this moment. They didn't know how good Masaichi Yoshida was at racing, so they were afraid that Gu Ning might lose the game. If they only lost the game, they could accept the result. But there was another agreement between Gu Ning and Masaichi Yoshida. Therefore, Lin Fei was more worried about Gu Ning's safety. Masaichi Yoshida's schoolmates, on the other hand, weren't concerned at all, because Masaichi Yoshida had won many prizes in car racing competitions before. The second they heard the starting gunshot, Gu Ning and Masaichi Yoshida drove their cars as fast as they could. The audience got excited seeing the scene. Within seconds, Gu Ning overtook Masaichi Yoshida's car. Lin Fei and his friends felt relieved. Masaichi Yoshida's schoolmates, on the other hand, got nervous. Masaichi Yoshida was also anxious and sped up without hesitation, but he still failed to catch up to Gu Ning. Gu Ning's car increased the distance between them over time, and Masaichi Yoshida got more and more worried. "Oh, he's going to lose this time," Lin Fei said. "Don't jump to conclusions. It's too early to say that," one of Masaichi Yoshida's schoolmates argued. However, he was also worried that Masaichi Yoshida might lose. "Fang Tiansheng, don't you know that you look disgusting when you become a brown-noser?" Lin Fei snorted with disdain. "What did you say?" Fang Tiansheng was mad. "I said it very clearly. Don't you understand?" Lin Fei disliked Fang Tiansheng very much. "How dare you humiliate me right in front of my face?" Fang Tiansheng raised his voice. "You became a brown-noser in front of an exchange student from country or just because his family is rich and powerful. I know that you hired a bunch of hoodlums to attack me," Lin Fei said in annoyance. "You!" Fang Tiansheng's face turned pale. He knew that Lin Fei wasn't dumb, but Lin Fei didn't have evidence. So even if Lin Fei knew that he was the mastermind behind the attack, Lei Fei could do nothing about it. However, he forgot that Lin Fei wasn't a coward. Lin Fei didn't have evidence, but it didn't mean that he would let them get away with it. Fang Tiansheng felt scared now, because his family wasn't comparable to Lin Fei's family. "Wow, number 2 is so awesome. It's already so far away from number 5. A person's sudden exclamation interrupted Lin Fei and Fang Tiansheng's argument. Lin Fei left Fang Tiansheng and focused on the game. Gu Ning was still accelerating. She didn't bother to slow down when she passed by a dogleg one. "Jesus, I can't believe my eyes. The race driver of number 2 must be experienced. I think she might be professional." People kept complimenting Gu Ning. In their eyes, number 2 was certainly going to win. Masaichi Yoshida was totally shocked in his car. To his astonishment, Gu Ning was able to overtake him within seconds and left him far behind along the way. No matter how he wanted to catch up to her, he was still far away from her. Lin Fei and his friends were more excited than ever now, because they were sure that Gu Ning would win. A few seconds later, the number 2 racing car stopped at the ending line. Gu Ning was the winner. Masaichi Yoshida's car, however, was still hundreds of meters away behind Gu Ning's. Yes, she won. Gu Ning won. She won. Lin Fei and his friends jumped up with excitement. Once Gu Ning got out of the car, Lin Fei and his friends surrounded her. "Gu Ning, you're so awesome. You're much better than I thought. Are you a professional race driver?" "Gu Ning, I'm your fan from now on." They kept complimenting Gu Ning. The audience didn't know that the race driver in the number 2 racing car was a girl until Gu Ning showed her face, and everyone was shocked. "Jesus, the winner is a girl. I can't believe my eyes. Wow, I'm surprised that a girl can do better than a boy at car racing. Of course girls can be better than boys. It's really amazing." When Masaichi Yoshida arrived, Gu Ning walked to his racing car, followed by Lin Fei and his friends. They were ready to laugh at Masaichi Yoshida. "Hi, loser," Gu Ning said to Masaichi Yoshida. "So what? Do you dare to cut one of my fingers? I'm an exchange student in your country. If I'm hurt, it can become an international issue. Can you bear the result? Masaichi Yoshida said. It seemed that he was going to deny the agreement he had with Guning. Masaichi Yoshida was reluctant to lose a finger, and he was determined to get revenge on Guning. Lin Fei and his friends exchanged a glance with each other. Although they really hated Masaichi Yoshida and couldn't wait to teach him a lesson, they knew that what he said was right. Well, do you want to deny the agreement we just had?
Guning sneered.
Yes, and what can you do about it? Masaichi Yoshida admitted it without delay. He was a shameless person. Besides, he still looked very arrogant, as if he was confident that Guning couldn't do anything to hurt him. What if I lost the game? Could I deny it as well? Guning asked. Are you kidding me? Of course you can't, Masaichi Yoshida said. Guning was displeased. I'm afraid you can't deny it either this time. The next second, Guning moved towards Masaichi Yoshida and caught his hand like lightning. Without hesitation, she cut his little finger with a knife. Guning moved too fast so nobody could see her movement clearly. Even Masaichi Yoshida didn't realize what had happened until his little finger was cut off. He screamed in pain, which scared everyone. Gaoyi and Xiaoya, however, stayed calm. After all, it wasn't the first time that Guning had taught shameless people a lesson in a cruel way. The second Guning cut Masaichi Yoshida's little finger, she secretly put her magical power into the wound to relieve the pain. Guning did that not because she was nice to him, but because she just needed to cut one of his fingers off and was unwilling to make the situation worse. Masaichi Yoshida was full of anger now, so he didn't pay attention to what Guning was doing. Guning then let him go and went back to her previous position. Don't humiliate your country by being a coward. Guning looked down her nose at Masaichi Yoshida. It was Masaichi Yoshida who set the bet before the game anyway. He also had the intention to sexually assault Guning. Guning was simply protecting herself. You? Masaichi Yoshida was still in shock. He couldn't believe that Guning really dared to cut his finger. He felt angry and humiliated at the same time. In Masaichi Yoshida's eyes, Guning was inferior to him, so she shouldn't act against him. Masaichi Yoshida was self-centered and ridiculously stupid. Masaichi Yoshida, don't you know that you're very disgusting and shameless? Nobody likes you here because you don't behave yourself at all. Don't you have any sense of manners?
Guning sighed.
Actually, onlookers were also very mad at Masaichi Yoshida. He didn't know how to respect other people, and believed that he was superior to others. It was true that nobody liked him there. Feng Tiansheng and the other brown-nosers were also like rats crossing the streets. You! Masaichi Yoshida was annoyed by being humiliated in public. Call the police now, he yelled to Feng Tiansheng. Because of Guning's magical power, he was able to yell right now. Although Guning didn't care about Masaichi Yoshida at all, he still believed that he was a very important figure and insisted on calling the police. Call the police, please. Guning wasn't afraid of it. She took out her phone and shook it in front of Ms. Yoshida. I have a voice recording of our argument, so the police will know who did the right thing. In that case, Guning would only need to pay the medical fee at the most. Feng Tiansheng hesitated for a while, because he thought that it was useless to call the police. Masaichi Yoshida's little finger was already cut off, and it was impossible to put it back now. Seeing Feng Tiansheng hesitating, Masaichi Yoshida was mad. He snapped at Feng Tiansheng. Didn't you hear me? Call the police. Oh right. Feng Tiansheng didn't dare to act against Masaichi Yoshida. Feng Tiansheng, you're really disgusting when you behave like an ass-kisser. Don't you have any sense of shame? Lin Fei laughed at Feng Tiansheng again. He disdained ass-kissers. Besides, the grudge between him and Masaichi Yoshida was made worse by Feng Tiansheng. Feng Tiansheng's hand stopped for a second, because he indeed felt humiliated when Masaichi Yoshida treated him as if he was his slave. Masaichi Yoshida was displeased. Feng Tiansheng, what are you doing? Do you forget who has helped you out? Didn't you say that you're willing to serve me as my slave? Masaichi Yoshida was humiliating Feng Tiansheng right in front of everyone. However, it was Feng Tiansheng who abased himself before Masaichi Yoshida first. Therefore it was impossible for Masaichi Yoshida to treat him as his close brother. Fang Tianxing was willing to do small things for Masaichi Yoshida, but he was reluctant to be his slave. Even though he had made that promise, he thought that Masaichi Yoshida wouldn't really treat him as a slave. Fang Tianxing finally realized that he was merely a slave in Masaichi Yoshida's eyes. In other people's eyes, he was a disgusting ass-kisser. Fang Tianxing was furious and was unwilling to accept the truth, but Masaichi Yoshida had helped out last time, so he had to listen to him. Therefore, Fang Tianxing swallowed the humiliation and called the police. "Gu Ning, do you need me to call my father? He can easily solve this problem," Lei Fei asked Gu Ning. Although he knew that Gu Ning wasn't an ordinary girl, he thought that she was involved in this trouble because of him, so he should deal with it. "It's fine, I can handle it," Gu Ning said. "He's an exchange student after all, and I don't want your family to be affected. I can deal with it and I have the evidence to protect myself. I think I'll just need to pay the medical fee at the end. It's not a big deal." Hearing that, Lin Fei nodded. They were all rich people and didn't care about the medical fee at all. Gu Ning didn't leave but stayed and waited for the police. Masaichi Yoshida also told Fang Tianxing to call an ambulance because he still wanted to deal with his wound. There was a police station not far away from the racetrack, so 2 policewomen soon arrived. "Oh, hi, Lord Lin." They recognized Lin Fei the moment they walked near. Because this racetrack belonged to the Lin family, and Lin Fei came here often, the policemen in the nearby police station were very familiar with him.
Pulisauman Zhang, Pulisauman Wu.
Lin Fei greeted them with a smile. "Hey you, it's us who called the police." Masai Yoshida was mad when the 2 policemen were so polite to Lin Fei. The policewomen then turned to look at him, and Masai Yoshida pointed at Gu Ning. "This girl just cut off one of my fingers, and you should arrest her and give me an explanation." It sounded like an order. Masaichi Yoshida treated the policemen as if they were his servant. The 2 policewomen were displeased after hearing Masaichi Yoshida's tone, and they knew that he was a foreigner. The next second, their sight fell on his little finger, which was still bleeding. Policewoman Wu asked Gu Ning, "Is it true? What happened?" Policewoman Wu saw Gu Ning standing with Lin Fei, so she knew that Gu Ning had a relationship with Lin Fei, so she didn't dare to question Gu Ning, but simply asked her with a serious face. "Yeah, I did cut off his little finger." Gu Ning didn't deny it. "We came here to have a car race competition, but Masaichi Yoshida asked me to sleep with him for a night if I lost. Since he laid out such a shameless condition, I also said that I'd need to cut off one of his fingers if he loses. He agreed, and I have a voice recording of our agreement as evidence." Afterwards, Gu Ning played the recording out loud so that everyone could hear it. "So what? You injured me, and you should pay for it," Masaichi Yoshida shouted. He didn't care about the agreement now. The 2 policewomen frowned with dissatisfaction when Masaichi Yoshida was so rude and aggressive. In fact, they had no sympathy for Masaichi Yoshida after hearing Gu Ning's explanation. After all, he asked for it. However, since it was true that Gu Ning had cut off one of his fingers, she still needed to be punished for her behavior. "I know I shouldn't have done it, and I'm willing to pay his medical fee," Gu Ning said of her own accord. If she was willing to take the responsibility, it would be much easier to solve this problem. "Great, so be it. You can pay the medical fee for Masaichi Yoshida," Policeman Wu said. "No, I don't want money. I want to cut off 2 of her fingers," Masaichi Yoshida argued. "Masaichi Yoshida, you agreed with Miss Gu on the condition, so you should bear the result since you lost. It is Miss Gu's fault that she directly cut off your little finger, but she's willing to pay the medical fee. It's enough, so you shouldn't cause any more trouble here," Policewoman Wu said. "No, I don't accept this result." Masaichi Yoshida was mad and threatened them. "I'm an exchange student. If I'm not satisfied with this result, I'll report it to our government, and it'll become a foreign issue. Do you think that you can bear the result?" Hearing that, the 2 policewomen exchanged a glance with each other. Gu Ning instead felt like it was ridiculous. "So? You're just an exchange student and you've brought shame to your country and people. I don't think your government will be willing to protect such a shameless person like you." Gu-ning had no intention to give in. Our government won't allow a foreigner to humiliate our people. Do whatever you want or can do. And let's see who will be punished. Gu-ning added. She had a bad impression of Country R, but she still didn't think that Country R would protect Masaichi Yoshida. In addition, Gu-ning wasn't an ordinary girl. She had powerful connections to protect her. Even if Masaichi Yoshida's family was rich and powerful too, Gu-ning wasn't afraid of them. You! Masaichi Yoshida was mad. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he couldn't deny it either. What was worse, his family background wasn't powerful enough to persuade their government to defend him. Lin Fei's family was very influential in City G, and he would definitely support Gu-ning, so it wasn't easy for Masaichi Yoshida to hurt Gu-ning. As Masaichi Yoshida felt cornered, an ambulance came. A nurse treated Masaichi Yoshida's wound and he got in the ambulance at once. He still needed to go to the hospital to check the wound. Since Gu-ning said that she was willing to pay the medical fee, she needed to go to the hospital as well. Lin Fei stood out at this moment because Gu-ning did it for him. He decided to pay the medical fee himself. Gu-ning, I should pay the medical fee instead of you, Lin Fei said. Fine. Gu-ning agreed. After that, they went to the hospital together. Masaichi Yoshida remained silent along the way. During this time, many people uploaded videos of the car race to the internet, and it soon went viral. Not many people were familiar with auto racing, but they were all amazed by the number 2 racing car. She passed every turn quickly and smoothly, and even left the number 5 racing car far behind, which was really impressive. When they saw a girl stepping out of the number 2 racing car, they were shocked again. Some of them also recognized that the girl was exactly Gu-ning. Those who were familiar with Gu-ning's previous achievements weren't shocked, because they were already used to it. In their eyes, Gu-ning was able to do anything well. However, what happened next scared them. Gu-ning directly cut off the number 5 race driver's little finger. After hearing Gu-ning's argument with Masaichi Yoshida, they began to understand why Gu-ning did that. Jesus, it's so scary. It indeed looks frightening, but I think the man from Country R is really rude and disgusting. Right, although I don't like violence, I have to say that I feel pleased. Me too. How dare he lay out such a shameless condition in front of Goddess Gu? He asked for the punishment. One of Gu-ning's fans showed up on the internet. Do you know this girl? Why do you call her Goddess Gu? Search Goddess Gu on the internet, and you'll know. Therefore, many people who were curious about Goddess Gu went to search for more information about her. No wonder this girl looks so powerful. She's Goddess Gu. I support Goddess Gu. I think that Goddess Gu did the right thing, because the man from Country R is really rude and aggressive. Goddess Gu is still willing to pay the medical fee. I think she's very nice. Oh, I just learned more information about Goddess Gu. She's beautiful, excellent at studying, a business genius and a kung fu master. I'm her fan now. She's so unbelievable. Many internet users began to compliment Gu-ning. At the same time, haters were also active. Goddess Gu? Ridiculous. She's so young and so cruel. She isn't qualified to be an idol. Right, she should be put in jail. They criticized Gu-ning simply because they hated her, and they completely ignored what Masaichi Yoshida had done. However, Gu-ning's fans defended her without hesitation, and those haters had to close their mouths. Although it was inappropriate that Gu-ning cut off Ms. Yoshida's little finger violently, Ms. Yoshida was too shameless and aggressive. Many internet users mentioned some famous race drivers on Weibo, and they were amazed by Gu-ning's driving skills too. As for Gu-ning's cruel behavior, they didn't think it was a problem, and hoped that she wouldn't be involved in more trouble in the future. In the hospital, Masaichi Yoshida called his father after the wound was treated. He didn't dare to hide the truth from his father, nor did he distort it because he knew that it would only make the situation more complicated and difficult to deal with. Although Masaichi Yoshida's father was very angry when he heard the bad news, he also understood that it was Masaichi Yoshida's fault. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to give in. So he decided to secretly get revenge on Gu-ning for Masaichi Yoshida. Masaichi Yoshida's family wasn't the most powerful family in Country R, but it was still very rich and influential, and Masaichi Yoshida came to City G with 4 bodyguards. The 4 bodyguards didn't show up until Masaichi Yoshida needed them. Because Masaichi Yoshida was a student, it wasn't suitable for the 4 bodyguards to follow him all day long. Masaichi Yoshida listened to his father and told his bodyguards to secretly get revenge on Guning. He didn't know much about Guning, so he turned to Lin Fei. However, before he left to do that, he saw the news on the internet and got angry again. He and his schoolmates were amid criticisms now. In this way, he accidentally learned Guning's real identity. To his surprise, Guning wasn't an ordinary girl. In that case, it wouldn't be easy for him to get revenge on her. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to give up. No matter what would happen, Masaichi Yoshida still wanted to try. He didn't tell his father and made the decision on his own. When Guning wanted to leave, Lin Fei invited her to share a meal together in order to thank her. Lin Fei's friends also hoped that Guning could stay here for a while longer. They truly admired Guning, so they wanted to spend more time with her. Guning thought for a while, then agreed. Lin Fei brought Guning to the Huangdang Hotel. As a first-tier city, there were many 5-star hotels in City G, but most people still preferred the Huangdang Hotel. The Huangdang Hotel was famous for its service and dishes. During the meal, Lin Fei received a call from his father. There was no doubt that his father called him because of what had happened at the racetrack this afternoon. His father seldom called him, because his father was very busy normally and he was already a grown-up. Lin Fei excused himself and left to answer his father's call. "Hey Dad," Lin Fei said. "Tell me everything about it." Lin Fei's father, Lin Jinting, asked him in a serious tone. Lin Jinting wasn't mad because he had watched the video and he understood that it was the fault of the exchange student from Country R. In addition, it was the girl who had cut the exchange student's little finger off, so there was no reason for him to be angry at Lin Fei. However, Lin Fei came to the racetrack along with the girl, and the girl must be his friend, so Lin Fei was still involved in this trouble. Because it happened at the Lin family's racetrack, Lin Jinting had to figure it out. He only watched the video on the internet, so he knew little about Guning. Lin Jinting was actually also mad at the exchange student's behavior, so he had no sympathy for him. At the same time, he was impressed by Guning's bravery and cruelty. Lin Jinting believed that Guning wasn't an ordinary girl, and he was worried that Lin Fei might be in danger if Guning stayed by his side. "Dad, the girl is my new friend, and she helped me finish the race against Masaichi Yoshida. Masaichi Yoshida is the exchange student from Country R, and he verbally abused me and our country right in front of my face. They had an agreement before the game. If my friend lost, she would have to sleep with Masaichi Yoshida for a night. If she won, she would cut one of Masaichi Yoshida's fingers off. But Masaichi Yoshida denied it after he lost the game. He's so shameless," Lin Fei said in anger. "Your new friend is indeed very brave and confident, but I'm afraid that she might have done many things like that before," Lin Jinting said worriedly. Lin Fei understood his father's worries. "Dad, you don't know much about her yet. Why don't you search her name on the internet first? You'll change your opinion about her." Lin Fei believed that his father would get a better understanding of Guning after knowing what she had achieved. Lin Jinting was curious about Guning now, so he ended the call with Lin Fei and went to learn more about Guning. Although Lin Fei walked aside to talk with his father on the phone, Guning was still able to hear them. She didn't think that it was a problem and kept on eating and drinking. Before long, Lin Jinting found more information about Guning. She was an excellent student in her school, and she had also won the championship in this year's national math competition. There were many pieces of news about her businesses as well. After reading them, Lin Jinting was amazed. He had to admit that Guning was even more successful than him in business. Even though Lin Jinting was the richest man in City G right now, he was very modest. Moreover, he was able to become the richest man in City G because his family business was super profitable, and he simply took it over from the older generation. Guning, on the other hand, built her own business empire within just half a year. It was obvious that she was going to be more successful in the future because she was still very young. Therefore, Gu Ning was a young girl who was worth making friends with. Gu Ning and her 2 bodyguards went back to City F at 7:30 p.m. Shortly after they left the hotel, they noticed that some people were following them. Gu Ning used her jade eyes and saw 4 young men sitting in the car behind them. They were strong and looked serious, and Gu Ning knew that they weren't ordinary people. Gu Ning thought of Masachi Yoshida at once, and she had a feeling that these people were sent here by him. Although Masachi Yoshida stopped arguing with her after he was sent to the hospital, Gu Ning didn't think he would be willing to accept the result. Gu Ning had cut his little finger off after all, so it was impossible for him to let it go. Even though it was his fault, he still blamed Gu Ning for it. Selfish people never thought that they were wrong, and they even refused to admit their faults. Gu Ning ignored them and told Gao Yi to drive ahead. She knew that they wouldn't attack her right now because they were in the city center. They would probably take action when they moved to the expressway. Gu Ning was right. The car followed them to the expressway. Actually, Gu Ning was able to lose them if she wanted to, but she had no intention to avoid them. Since they followed her, she decided to face them. The 4 young men had no idea that Gu Ning already found them, and they knew very little about Gu Ning. Although they were Masachi Yoshida's bodyguards, they listened to his father's orders. They would call his father whenever they were going to do something important. Therefore, when Masachi Yoshida told them to attack Gu Ning, they asked for his father's permission first. Masachi Yoshida understood that his father wouldn't allow him to do it if he learned more detailed information about Gu Ning, so he didn't tell him anything. On the freeway, it was generally not allowed to park casually, unless you reached some places where drivers were allowed to stop their car. Gu Ning told Gao Yi to stop the car a while later. It was time for them to deal with those bodyguards. Masachi Yoshida's bodyguards didn't know why Gu Ning suddenly stopped, but it was exactly what they wanted, so they didn't think further and blocked Gu Ning's way. It seemed that they appeared out of blue, but Gu Ning was already well prepared. Each of the 4 bodyguards had a steel stick in their hands, because they knew that Gu Ning had cut off Masachi Yoshida's little finger by herself, which meant she wasn't weak at all. Therefore, they carried steel sticks with them. In fact, they had no intention to kill Gu Ning, they just wanted to injure her. However, they were doomed to fail because their opponent was Gu Ning. They went straight to Gu Ning once they got out of the car, and Gu Ning along with her 2 bodyguards waited for them in silence. Even though they had steel sticks and more people than Gu Ning, they were still no match for her. Gu Ning and her 2 bodyguards didn't have any weapons, but they still easily beat up those bodyguards within a few minutes. After that, they used those bodyguards' steel sticks to beat them. A short while later, those bodyguards were all beaten on the ground. Gu Ning and her 2 bodyguards only injured them severely, but left them alive. The 4 bodyguards were shocked by Gu Ning's strength and fighting skills. "I know that you were sent here by Masachi Yoshida. Go back and tell him that I'll disable him if he dares to do this again," Gu Ning said in a cold tone. Afterwards, she got in her car and left. Once she was gone, Masachi Yoshida's bodyguards called him and told him that they failed to injure Gu Ning. Masachi Yoshida was furious, but felt scared of Gu Ning at the same time. He knew that Gu Ning would really disable him if he dared to attack her next time. Besides, he didn't know any fighting skills and he was too weak compared with Gu Ning. The 4 bodyguards were seriously injured, so they couldn't drive now, and Masachi Yoshida had to send a car to pick them up. When Lin Fei got home, Lin Jinting asked him with care, "Fei, how's your relationship with Gu Ning? We just got to know each other a few days ago. Today is the 2nd time that we've met," Lin Fei said. "Why did she help you since you just got to know each other?" Lin Jinting asked. "Because she cares about friendship and is a very nice girl," Lin Fei said with admiration. He became Gu Ning's fan now. Lin Jinting nodded and agreed with Lei Fei. "This girl named Gu Ning is really unbelievable. You must forge a closer relationship with her. Do you understand?" Lin Jinting said. "I know," Lei Fei replied. Even if Lin Jinting didn't remind him to do that, he would still do it of his own accord. When Gu Ning was back in City F, she booked a plane ticket to City B for the next day. The next noon, Gu Ning and her 2 bodyguards arrived back in City B. After the National College entrance examination, Gu Ning needed to go back to her school to finish the college application. She could tell someone else to do it for her, but it was very important for her future, so she decided to do it herself. It was time for lunch when Gu Ning got back to City B, so she went to dine with her 2 bodyguards. During lunch, Gu Ning heard other people talking about the latest news which happened the day before yesterday. A female SWAT named Du Jingtong was stabbed by a criminal when she went to rescue a girl. She had been in the emergency room for 6 hours, but her life was still in danger. Everyone had sympathy and respect for her. When Gu Ning heard it, she frowned with worry. Although she didn't get along with Du Jingtong, it was undeniable that Du Jingtong was a very professional and responsible SWAT. Gu Ning took out her phone at once to search for the news about Du Jingtong. She soon found out a lot of news about the horrible news, and there were many photos of the injured Du Jingtong on the internet as well. Although Du Jingtong's face was pixelated, Gu Ning still recognized her. Du Jingtong's real name was also in the headlines too. She was stabbed in the heart, so her life was in great danger now. After making sure of it, Gu Ning called Li Zhongwei without hesitation. "Hi, Miss Gu, may I help?" Li Zhongwei was surprised that Gu Ning would call him all of a sudden. "Mr. Li, I just read a piece of news on the internet about Du Jingtong. How's she now?" Gu Ning asked. "Not good." Li Zhongwei sounded sad. "She has been in the emergency room for 6 hours, and her life was saved, but she's still unconscious now." "Where is she?" "I need to visit her," Gu Ning said. Li Zhongwei knew that Gu Ning didn't get along with Du Jingtong, so he was surprised when Gu Ning said that. Anyway, since Gu Ning was willing to visit Du Jingtong, it meant that she didn't bear grudges. Li Zhongwei then told Gu Ning the address of the hospital where Du Jingtong was. At this time, Li Zhongwei and several of his colleagues were also in the hospital, so he decided to wait for Gu Ning. Gu Ning and her 2 bodyguards took a taxi to the hospital right away. She left her suitcase in the restaurant and would pick it up later. Because Gao Yi and Xiaoye stayed by her sides, it wasn't convenient for her to put her stuff in the telepathic eye space. In an intensive care single room, Du Jingtong was lying on the patient bed with a pale face and weak breath. A middle-aged woman who was her mother sat next to her. Du Jingtong's mother hadn't slept for 2 days and looked very haggard. Li Zhongwei and his colleagues stood outside, because they weren't allowed to stay in the intensive care room for long. In fact, Li Zhongwei's colleagues could leave before him, but they insisted on waiting for Gu Ning. Gu Ning was their idol and they wanted to see her again. It also wasn't time for them to go to work yet. Li Zhongwei said nothing about it and let them stay. About 20 minutes later, Gu Ning, Gao Yi and Xiaoye showed up. "Hi, Miss Gu, nice to see you again." They excitedly greeted her at once. "Hi, nice to see you all." Gu Ning also politely greeted them. After that, Li Zhongwei walked into the ward with Gu Ning. The others instead stayed outside. "Mrs. Du, this is Miss Gu, and she came to see Jingtong," Li Zhongwei said to Du Jingtong's mother. "Nice to meet you, Miss Gu." "Thank you so much for coming here," Mrs. Du said. She thought that Gu Ning must be Du Jingtong's friend. "My pleasure," Gu Ning said. "Mrs. Du, I can actually help Du Jingtong recover as fast as possible, but are you willing to trust me?" Even though Gu Ning had the thought to help Du Jingtong, she still needed to ask for her family's permission. "What?" Hearing that, not only were Mrs. Du and Li Zhongwei shocked, but the doctor in the ward was too. "Who are you and who do you think you are?" "The most experienced doctor in our hospital has checked Du Jingtong's wound in person, and even he said that Du Jingtong's life is still in danger now," the doctor said. Mrs. Du felt heartbroken. In fact, she didn't believe that Gu Ning was able to help Du Jingtong make a full recovery, but she still had hope. She hoped that Du Jingtong could wake up again as soon as possible. "I said that I can help her and I mean it. No matter what will happen, I'll bear the responsibility," Gu Ning said with a serious expression. "Can you?" The doctor snorted with disdain. Gu Ning ignored him and turned to look at Mrs. Du. "Mrs. Du, I promise that I can help your daughter wake up again, and the probability is above 90%. If you trust me, please allow me to have a try. If you don't, I can leave right now. Ridiculous, do you think that you can do magic? The doctor laughed at Gu Ning again before Mrs. Du said anything. It was his duty not to let other people touch the patient, but his verbal abuse made Gu Ning feel utterly displeased. However, he was a doctor and he was protecting Du Jingtong, so Gu Ning didn't bother to argue with him. I trust you, Mrs. Du said all of a sudden. Mrs. Du served in the police system too, and she was a senior official. She saw confidence and determination in Gu Ning's eyes, so she chose to believe Gu Ning. Although she still had doubt, she wanted to have a try, because she hated to see her daughter waiting to die on the hospital bed. She didn't want to lose her beloved daughter.
Mrs. Du.
The doctor wanted to stop Mrs. Du but was interrupted by her. Dr. Lin, I'll take the responsibility no matter what happens. Although Li Zhongwei also had doubts, he knew that Gu Ning wouldn't brag about her ability. Therefore, he chose to trust Gu Ning too. You! The doctor was mad, but she could say nothing about it now since Mrs. Du agreed. She decided to report it to her leader, in case anything terrible happened later. After that, she walked out. Mrs. Du said to Gu Ning at once, Miss Gu, I trust you, so you can do whatever you need to do to help Jingtong recover. Sure. Gu Ning nodded and went to hold Du Jingtong's hand to secretly put her magical power into her body. Du Jingtong was in a very dangerous situation right now, so Gu Ning decided to help her take a magical pill, after she had put some magical power into her body. Mrs. Du and Li Zhongwei stood aside and left Gu Ning enough space. Because Du Jingtong was seriously injured, her body didn't have an obvious change within a short time, but her life was saved after a minute. Afterwards, Gu Ning withdrew her hand and took out a magical pill before she removed the oxygen mask on Du Jingtong's face. When Gu Ning did that, Mrs. Du was scared. She was worried that Du Jingtong's life might be in greater danger if the oxygen mask was removed. However, she already chose to trust Gu Ning, so she remained silent. Once Gu Ning removed the oxygen mask, she helped Du Jingtong take a magical pill. The magical pill melted the second it was put into Du Jingtong's mouth, so it didn't matter even if she was unconscious. At this time, several people rushed inside, and the man in front of them was the chief physician. The chief physician wanted to criticize Gu Ning, but Gu Ning opened her mouth before him. Please don't rush to criticize me now. You can examine the patient first. The chief physician gave Gu Ning a glance. Although he was dissatisfied with Gu Ning's behavior, it was indeed more important to check Du Jingtong's condition first. If anything terrible happens to the patient, you'll be put in jail. The chief physician warned Gu Ning. After that, he moved ahead to check Du Jingtong's body in person. Gu Ning didn't mind the chief physician's warning. She understood why he did that. What she had done indeed broke the rules. When the chief physician approached the hospital bed, he saw the ripples of the electrocardiograph gradually increase, which meant that the patient's heartbeat was recovering. The chief physician was shocked. The other's sight fell on the electrocardiograph later, and they were all surprised by it. Mrs. Du was thrilled and didn't know what to say now. Well, the chief physician turned to look at Gu Ning. He couldn't believe that Gu Ning was able to do that. The chief physician thought that it wasn't time to ask Gu Ning about it right now. He needed to check Du Jingtong's body first to see whether she was really getting better. Move now. Check the patient's condition. The chief physician gave an order. After doing it, every doctor in the ward was astonished. Du Jingtong was indeed getting better. Her life was also out of danger now. In addition, the wound healed a lot. They couldn't believe their eyes. How is it? Mrs. Du asked with worries. She's getting better and her life is out of danger now, the chief physician said. The next second, he left Mrs. Du behind and walked straight to Gu Ning. Mrs. Du burst into tears of joy and went to hold Du Jingtong's hand tightly. Li Zhongwei also rounded his eyes in shock, looking at the scene. Miss, can you tell me what you've done to Miss Du? How come she got better right away after being injured so seriously? The chief physician stared at Gu Ning. He had never seen anything like this before, and it felt like a dream. Even if he refused to believe it, it was the truth. Sorry, I can't tell you.
Kuningsrukket.
The chief physician felt disappointed. Gu Ning was unwilling to tell him, so he didn't ask further about it. Miss, since you have the ability to rescue badly injured people, why don't you teach us so that we can help more people? Dr. Lin questioned Gu Ning in an unkind tone. She was impressed by Gu Ning's ability, but she still disliked Gu Ning's behavior. Why should I do that? You don't have the right to order me to do it.
Kuningarkuet.
She disliked the doctor's attitude towards her. You. The doctor was annoyed. All right, Dr. Lin, don't force other people to do what they don't want to do. The chief physician stopped Dr. Lin at once. Dr. Lin had to close her mouth, but she gave Gu Ning a glare. Mrs. Du stood up and thanked Gu Ning with sincerity. Miss Gu, I don't know how to thank you for what you've done. Thank you for rescuing my daughter. Saying that, Mrs. Du bowed to Gu Ning. Mrs. Du, you don't need to do that. Gu Ning stopped Mrs. Du. Miss Gu, if you need my help in the future, feel free to let me know. I'll spare no effort to help you. Mrs. Du made a promise. Mrs. Du, I don't need anything in return. Du Jingtong is a responsible swot and she asks for nothing when she does her job, Gu Ning said. Although she wasn't a savior who would save everyone from a dangerous situation, she was willing to help kind people out. Well, Mrs. Du still wanted to do something for Gu Ning. It's fine, and I'm glad that Du Jingtong is fine now. All right, I should leave now, Gu Ning said and gave Mrs. Du a smile. Miss Gu, thank you for your kindness. Mrs. Du thanked Gu Ning again. My pleasure, Gu Ning said and walked out. Mrs. Du walked her to the door of the ward. Li Zhongwei also said goodbye to Mrs. Du and left with Gu Ning. Li Zhongwei's colleagues were greatly surprised after knowing that Gu Ning had helped Du Jingtong get much better within minutes. They curiously asked Gu Ning how she was able to do that, but Gu Ning refused to tell them. Anyway, Gu Ning left a deeper impression on them this time. In their eyes, Gu Ning was able to do anything well. Since Gu Ning was gone, the chief physician also left. Although he felt it was a shame that he failed to get any useful information from Gu Ning, he had no intention to force her to tell him the secret. Mrs. Du called Du Jingtong's father afterwards and told him this good news. Du Jingtong's father was thrilled and came to the hospital at once. Even though Du Jingtong's life was still in danger, her father still needed to work as usual. He couldn't ask for leave casually. However, Du Jingtong needed someone to take care of her, so her mother stayed by her side. The chief physician went to meet the director of the hospital later, and the director was also shocked by what Gu Ning had done. The director wanted to see Gu Ning, but the chief physician told him that she was already gone. Besides, she was unwilling to share the secret with them. When Li Zhongwei walked Gu Ning out, he found out that Gu Ning didn't drive there, so he said, Miss Gu, where are you going? Do you want a ride? Thanks, but we'll take a taxi, Gu Ning said. Since Gu Ning said that, Li Zhongwei didn't insist. He had met Gu Ning several times, and he knew Gu Ning's personality. After that, he went to stop a taxi for Gu Ning. Gu Ning thanked him and left with her 2 bodyguards. Once she was gone, several swats began to talk about her. I'm so surprised that Miss Gu could help Jingtong recover so soon. Yeah, even the most experienced doctor in the hospital couldn't do that. Li, do you know how Miss Gu did it? A swat asked Li Zhongwei all of a sudden. Please tell us. We promise that we won't tell anyone. The other swats begged Li Zhongwei. I only saw Miss Gu help Jingtong take a pill, and Jingtong got much better seconds later, Li Zhongwei said, which was all he knew. Therefore, Du Jingtong got much better because of a pill. What? A pill? No way. Seriously? I can't believe it. They were all shocked, but it was the truth. About half an hour later, Du Jingtong's father came. He was excited to see that his daughter was getting much better now. It was highly likely that his daughter would wake up soon. Du Jingtong only needed to rest for a while longer, but she would have a full recovery. Du Jingtong's parents decided to stay by her side till she woke up. When Du Jingtong woke up, she was surprised to know that it was Gu Ning who had rescued her. She didn't understand why Gu Ning was still willing to help her after they had such a strong disagreement. She had to admit that Gu Ning was very generous. At the same time, she was also amazed by Gu Ning's ability, because her life was still in danger before Gu Ning came to see her. Du Jingtong began to admire Gu Ning now. Gu Ning left for the capital after staying in City B for a few days. Although Leng Xiaoting wasn't in the capital, she still called Master Leng and invited him to dine together. She also didn't forget to call Jiang Zhongyu and Master Su. They were happy to hear from Gu Ning and agreed at once. They were going to meet at the same old place. It was only 2 p.m. so Gu Ning went to the Shengning organization first. Because Gao Yi and Xiao Ye stayed by her side, she didn't stay in Leng Xiaoting's house this time, and instead stayed in the house Chun Songyi prepared for her. She also asked for a car. Gu Ning thought that her Lamborghini was too noticeable, so she was reluctant to drive it. She preferred an off-road vehicle, which had more space and was more comfortable. After Gu Ning arrived at the capital, she went to pick up the car. She didn't rush to see Chan Songyi when she walked into the headquarters of Shengning organization. Instead, she planned to tour it. Fenghua Entertainment already moved into this building. It was on the 7th, 8th, and 9th floor of Shengning Tower. Gu Ning directly went to the 9th floor where the staff of Fenghua stayed. It was working hours when Gu Ning came, so everyone was busy with their work. An Empress of Military Blood was being filmed, and all the actors were at the movie set now. As the boss of Fenghua Entertainment, Gu Ning thought that she should visit them, so she decided to do that the next day. The leading male role in An Empress of Military Blood was a famous and skilled actor, Qiao Hanchen. Gu Ning heard from Lu Zhan that Qiao Hanchen had been set up by his friend once before, and his reputation had been badly damaged. He had been arrested by the police and kept in the prison for several months. Qiao Hanchen wasn't able to work again until he left the entertainment company he worked for. After that, he didn't sign an agreement with another entertainment company and worked alone. Luckily, Lu Zhan didn't care about Qiao Hanchen's past and liked his acting skills and appearance. Gu Ning supported Lu Zhan, and she thought that it wasn't a bad idea to hire Qiao Hanchen. When the news that Qiao Hanchen became the leading role of An Empress of Military Blood went abroad, his fans definitely felt happy for him, but there were also many other people attacking him on the internet. Gu Ning walked around Fenghua Entertainment for a while, then went to meet Chan Songyi on the 17th floor. She got the car key and was about to leave. However, a man stopped her in the hall. "Hi boss, nice to meet you, I'm Brave Eagle." Brave Eagle was the killer K hired not a long time ago. He always wanted to see Gu Ning, and finally ran into her today. "Brave Eagle? Nice to see you and welcome for joining us." Gu Ning smiled at him and shook hands with him. Although Brave Eagle worked for her, he was an outstanding worker, so Gu Ning paid more attention to him. Brave Eagle was surprised that Gu Ning was so nice to him. "Boss, do you have time now? Can we have a competition of fighting skills for fun?" Brave Eagle said. He had asked Kay for permission, and Kay said that Gu Ning agreed, so he didn't want to miss the chance today. "Sure. Let's go to the dance room."
Gu Ning nodded.
Since she already agreed, she wouldn't turn him down. She was free now anyway. Hearing that, Brave Eagle was excited. After that, they went to the 7th floor together. There were several dance rooms on the 7th floor. Some of them had a mat on the floor, so they chose a dance room with a mat to have the competition. Once they were ready, the competition began. Gu Ning was trying to make Brave Eagle believe that she was qualified to be his leader, so she wouldn't hesitate to use her full strength. Brave Eagle understood that Gu Ning wasn't a weak girl after watching many videos of her on the internet. He didn't think that he was able to do the same things as her. In the first half-minute, they seemed to be at the same level, but Gu Ning soon got control of the competition a few seconds later. Brave Eagle was a little surprised, but he felt it was very exciting to have this competition against a kung fu master like Gu Ning. 1.5 minutes later, he lost. "Boss, you're really unbelievable," Brave Eagle said. Gu Ning smiled and said nothing. After that, she left with her 2 bodyguards and went to the house that Chan Songyi prepared for her, which was their new home. It wasn't far from the headquarters of the Shengning organization, but it took about half an hour to get there by car. Gu Ning could buy a house which was a lot closer, but there weren't good houses nearby. Since Gu Ning was going to live here for a long time, she preferred to buy a beautiful and comfortable house. Therefore, Chun Songi chose a house for her in Century City, and her neighbors were either rich or powerful. Gu Ning's house was of medium size, and it was about 400 square meters large along with a garden. It actually wasn't a luxurious house when compared with Gu Ning's wealth. Gao Yi and Xiao Ye's house was right next to Gu Ning's. The house was given to them by Gu Ning. Even though Gao Yi and Xiao Ye didn't lack money at all, Gu Ning did that to show that she cared about them. Gu Ning only gave a house to those who she thought were important in her life. In addition, Gao Yi and Xiao Ye were her bodyguards, so it was convenient for them to protect her if they could live next door to her. If Gao Yi and Xiao Ye were going to be married and start a family on their own, Gu Ning would support them without doubt. Maybe they didn't have that idea right now, but Gu Ning wouldn't force them to be her bodyguards forever. Other than a Land Rover that they brought from City F, there was a Jeep in the garage, which was also prepared by Chan Songi. Gu Ning often moved around alone, so she needed a car for herself. She normally drove the Land Rover so Gao Yi or Xiao Ye could use the Jeep. The two houses were already cleaned, and they could directly move in. Before they moved into Century City, Gu Ning went back to the restaurant to pick up her suitcase. After picking up her suitcase, it was 4 p.m. Gu Ning rested for an hour in her new home, then left for the appointed place to meet Master Lung. They were going to meet in a mountain villa. It was almost 5:30 p.m. when she arrived there, and Master Lung along with his old friends came a while later. They were very excited to see Gu Ning. "Hi Ning, been a while. We've heard about what you've done a few days ago, and we think you did the right thing," Master Lung said the second he saw Gu Ning. Master Lung hated the exchange student from country or two. If he had been there, he would have been more violent. Master Lung paid a lot of attention to the latest news about Gu Ning on the internet, so he was able to know what she was doing recently. Although Gu Ning had been a little violent, he didn't think it was a big deal. The exchange student from country was very rude and aggressive, and he asked for the result himself. Gu Ning was Master Lung's future granddaughter-in-law, so Master Lung cared about her safety. If Lung Xiaoting found out about it, he would punish the exchange student as well. Right, the young man from country is too shameless and rude. He should learn how to behave himself, Zhang Zhongyu said. Master Su nodded and agreed. Gu Ning felt warmed when Master Lung didn't criticize her. It wasn't legal according to the law after all, and she thought that Master Lung might criticize her. After having dinner, Gu Ning walked them to their cars before she left. Gu Ning hadn't heard from Lung Xiaoting for many days, but she didn't call him either, because she knew he must be busy. As long as Lung Xiaoting was free, he would call her. Gu Ning understood that Lung Xiaoting's job was very special, but she was also worried about his safety. However, she wouldn't force Lung Xiaoting to change jobs, because it was Lung Xiaoting's career. Gu Ning slept in her new home tonight, but it wasn't easy for her to fall asleep. However, although she didn't sleep well, she still got up early the next morning and went to run around the block. There were many green plants in Century City, so the air was very fresh. When Gu Ning passed by a pond, she felt magical power all of a sudden and stopped at once. Gu Ning's eyes fell across the pond on a young man who was meditating in a gazebo in front of the jungle beside the rock garden. He looked very young and handsome, and the magical power came from his body. He had the same magical power as Dongfang Ziyu, which meant that he was a cultivator too. The man sensed Gu Ning's gaze, but he didn't feel it was strange, because many people paid attention to him when he was meditating. However, he couldn't help but look to Gu Ning this time. The second he opened his eyes, he met Gu Ning's eyes. He was amazed by Gu Ning's beauty the next second. At the same time, he recognized Gu Ning as the famous goddess Gu on the internet. She was also the real boss of the colorful jade provider that he was looking for. To his surprise, Gu Ning was much younger and more attractive than he thought. Gu Ning moved her eyes away when the man noticed her, and she ran ahead to avoid seeing him. However, since Gu Ning was the person he was looking for, he definitely wouldn't let her disappear. Before long, the man caught up with Gu Ning, which surprised Gu Ning. "Hi, you must be the famous goddess Gu on the internet, right?" the man asked. Yeah, I am. Gu Ning stopped. She was very famous now, so it was very normal that some people would come to strike up a conversation with her on the road. Nevertheless, Gu Ning was aware that this man was a cultivator, so he must have come to talk to her for a reason. Cultivators love jade, and Gu Ning was curious to know more about them. I really admire you because you were able to achieve a lot at such an early age, the man said. Thanks. Gu Ning smiled at him. My name's Bailey Zongyang, and it's my honor to see you today. If you don't mind, we can be friends. Please don't worry, I'm not a bad man. I'm a businessman too, and we might cooperate in the future. The man introduced himself. Bailey Zongyang? Gu Ning was struck dumb for a second. Bailey Zongyang was the man Dongfang Ziyu had talked about before. It was said that he was the sexiest, richest, and most handsome man in the cultivation world. In Gu Ning's eyes, Bailey Zongyang was indeed very handsome and attractive, but she didn't know much about his family background. Actually, Bailey Zongyang was the eldest grandson of the Bailey family in the cultivation world. He was also the sole heir of the Bailey family. His younger sister, Bailey Zongxue, was supposed to approach Gu Ning, but he was unwilling to miss today's chance to meet Gu Ning. Moreover, he wanted to get more quality jade from Gu Ning. Why not?
Gu Ning sighed.
After that, they exchanged phone numbers with each other. Bailey Zongyang was the deputy manager in his family jewelry business now. He didn't want to be the general manager because he needed a lot of time to practice his cultivation. Although Bailey Zongyang was only a deputy manager, he was more powerful than the general manager. This jewelry company was owned by his family after all. The senior management of the company was aware of it. Oh, do you live in Century City as well? Bailey Zongyang asked. Bailey Zongyang already had the answer in his mind, but he needed to make sure of it. Yes, Gu Ning answered. Hearing that, Bailey Zongyang's eyes lit up. I live here too and I just moved in. What a coincidence. Gu Ning smiled and agreed. After chatting for a while, Gu Ning left. She went back to her new home and took a shower. Xiaoya called Gu Ning and told her that the breakfast was ready. Gu Ning then went to have breakfast with Xiaoya. At 9 a.m. they left home. They went to the Hongdian World Studios to visit the crew of an Empress of Military Blood, and they drove jeep this time. The Hongdian World Studios was far from the city center, so they spent an hour on the road. Gu Ning called Lu Zhan before she set off, because she needed to know his specific location. Many film and TV crews were shooting in Hongdian World Studios at the same time, so it wasn't easy to find one particular crew. There were many extras waiting for a chance outside the Hongdian World Studios. Many people had a dream of becoming a star, but they lacked connections and luck, so they could only be extras. It was hard for an extra to show his or her face in a film, let alone be famous. Everyone needed to buy a ticket to get into the Hongdian World Studios, and a parking ticket for a car. Hongdian World Studios was very large and each site was far from another, so Gu Ning also bought a map. This was the first time she was here after all. Before long, Gu Ning and her 2 bodyguards arrived at the film site of an Empress of Military Blood. But their car couldn't enter, so they could only walk inside. Because Gu Ning came here as the investor, she didn't dress casually today. When she put on a pair of high heels, she was too noticeable and attractive to be ignored. So once she stepped out of the car, she attracted a lot of attention from the people around her. Several people took out their phones to take photos of Gu Ning at once. Wow, she's so beautiful. Is she an actress? No idea, but she's even prettier than all the actresses I've seen before. I think that given her outstanding appearance, she can be popular soon if she's really an actress. There were countless beautiful men and women in the entertainment industry, but Gu Ning was still more noticeable than them. Gu Ning and her 2 bodyguards soon walked inside. The film site of an Empress of Military Blood was in a palace. Gu Ning didn't see its crew until she had walked through many gates. They were going to shoot a dining scene today, so many major roles were waiting in the lounge. Extras and unimportant actors, however, could only wait outside. Therefore, Lu Zhan didn't see Gu Ning when she came over because there were too many people around them. The current scene was an action scene. A woman disguised herself as a maid to murder one of Emperor's concubines. Both of them were good at kung fu, so they needed to use wires. However, the actress who played the role of the assassin had acrophobia. So she made mistakes once she was lifted up high in the air. Lu Zhan was displeased and lost his patience. Although this assassin wasn't an important role, it was shown many times in the scene. The actress actually acted well normally, but she couldn't conquer her fear when she was in the air. Because this actress was a contributing actor, there was no body double for her, so she had to finish the scene on her own. Lu Zhan was the director, and he normally didn't allow actors to use a body double in his crew unless it was necessary. Gu Ning walked into the crowd and watched aside. Then she heard a girl saying, "Come on, if she's afraid of wire work, she shouldn't be an actress. You were the top one on the list, but she used a dirty trick to make you miss the chance. You took her as your friend, but she didn't hesitate to set you up once you have a conflict of interest." This girl was a little fat but wasn't ugly. Instead, she looked quite adorable. She was talking to another girl who was tall and beautiful. Both of them were very young and in their early 20s. Before this fat girl could finish, the other girl interrupted her. All right, stop saying that again. I don't want other people to hear it. Although I lost a role, I got a great chance to clearly see what kind of person she is." In fact, she was unwilling to accept the result, but it was what it was now. Even though this role wasn't important, the actress could show her face in front of the camera, which was a great opportunity for contributing actors. Most importantly, it was a fair game to choose actors in the crew of an empress of military blood, and she was the top one on the list, while her friend was ranked next to her, so she became the stumbling block in her friend's eyes. In the beginning, she didn't understand why her friend went to the audition of the same role as her, but she said nothing because everyone had a chance to compete for the roles. However, to her astonishment, her friend trapped her in order to get the role. Gu Ning squinted at the actress who kept making mistakes after hearing their conversation. She didn't expect that someone would play a dirty trick to get a role in the film invested by her. Gu Ning didn't doubt the fat girl's words, because the fat girl said it in a very low voice. In addition, emotions didn't lie, and the fat girl was obviously very mad. "Zhang Xiaoya, if you can't finish the scene, we have to replace you," Lu Zhan said at this moment. He had a high standard of his work, and he couldn't tolerate it when an actress kept making mistakes. He had many other choices as the director. "Director Lu, please give me another chance." Zhang Xiaoya begged Lu Zhan. However, even her voice was trembling now. "I've given you many chances, but your performance disappoints me," Lu Zhan said. "All right, you can go now. I'll tell the finance worker to pay you the remuneration you deserve." Zhang Xiaoya was reluctant to accept it, but she didn't know what to say now. "Director Lu, let her have a try." Gu Ning opened her mouth all of a sudden. Many people heard her voice and turned to look at her. The second they saw her, they were amazed by her beauty. Zhang Xiaoya changed her face when Gu Ning recommended her friend to replace her. The girl was surprised too because she didn't know Gu Ning at all. Many people who worked here had worked in the crew of Infinite Horror as well, so they recognized Gu Ning at once. They were excited to see Gu Ning because Gu Ning was their idol and boss. Lu Zhan didn't rush to greet Gu Ning right now in case Gu Ning didn't want to expose her real identity. However, since it was Gu Ning's recommendation, he couldn't turn her down. "Fine, come here," he said to the girl. This role wasn't important, but he still needed to see the girl's performance before he made the decision. Lu Zhan's response shocked everyone again, because they didn't know Gu Ning's relationship with him. The girl couldn't believe her ears and was full of excitement. Zhang Xiaoya was totally shocked and hated the girl more than ever. She could accept it if another girl replaced her, but she was unwilling to see her friend replace her. "Miaojia, go." The fat girl pushed the girl, whose name was Li Miaojia, forward. It seemed that she was more excited than her friend. She believed that Li Miaojia could get the role. Li Miaojia thanked Gu Ning before she walked to Lu Zhan, and the fat girl followed her. "Nice to see you, Director Lu. My name's Li Miaojia. Thank you so much for giving me this chance," Li Miaojia said to Lu Zhan. "Go put on makeup and clothing now. Whether you can get this role depends on you," Lu Zhan said. "I understand."
Li Miaojia smilat.
After that, she went to put on makeup and change clothing. When Li Miaojia walked by Zhang Xiaoya, she stayed calm and said nothing. Zhang Xiaoya, on the other hand, was full of hatred towards Li Miaojia. Unfortunately, she could do nothing about it now. She had been fired and replaced by Li Miaojia. What are you still doing here? Go now. Lu Zhan shouted at Zhang Xiaoya. Zhang Xiaoya had to leave. Gu Ning walked to Lu Zhan at this time. I just heard from the fat girl that Li Miaojia was the top one on the list for this role, but she had a bad stomachache and missed the chance. I think she deserves a second chance. Gu Ning was telling Lu Zhan that Li Miaojia was merely a stranger to her, so Lu Zhan could make the decision without considering her influence. Well, let's see how her performance with the wire work is, Lu Zhan said. When other people saw Gu Ning talking with Lu Zhan, they realized that they were close to each other. Lu Zhan asked Gu Ning later, "Did you come here as the investor or a visitor?" He didn't know how to greet Gu Ning now.
Gu Ning smilet.
As the investor. Great. Lu Zhan also smiled. Boss, do whatever you want. I need to go back to work now. Sure, Gu Ning said. Afterwards, Gu Ning left to see the leading actors. All the leading actors had their own lounge, which was also a makeup room. When a makeup artist was about to put makeup on Li Miaojia's face, Zhang Xiaoya walked over. Yang Yang, who was the fat girl, gave her a cold glance but said nothing. Li Miaojia directly ignored Zhang Xiaoya. Zhang Xiaoya was mad and dashed in front of Li Miaojia and questioned her. Li Miaojia, did you do it on purpose? Why did you come here today? Why did you compete against me for this role? Are you getting revenge on me? Other people in the makeup room were surprised and turned to look at them. They didn't know the truth, so they thought that Li Miaojia had stolen the role from Zhang Xiaoya and looked at Li Miaojia with disdain. It wasn't uncommon in the entertainment industry, but people still hated it. Zhang Xiaoya, don't you know what you did to Miaojia behind her back? You were fired by the director, and Miaojia was recommended to the director. Yang argued. She was afraid that Li Miaojia's reputation might be damaged by Zhang Xiaoya's words. Although Li Miaojia wasn't famous now, she could be famous in the future. In fact, Li Miaojia had an outstanding appearance and good acting skills, so it wouldn't be difficult for her to become an A-list actress as long as she had powerful support and luck. Once Li Miaojia became famous, Zhang Xiaoya's slander would be a stain on her past. Other people then began to look at Zhang Xiaoya with disdain. She was fired directly by the director. Then Li Miaojia was recommended to the director. It was completely different. In that case, Zhang Xiaoya shouldn't blame Li Miaojia. You! Zhang Xiaoya was mad, but she couldn't deny the truth. In addition, why should Miaojia get revenge on you? Aren't you clear about the reason? Yang sighed loudly. Only the three of them were aware of Zhang Xiaoya's dirty trick. If anyone else found out about it, Zhang Xiaoya's reputation would be ruined and nobody would hire her again. Other people in the room were confused. Bullshit. Zhang Xiaoya panicked a little. Nevertheless, although she denied it, her reaction proved everything. Yang, enough, I need to work now. Li Miaojia stopped Yang because she didn't want to waste time on arguing. Yang then closed her mouth. Zhang Xiaoya didn't dare to criticize Li Miaojia again in case her dirty trick was exposed, so she left soon. However, she didn't go far, but stood in the crowd. She was still curious to see Li Miaojia's performance. Gu Ning went to lounge number 1, where Tang Xiaoxiao, Han Lingxuan, Bai Lin, and Su Tongnua stayed. They were all happy to see Gu Ning because it was Gu Ning who had changed their lives. Tang Xiaoxiao and Su Tongnua were already working for Gu Ning, and Han Lingxuan along with Bai Lin would soon join them. They got along well with each other, and didn't bother to attack one another. Gu Ning only wanted people who were beautiful both on the interior and exterior. She didn't allow her people to play dirty tricks in her companies. Tang Xiaoxiao and Su Tongnua were going to act in the next scene, but they needed to wait for a while longer because of what had just happened. They didn't care and were willing to stay in the lounge for a while longer. In addition, they could chat with Gu Ning. Li Miaojia didn't need to wear too much makeup, so she walked out half an hour later. Because she was beautiful, she looked very attractive even if she only put on a little makeup. Li Miaojia was very satisfied with her appearance. Zhang Xiaoya, on the other hand, was super jealous of Li Miaojia now. She had to admit that Li Miaojia was much prettier than her, which was exactly the reason why she was jealous of Li Miaojia. Gu Ning chatted with Tang Xiaoxiao and the other actors in the lounge for nearly half an hour. When the scene was about to be shot, Louis Chen came to ask her whether she wanted to see it. Gu Ning walked out with Tang Xiaoxiao and the other actors. Since she recommended Li Miaojia, she definitely needed to see her performance. Visitors got excited the moment they showed up because they were all famous actors now, and it wasn't easy for ordinary people to see famous actors. Some extras and contributing actors were also looking forward to meeting some famous actors. At the same time, they were curious to know Gu Ning's identity. Gu Ning seemed very close to the director, and she was able to stay with the leading actors in the same room, so she couldn't be an ordinary person. Li Miaojia was surprised when she saw Gu Ning walking out with those leading roles. She didn't realize that Gu Ning wasn't an ordinary girl until now. Oh, isn't it Goddess Gu? What is she doing here? Someone recognized Gu Ning and exclaimed excitedly. It was obvious that she was one of Gu Ning's fans. I'm so excited, the girl's friend said. Goddess Gu? Who is Goddess Gu? Someone asked them curiously. The girl with a ponytail right next to Tang Xiaoxiao, one girl answered with admiration. Goddess Gu is even more beautiful than her photos. Right, I'm in love now. Ah. Who is she? Why do you call her Goddess Gu? Another person asked again. Is she a star or something? She isn't, but she's more famous and popular than a star. She's the boss of Fenghua Entertainment, and this TV series was invested in by Fenghua, someone said. She was Gu Ning's fan and she felt proud of Gu Ning. What? She looks so young. Many people were shocked by the fact that Gu Ning was the boss of Fenghua Entertainment. Zhang Xiaoya also rounded her eyes in shock. It was very hard for her to accept, because the boss of Fenghua Entertainment recommended Li Miaojia to director Lu in person. Li Miaojia was much luckier than her. Zhang Xiaoya was hit heavily. If the boss of Fenghua Entertainment liked Li Miaojia could become famous in the future. Actually, not many actors without fame could be chosen by successful entertainment companies, because they didn't have much business value. They had to find jobs on their own. Zhang Xiaoya also wanted to sign a contract with an entertainment company, but she didn't have the chance. On the other hand, Li Miaojia was recommended by the boss of Fenghua Entertainment right in front of her. Although Fenghua Entertainment wasn't very large right now, it was a well-known company in the industry. In addition, Tang Xiaoxiao joined Fenghua Entertainment not a long time ago. Therefore, Fenghua Entertainment had a bright future ahead. When they were talking about Gu Ning, a staff member walked over and said, "Quiet now. We're about to shoot the scene." Since they came here to watch the shooting, they had to obey the rules. Within seconds, they fell into silence. Gu Ning went to sit on the chair next to Lu Zhan. Tang Xiaoxiao and the other actors sat behind them. The visitors stood far from them, so they didn't hear their discussions. Li Miaojia was going to try the wire work first. If she was able to do it well, she might get the role. Li Miaojia had played several roles in action films before, so she was already used to wire work. The second the cameras were on, Li Miaojia began to act. Although her movements in the air weren't perfect, she finished the scene very well. After that, she acted with another actress for a while. Her movements, expressions, and lines were very professional and even overshadowed the other actress. Lu Zhan nodded with satisfaction after watching Li Miaojia's performance. Once the cameras were off, Li Miaojia went back to normal. Very well. You can sign the contract now before you join us, Lu Zhan said. Hearing that, Zhang Xiaoya was full of jealousy. In fact, if she stayed here, she would only feel disappointed, but she couldn't help paying attention to Li Miaojia. Even if she lost the role this time, she wouldn't give up acting. Instead, she made up her mind to work harder and surpass Li Miaojia. She wouldn't allow Li Miaojia to be more successful than her, and she was willing to do everything in order to be more famous than Li Miaojia. Jealousy really made her ugly. Li Miaojia repeatedly thanked Lu Zhan when she heard Lu Zhan's compliment. She didn't forget to thank Gu Ning as well. Thank you so much, Miss Gu. You're welcome. I believe in you, Gu Ning said to encourage her. Thanks.
Li Miaujia smilat.
After that, Li Miaojia went to read the contract. I think this girl is promising, Tang Xiaoxiao said. Right, she can become popular very soon as long as she has a few good roles, Lu Zhan said. Lu Zhan was an experienced director, so he was confident about his choice. Even though Li Miaojia wasn't compared to those leading roles, she was very outstanding among new actors. It wasn't easy for an actor to gain Lu Zhan's compliment. Since you all think highly of her, pay more attention to her. If she's really a good actress, I'll consider signing a contract with her, Gu Ning said. She had a good impression of Li Miaojia and was willing to hire her. Compared with famous actors, she preferred to discover skilled potential new actors. After all, there were far more new actors than experienced actors in this industry. Duan Lisan said, Boss, if you don't mind, I can add more scenes for her. You can make the decision. You know what kind of people I want, Gu Ning said. Although she had a good impression of Li Miaojia, she still needed time to see Li Miaojia's professional skills. If Li Miaojia was really skilled at acting, Gu Ning would sign a contract with her. No problem. Lu Zhan and Duan Lisan agreed. Li Miaojia didn't know that she left a deep impression on so many people, and it was very likely that she was going to be famous in the coming future. Zhang Xiaoya had no idea that her worries were about to come true either. Gu Ning wanted to stay and experience life at the shooting site, but Tang Qingyang called her and invited her to dine together. Tang Qingyang hadn't known that Gu Ning was in the capital until then. After receiving Tang Qingyang's call, Gu Ning left. When she walked out, many people were still taking photos of her. Gu Ning was very nice to them and smiled at them along the way. She was a great beauty, and everyone was stunned by her beauty once she smiled. However, nobody dared to come near because of Gao Yi and Xiao Ya. Gu Ning's fans posted photos of her on Weibo to show off, causing many internet users to be envious of them. Tang Qingyang arrived at the appointed hotel earlier than Gu Ning. The Hongdian World Studios was a little far from the hotel, so Gu Ning arrived 40 minutes after Tang Qingyang. Ba Tianyang stood behind Tang Qingyang and greeted Gu Ning with great respect. There was no need for Gu Ning and Tang Qingyang to talk about business without them being there, so they stayed in the private room. How's your life in the capital these days? Gu Ning asked. Tang Qingyang put on a wry smile. I'm nearly useless in the company. Don't worry, it won't last long. Gu Ning comforted him. Once she came to the capital, she began to fight against the Tang organization. Tang Qingyang was also aware of it, so he didn't bother to think further about it. He trusted Gu Ning. Oh, Qiziyue and Tang Yixin are going to be married on the 18th next month. It's about 20 days away, Tang Qingyang said. Married? Gu Ning wore an evil smile. Great, I'll send them a great gift then. She had waited for their wedding for a long time. She would send them an unforgettable gift. Tang Qingyang didn't know what gift Gu Ning was going to send them, but he knew that it must be bad news for the Tang family. You should be prepared because I'll need you later, Gu Ning said. Sure.
Tang Qingjing nốt đét.
He was already prepared. After having lunch with Tang Qiangyang, Gu Ning went back to the Shangning organization. Since she was in the capital now, she should begin to work in the Shangning organization. Her office was on the 18th floor. The top floor and Gaoyi and Xiaoya were acting as her secretaries. Once Gu Ning showed up, Kei came to talk about the advertisement of their game with her. They needed to advertise the game before it was put on the market. High-Speed Tech already had an official website and Weibo account, so they could rely on Weibo to post the latest news about their game company. Moreover, they could work with the largest video website to advertise their game. As for the release time, they set it for a week later. During this week, they would focus on advertising it. Afterwards, Gu Ning told Kei to investigate the senior management of the Tang organization, especially Qiziyue and Tang Yixin, to find their dirty secrets. Gu Ning knew that both Qiziyue and Tang Yixin weren't loyal people, so it should be very easy to find their dirty secrets. Kei agreed because it was very easy for him to do. Gu Ning told him to do it slowly because she needed enough evidence. Therefore, it wasn't necessary for Kay to finish this task as soon as possible. Gu Ning received a call from Ning Changkai at 5 p.m., who told her that the test report of their makeup products was out. Great, arrange a news conference before they're put on the market. Oh, put them into all the direct sales stores of Cozy in the capital and city B first, Gu Ning said. Sure. Ning Changkai agreed. Ning Changkai knew that it was a bet Gu Ning had with another person, so she took it seriously. Everything went smoothly in the following week and High-Speed Tech soon signed a contract with a famous video website. Before long, the ad for Battle in the Sky was shown on the video website. At the same time, High-Speed Tech also posted the news on its official website and Weibo account. Because High-Speed Tech was a newly established company, it didn't have many followers. So companies under Gu Ning's name followed it on Weibo without delay to help it advertise the new game. Gu Ning also followed it on Weibo. After High-Speed Tech posted the news and mentioned Fenghua Entertainment, the official Weibo accounts of Gu Ning's companies reposted it at once. Gu Ning also reposted it and mentioned Lu Zhan, Tang Xiaoxiao, Su Tonghua, and other famous actors. The moment they saw it, they reposted it too. Not only them, but Gu Ning's followers reposted it as well. Her followers included Tang Huang Organization, Jinlin Organization, Shangshi Organization, Qinghua Organization, Heike Organization, and so forth. Although the official Weibo accounts of the above corporations didn't have as many followers as celebrities, they were also influential. Gu Ning seldom posted anything on Weibo, but she still had over 10 million followers. Therefore, the post caused a sensation on Weibo within a short time. Some people thought that High-Speed Tech might be owned by Gu Ning, but they didn't have evidence and Gu Ning didn't bother to reply to this question. Some internet users asked Gu Ning whether she would play the game. Gu Ning replied that she would, so many internet users began to say that they would play it as well. When this post was being crazily reposted on Weibo, many people were attracted to its ad. The novel designs and appearance of the characters in the game looked very cool. In addition, the incidental music, the picture quality, and the dubbing were also very amazing. Not everyone was a game lover, but most people were looking forward to it. Some game companies noticed this news as well and felt stressed. They were involved in the gaming industry, so they knew that Battle in the Sky was a high-quality game from its ad. As long as this game was addictive, it could easily become popular. Within half a day, countless people had reposted it on Weibo. After a short while, the ad for Battle in the Sky was on the hottest topics list. Kay along with all the staff members of High-Speed Tech were thrilled to see the reaction. Kay was responsible for this game after all, so he felt proud when it attracted so much attention on Weibo. Therefore, Kay invited his staff and Gu Ning to dine together. He was very rich, so they decided to dine in a 5-star restaurant. Because Gu Ning was free, she joined them together with Gao Yi and Xiao Ya. However, she ran into Qi Ziyue and Tang Yexin in the restaurant. Although Qi Ziyue knew that Gu Ning had a close relationship with Leng Xiaoting, he was still interested in her. Tang Yexin hated Gu Ning as usual, and they only behaved themselves when Leng Xiaoting was with her. Gu Ning directly ignored them when she walked by them. It wasn't the right time for her to deal with them right now. What a great beauty! Qi Ziyue's friends didn't know Gu Ning, and were amazed by her outstanding appearance. Gu Ning was dressed like a mature woman today with light makeup, so she was too noticeable to be ignored. She's beautiful and elegant, another man said. Hearing that, Tang Yexin was displeased, especially when she noticed Qi Ziyue looking at Gu Ning. Tang Yexin knocked her elbow into Qi Ziyue and glared at him. After the meal, Kay and his staff went to sing together, but Gu Ning went back home. The next day, Gu Ning met Bailey Zongyang again when she was running in the morning. Nice to see you again, Miss Gu. Bailey Zongyang greeted her of his own accord. Nice to see you, Mr. Bailey, Gu Ning said. Oh, I've watched many videos of you rescuing other people. You're really a nice girl. I'm also impressed by your fighting skills. If you don't mind, can we have a competition for fun? Bailey Zongyang asked. Actually, he already had the thought when he saw Gu Ning yesterday. He knew that Gu Ning was a kung fu master. Sure. Gu Ning agreed. She didn't turn him down because she wanted to try it too. She was curious to know how good Bailey Zongyang was at martial arts. Although Gu Ning agreed to have the competition with Bailey Zongyang, she knew that he wouldn't use his full strength, so she decided to do the same thing. In fact, even if Gu Ning used her full strength, she wasn't confident that she could win because Bailey Zongyang was the most outstanding cultivator in the cultivation world. She knew little about cultivators, but she was aware that they weren't ordinary people. If she really wanted to win, the Jiao could help her, but she didn't think it was necessary. At least Bailey Zongyang had been very kind to her till now. After that, they found an empty space and were ready to have the competition. Because both of them were trying to test each other's skills, they didn't use their full strength at the beginning. As time went by, they gradually used greater strength, but it was still an even game. They only used their physical strength, instead of their magical power. Gu Ning and Bailey Zongyang were aware that neither of them was weak. However, Gu Ning knew that Bailey Zongyang was a cultivator, but Bailey Zongyang didn't know that Gu Ning had magical power. Therefore, Gu Ning wasn't surprised by Bailey Zongyang's ability, but Bailey Zongyang was greatly surprised by Gu Ning's strength. In his eyes, Gu Ning looked to be an ordinary girl, but she was even as strong as him. Although he didn't use his full strength, there was no doubt that Gu Ning was a great match for him. Bailey Zongyang was unwilling to reveal his real level, so he stopped later. I think it's enough. Sure. Gu Ning stopped as well. Miss Gu, I'm surprised by your strength, Bailey Zongyang said. Mr. Bailey, you're very outstanding too, Gu Ning said politely. Have you been practicing Kung Fu ever since you were a kid? Bailey Zongyang asked with curiosity. Yes, Gu Ning answered. Bailey Zongyang nodded and didn't ask further. He had no intention to find out Gu Ning's family background, because he had no conflict against her. May I have the honor of having breakfast with you? Bailey Zongyang asked again. I'm sorry, I'll dine at home, Gu Ning said. Fine, we can do it next time. Bailey Zongyang didn't seem disappointed. No problem. Gu Ning agreed. Because of Master Su Qining got to know that Gu Ning was in the capital now. She called Gu Ning at once and invited her to dine together that evening. Su Qining had been to the Shengning organization before, so she knew that high-speed tech was owned by Gu Ning. High-speed tech was one of the hottest topics on Weibo now, so she was afraid that Gu Ning would be very busy these days. Gu Ning had planned to dine with Su Qining and Gu Anna when she was totally free, but she accepted Su Qining's invitation since Su Qining called her first. Afterwards, they agreed to meet each other at a Western restaurant. In the afternoon, Gu Ning told Gao Yi and Xiaoya to go back home before her, and she went to see Su Qining. When Su Qining met Gu Ning, she said, Ning Ning, do you still remember Shen Baixiang? The man you saw last time when I went to see you at your company. Yeah, what's wrong? Is he still bothering you? Gu Ning asked. You're right. I frequently run into him these days, and I don't think it's a coincidence. He always tries to talk to me and tell me how regretful he feels now. I think he probably found out about my family background, Su Qining said. She wasn't dumb after all. Well, he must have found out your family background, so he's unwilling to give you up. Gu Ning pulled her lips. I think so. Gu Anna joined in their discussion. He doesn't say it clearly, so I don't know how to reject him, Su Qining said. Just ignore him then, Gu Ning said. That's the only thing I can do now, Su Qining sighed. It was still early when they finished dinner, so they decided to go to a shopping mall together. They didn't go back home until it was 11 p.m. 2 days later, the news conference about Cozy's makeup products was held. Gu Ning then sent Jiang Jimin a message to tell her to pay some attention to it. Jiang Jimin read Gu Ning's message when she was back in her bedroom for a nap. She was surprised by the news and went to watch the video of the news conference at once. To her astonishment, Cozy indeed launched makeup products within a month, which meant that Zhang Yutong lost the bet. Jiang Jimin was very satisfied and ran to see Zhang Yutong without hesitation. At this time, Zhang Yutong was about to go shopping with her friends, but Jiang Jimin stopped her. Hey, do you still remember the bet you made with Gu Ning the other day? Zhang Yutong frowned. She didn't understand why Jiang Jimin mentioned it right now. She thought that Cozy might really have released a makeup line within a month, but she was unwilling to accept it. So, Jiang Yutong cocked her eyebrow. Great, save some money for 100 sets of Cozy products, Jiang Jimin said and gloated over Jiang Yutong's failure. What do you mean? Jiang Yutong panicked. She couldn't believe that Cozy really released a makeup line within a month. In that case, she would lose a lot of money. I think you know the answer. Cozy just had a news conference about its makeup products yesterday. You can check on its official website, Jiang Jimin said. After that, she turned around and left. Jiang Yutong took out her phone at once to watch Cozy's news conference. After watching the video, she was shocked. At the same time, she was also mad at Cozy. She blamed Cozy for her failure, and she still had no idea that Cozy actually was owned by Guning. Other women, on the contrary, were excited to see the makeup products from Cozy. Many of them ran to Cozy counters, but it took about a week for cosmetic counters to get the new products. Luckily, direct sales stores of Cozy told them that the new products would be delivered tomorrow. That was the advantage of the direct sales stores. Although Cozy only had 2 direct sales stores right now, it still sold its products at cosmetic counters in large shopping malls. And it was Ning Changkai's job to make the arrangements. In fact, not every cosmetic counter was directly managed by the brand, because there were too many shopping malls around the country. Cozy wasn't a very influential brand right now, so it only had a few cosmetic counters in some big shopping malls. It wasn't easy for a brand to join a large shopping mall after all. However, because Cozy was becoming increasingly famous, more and more shopping malls were willing to work with it. Therefore, Cozy was still able to have a place in many well-known shopping malls in big cities. Other than for the cosmetic counters, Cozy also had more and more direct sales stores. Once some Cozy fans heard that the new products would be delivered to its direct sales stores tomorrow, they got excited. However, they didn't leak the information to other people, in case they failed to get the new products. A staff member of Cozy told them that the amount of the first batch of Cozy makeup products was limited, so nobody wanted to share it with other people. The next day, many women went to wait at the door of Cozy direct sales stores in the early morning even before they were open. They didn't know when the new products would be delivered, but they were reluctant to miss them. Moreover, they were willing to wait a long time for the new products. Actually, all the staff members were already busy putting the new products on shelves at midnight yesterday. Cozy's direct sales stores opened at 8:30 a.m., and staff began to work at 9 p.m. So a staff member who came to open the door was surprised by the large group of Cozy fans. She soon realized that they came here for the new products. Even though she was aware of Cozy's popularity, she was still amazed by the long line. Because she was wearing her casual clothing, nobody knew that she was a staff member of Cozy. So when she tried to move through the large group of women to open the door, the women were furious and surrounded her. The staff member was scared and explained that she came to open the door. Knowing that, the large group of women were excited and allowed her to pass right away. The staff member was amused by their attitude and opened the door at once. She was also a woman, but she still couldn't understand the women's obsession with Cozy. Nevertheless, she loved to see them being so crazy about Cozy, because she could get more commission. Once the door was open, the large group of women swarmed inside. It seemed like they were going to rob everything in their sight. There were too many people running forward, and a short girl couldn't see anything. She shouted all of a sudden, "I want a lipstick of each color, an eyeshadow palette of all color systems, and the whitest pressed powder." Cozy lipstick had 12 colors in all. The eyeshadow palette had 3 color systems, namely earth tone, peach bloom tone, and red brown tone. There were 12 colors on each eyeshadow palette. And almost every girl had at least 1 pressed powder. "No problem, miss, but I'm afraid you need to wait for a while longer, because there are too many people ahead of you." The staff member felt that it wasn't easy to satisfy this girl's needs. She was the only staff member in this store right now. "Fine, but don't forget to give me what I want." The girl understood. She didn't bother making things more difficult for the staff member, because she only wanted the new products of Cozy. "Sure." The staff member agreed. The other women also wanted to do the same thing as the girl, but they didn't need so many makeup products. After a short while, other staff members came to work and were amazed by the scene as well. Even though it wasn't working time yet, they had to begin to work right away. Before the first group of customers got what they wanted, the next group of customers came. Those who already bought what they wanted immediately posted photos of cozy makeup on their social media to show off. They were the first group of people who had cozy makeup. Within a short time, they attracted more people to come. During this day, the direct sale stores of cozy were completely crowded. As for the 100 sets of all of cozy products that Zhang Yutong had to buy after she lost the bet, Gu Ning decided to deliver them later, because the production speed of Colane was limited. The news that cozy couldn't keep its makeup products on shelves soon went abroad. More and more people wanted to buy them, but they were out of stock. Most importantly, there were only direct sales stores in the capital and City B. Cozy also had an official website, but its makeup products were out of stock everywhere now. Zhang Yutong heard the news about cozy later, but she didn't want to fulfill her promise, and she even planned to deny it. However, she was unwilling to annoy Gu Ning because of Gu Ning's family background, so she felt cornered. Jiang Jimin said to her, "Well, you can't forget the bet, right? They're out of stock now." Zhang Yutong argued, "It's not a problem. You can pay the deposit first, and they'll get 100 sets of cozy for you within 3 days." Jiang Jimin said, "You?" Zhang Yutong was mad because she knew that Jiang Jimin said it on purpose. Because they were talking in the living room, their mothers heard it as well. Jiang Yutong's mother glared at her. "What? Why do you want to buy 100 sets of cozy? Why do you need so much of it?" Although she also had several sets of cozy, 100 of them were too many. They couldn't use all of them before the expiration date. Jiang Yutong hesitated for a while. She didn't know how to explain it to her mother, but Jiang Jimin interrupted her. Zhang Yutong had a bet with Gu Ning a few days ago. If the makeup line of cozy is put on the market within a month, Zhang Yutong loses the bet, and she has to buy 100 sets of all of cozy's products. If not, Gu Ning will send Zhang Yutong 100 sets of all of cozy's products. It's their agreement, and many people are aware of it. Since cozy really released a makeup line within a month, Zhang Yutong has to fulfill her promise. Jiang Jimin was gloating over Zhang Yutong's failure, and she didn't bother to hide it. The Jiang family knew that Jiang Jimin and Zhang Yutong never got along with each other, so they were already used to their arguments. "What? Why did Gu Ning make such a bet with Yutong?" Zhang Yutong's mother asked with obvious dissatisfaction. Hearing that, Jiang Jimin understood that Zhang Yutong's mother blamed Gu Ning for it, so she explained further. "It's not Gu Ning's fault. Zhang Yutong challenged Gu Ning when we were talking about cozy." Zhang Yutong didn't deny it. Zhang Yutong's mother closed her mouth now. In that case, it was indeed Zhang Yutong's fault. "Well, it's Yutong's fault, but 100 sets are too many," Zhang Yutong's mother said. She was still blaming Gu Ning. Since Gu Ning is a successful businesswoman, she shouldn't be so mean. Zhang Yutong's mother didn't want her to pay for 100 sets of cozy, because it cost too much money. Zhang Yutong's mother only controlled her temper because she didn't dare to offend Gu Ning. Otherwise, she would directly ignore this ridiculous bet. Gu Ning had the Tang family's support after all, and it wasn't a secret that she was very important in the Tang family. Gu Ning told me about the release conference of cozy's makeup line herself. "I don't think she'll let it go," Jiang Jimin said. "Well?" Zhang Yutong's mother frowned. Did they have to buy 100 sets of all of the cozy products? They could afford it, but it would cost at least 2 million yuan. "Don't forget how important Gu Ning is in the Tang family's eyes," Jiang Jimin added. Zhang Yutong's mother didn't dare to hesitate now, because the Tang family wasn't a family that they could mess with. Zhang Yutong couldn't afford it herself, so she had to turn to her mother for help. Zhang Yutong's mother had her own savings, but she was reluctant to use it. She thought that they could probably sell the 100 sets to other people to reduce their loss. Therefore, it was the end of the bet. Zhang Yutong's mother still blamed Gu Ning for it, but she didn't dare to say it aloud because she was afraid that Jiang Jimin would tell Gu Ning, which might cause her trouble. Afterwards, Zhang Yutong's mother called Zhang Yutong's father. Although Zhang Yutong's father was angry and criticized Zhang Yutong for a long time, he agreed at the end because he had no choice. Zhang Yutong was his daughter, and he knew his daughter's personality very well, so he was clearly aware that it was Zhang Yutong's fault. Jiang Jimin then told Gu Ning the result. Gu Ning actually didn't have the hope that Zhang Yutong would really buy a 100 sets of cozy, but she loved to see Zhang Yutong doing it. Gu Ning didn't care about how Zhang Yutong would deal with the 100 sets of cozy, because it wasn't her problem. Zhang Yutong and her mother went to a direct sale store of cozy the next morning. Many of cozy's products were out of stock now, but some of them were still left on the shelves. For example, most women liked red lipsticks because red was suitable for everyone. However, not everyone would choose rose. Different people had different preferences. As for those products that were out of stock now, customers could pay a deposit first. Normally, Cozy could replenish its shelves within 3 days or a week at the most. Cozy's loyal customers didn't mind waiting for a week. They paid a deposit, so they were sure to get what they wanted when the next batch arrived. Zhang Yutong and her mother went to the counter and asked for 100 sets of all of the cozy products in the store. All the staff members in the store were shocked and couldn't believe their ears. Zhang Yutong and her mother repeated their demand, but there weren't so many products in the store now. They had to wait for a while. The store manager called the head office later. Because they needed too many products, they needed to wait for a week and the products would be directly delivered by the factory. In addition, Zhang Yutong needed to pay a 20% deposit. If she changed her mind and decided not to buy the products, she couldn't have her deposit back. Zhang Yutong had to buy 100 sets, and she didn't know the owner of Cozy actually was Gu Ning. As a result, she agreed. Once Zhang Yutong and her mother left, the staff members in the store began to talk about them. Jesus, why did they buy so many sets of Cozy? Maybe they need them as gifts. They must be rich people. They definitely didn't know the real reason why Zhang Yutong and her mother bought so many sets of Cozy. Cozy's factory was busy producing its makeup products at this moment. Cozy needed to produce the batch of makeup products for Zhang Yutong first before it provided its business partners with them. Luckily, Cozy wouldn't let its business partners wait too long, because it had the most advanced machines and production lines, and since Cozy was so popular, its business partners were willing to wait. Leng Xiaoting came back at 10 a.m. that day, and went straight to see Gu Ning at her company. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, so he kissed and hugged her and was unwilling to let her go the second he saw her. Master Leng invited them to dine at the Leng family's house. When Gu Ning was alone, Master Leng didn't invite her to dine together because he was afraid that she might feel nervous. So because Leng Xiaoting was back now, and they could share a meal together. It was still very early when Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting arrived at the Leng family's house, so many other people were still absent. Master Leng always stayed home alone, and he felt bored. Although he had many old friends, they couldn't gather together every day. They were old people after all, so they couldn't travel a long distance. Gu Ning happily agreed. In fact, she would visit Master Leng of her own accord, but she hadn't been free these days. Since Leng Xiaoting was back now, they could visit Master Leng together. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting planned to have lunch at 12 p.m., but Gu Ning heard a piece of bad news about Cozy. Many people complained that Cozy skincare products had damaged their skin on the internet. Kay read the news first and reported it to Gu Ning at once. The second Gu Ning heard the news, she knew that it must have been done by her business enemies in order to damage the reputation of Cozy. Cozy was too popular now, and many peers were jealous of it. Given the fame of Cozy now, only third-tier skincare brands would feel threatened. If there was no magical power liquid in Cozy products, Gu Ning couldn't be sure that they were safe and effective, but they had to be safe and effective with the magical power liquid inside. Without solid proof, she couldn't jump to conclusions, and it was possible that the factory forgot to put the magical power liquid into the products. Nevertheless, Gu Ning soon found out that the packages of those skincare products on the internet were very different from real Cozy's. Although they might look the same at first glance, people who were familiar with real Cozy could easily tell the differences. All the packages of Cozy's products carried a light watermark, but those of the fake Cozy didn't, which wasn't very noticeable. Other than the watermark, there were also several other differences between the real and fake Cozy. Those who had bought fake Cozy probably weren't aware of what the packages of real Cozy looked like, so they were deceived. It wasn't an uncommon thing to see fake famous brands now. Therefore, Gu Ning had to find out who was making fake Cozy products in the first place, then cleared Cozy's name. People who were using real Cozy products were defending it on the internet because their skin was fine and even better. Many Cozy fans believed that it was very effective. No one would criticize Cozy after using its products. However, those who had never tried Cozy before were affected by the criticisms leveled at it. Many people joined those who were criticizing Cozy on the internet. Have an investigation into those posts to see whether they have bought fake Cozy, or if they were hired by our business enemies, Gu Ning said to Kay. No problem, boss, Kay replied. Kay left and Gu Ning called Ning Changkai at once. Although Gu Ning was sure that it must be a trap, she still told Ning Changkai to check the factory again in person. Gu Ning was worried that her business enemies might have sent someone into her factory to damage her brand. Ning Changkai have a thorough check without delay, then told Gu Ning that everything was normal. They needed to make an official explanation on Weibo to comfort their customers, but Gu Ning told Ning Changkai to wait until Kay had the result of the investigation. Gu Ning remained calm from the beginning to the end, because it was simply a minor problem that she could encounter in business. By the time Gu Ning finished having lunch with Leng Xiaoting, Kay had the result. Those who criticized Cozy on the internet had indeed bought fake Cozy, but they bought Cozy from surrogate shoppers instead of its direct sale stores. There were countless fake products now, and it was hard to avoid them outside direct sale stores and counters in big shopping malls. Those who chose to believe surrogate shoppers weren't smart enough. After that, Gu Ning told Ning Changkai to post their reply on Weibo. Cozy Official. After the investigation, we found that many internet users who claim that their skin has been damaged by Cozy products have actually bought fake Cozy. According to the trademark law and market competition law, we'll maintain our right to sue the producers of fake Cozy. Anyone who still believes that Cozy has hurt your skin, please show us your proof, including the invoice or bill. We promise that we'll protect your interests and rights as our customer. There were photos of real and fake Cozy products attached to the post as well. In fact, many people were aware of rampant fake skincare products, so most of them chose to believe Cozy's official explanation. Moreover, Cozy was willing to help its customers to sue the evil producer of the fake Cozy. However, the internet water army was unwilling to stop attacking Cozy on the internet, because it was paid for after all. It said that it was a pure act directed by Cozy, and Cozy sold its real and fake products at the same time to lower the cost. Some internet users believed it, while some had doubts, but more people still chose to trust Cozy. Actually, if they knew that Cozy was owned by Gu Ning, they wouldn't be suspicious at all. The producer of fake Cozy wasn't afraid, because it thought that Cozy could do nothing to punish it. Unfortunately, Cozy was Gu Ning's brand, and she was determined to punish those who dared to act against her. Even if the mastermind wanted to stop, it was too late, because the reputation of Cozy was already damaged. It would take some time for Gu Ning to handle it, so there was no final result today. In the afternoon, Gu Ning went to the Leng family's house along with Leng Xiaoting. Master Leng was thrilled to see them, but he was displeased when Gu Ning came inside with bags of gifts. Gu Ning understood that Master Leng already took her as a member of the Leng family, but she thought that she should still not forget her manners. She would probably stop visiting Master Leng with gifts after she married Leng Xiaoting. It was still very early for their wedding. Ning Xiaoting is home now. When can we visit your grandfather in City B, so that we can talk about your engagement? Master Leng asked. Leng Xiaoting also couldn't wait for it. Gu Ning felt a little shy when Master Leng said it right in front of her. Well, I'm free these days. Chun Songyi and Kay would help her manage her company, so even if she was absent, they could make decisions on their own. Great, why don't we go to City B the day after tomorrow? Master Leng asked. He was well prepared for it. Other important members of the Lung family would visit the Tang family in City B too. Gu Ning agreed. Lung Xiaoting beamed with happiness upon thinking that he and Gu Ning were about to be engaged soon. It was rare to see a broad smile on Lung Xiaoting's face, so Master Lung was amused and laughed. After that, they began to chat with each other. A short while later, Lung Xiaojia was back. Lung Xiaojia was in a good mood today, but she changed her expression the second she saw Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting. Lung Xiaoting and Gu Ning didn't mind, but Master Lung was annoyed. However, he was used to it, so he said nothing. Master Lung didn't understand why Lung Xiaojia couldn't be as kind as the other young members in the Lung family.
Grandpa.
Lung Xiaojia only greeted Master Lung before she went upstairs and directly ignored Lung Xiaoting and Gu Ning. Lung Xiaoting and Gu Ning definitely didn't mind. I'm so disappointed at her. Master Lung sighed when Lung Xiaojia was gone. As long as she keeps her distance from Ningning, I'm fine with it, Lung Xiaoting said. He only cared about Gu Ning's feelings. Ningning, if you don't like Xiaojia's behavior, you can do whatever you want. You don't need to worry, you have my support, Master Lung said to Gu Ning. Lung Xiaojia had schemed against Gu Ning last time, and Master Lung didn't forget. Sure. Gu Ning smiled at Master Lung. Before long, Lung Yuanjin and Yu Yin came home. Both of them were delighted to see Gu Ning. Master Lung then told them to visit the Tang family with him the day after tomorrow. Lung Yuanjin and Yu Yin were prepared and agreed with alacrity. Lung Yuanqian's family wasn't aware of Gu Ning's real family background, and Master Lung didn't bother to tell Lung Yuanqian. Although Lung Yuanqian didn't treat Lung Xiaoting badly, he saw Lung Xiaoting as a threat. Besides, once Lung Yuanqian found out Gu Ning's real family background, Zhang Xuyuan would know as well. Master Lung didn't want to hear them arguing anymore. What a shame that Ningning is too young to get married now, Yu Yin said with a smile. She also thought that Lung Xiaoting and Gu Ning were a perfect match. Although Yu Yin rarely talked to Lung Xiaoting, she didn't think that he was a thorn in her side. Lung Yuanjin and Yu Yin treated Lung Xiaoting as a close relative, but Lung Xiaoting wasn't used to it and always stayed alone. Compared with Lung Yuanqian and his wife, Lung Yuanjin and Yu Yin were much kinder. Lung Xiaoting actually also had the idea to marry Gu Ning right now, but Gu Ning was only 19 this year, so he had to wait for another 3 years. 3 years were a very long time. Gu Ning was amused by Lung Xiaoting's reaction, but she could do nothing about it. It was fate. A while later, Zhang Xuyuan got back, and she seemed displeased to see Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting as well. However, she behaved better than Lung Xiaojia. Hi, father. Zhang Xuyuan greeted Master Lung and closed her mouth. Hi, Master Lung said lightly. Oh, is Xiaojia home? Zhang Xuyuan asked. She went upstairs the moment she got back, Master Lung replied. Father, did Xiaojia tell that she ranked 11th in the national gown design competition till now? Only 20 designers are selected for the final round. If she can be one of the top 10 in the final, her designs will directly be sent to Paris Fashion Week, and she'll be famous, Zhang Xuyuan said with great pride. Great, it's good news. Master Lung, however, didn't think it was impressive. Zhang Xuyuan was upset when Master Lung didn't seem excited at all. Gu Ning, however, thought about whether Yu Zi was in the competition as well. Coincidentally, Yu Zi called her at this moment. Gu Ning excused herself and left to answer her call. Hey boss, good news. I ranked 5th in the national gown design competition among the top 20 till now. If I can have a position in the top 10 at the end, my designs will directly be sent to Paris Fashion Week. It's a great honor, Yu Zi said with excitement. Yu Zi called Gu Ning at this time because all of the contestants heard the news just then. Lung Xiaojia went back home in a good mood precisely because she ranked 11th in the competition. She planned to tell Master Lung the good news, but her good mood was ruined by Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting's appearance. Congratulations. I believe that you can do better, Gu Ning said. With Gu Ning's help, Yu Zi was becoming increasingly successful and famous. She met Jason afterwards, which meant she was very likely to become the next well-known international clothing designer. Yu Zi was full of hope and anticipation now. Thank you, boss. Yu Zi thanked Gu Ning and even sobbed on the phone. I wouldn't have today's success without you. I promise that you have my loyalty forever. Gu Ning had helped her a lot, and she felt grateful to her. In fact, nobody could be more influential than Gu Ning now given her family background and connections. It was a smart decision for Yuzi to follow Gu Ning. Great, I'm glad to hear that.
Gu Ning smiled.
After talking with Yuzi, Gu Ning walked back to the living room. What's wrong? Do you need to deal with something else? Master Lung asked her with concern. Oh no, it's one of my subordinates. She also participated in the national gown design competition and reached the final, Gu Ning said on purpose. Really? What's her place? Master Lung asked with surprise, but Zhang Xuyuan looked mad. Master Lung's attitude changed once. He heard that Gu Ning's subordinate had also reached the final. Zhang Xuyuan glared at Gu Ning. Gu Ning didn't mind, but Lung Xiaoting was annoyed and gave Zhang Xuyuan a cold look, which scared Zhang Xuyuan and she moved her eyes away at once. Zhang Xuyuan didn't dare to offend Lung Xiaoting. She ranked 5th, Gu Ning said. She said it calmly like it wasn't a big deal. Zhang Xuyuan, on the contrary, felt like she just made herself a joke because Lung Xiaojia only ranked 11th. She ranked 5th? Good for her. Master Lung complimented. I think she's going to win a place in the top 10 since she already ranks 5th now, Yuyin said. Miss Gu, may I know more about your subordinate? She's really unbelievable, Zhang Xuyuan said in a very unkind tone. Xiaojia just graduated from a famous design academy, and she made it to the top 11 without much experience. I heard that only experienced designers can rank high in such an important competition. Zhang Xuyuan didn't think that Gu Ning's subordinate was better than Lung Xiaojia. Well, she's worked 2 or 3 years longer than Miss Lung, but she's very outstanding among her peers. Her gown brand is also influential now, Gu Ning said. Do you mean charm? Yuyin asked. Zhang Xuyuan didn't think of charm until now. She had definitely heard of charm and she was aware that it was owned by Gu Ning. Exactly, the subordinate of mine is the designer of charm, Gu Ning said with a smile. Charm gowns are indeed very beautiful and of high quality. Although it doesn't have much fame now, I think it'll be famous worldwide sooner or later. I just booked 2 formal gowns last week, Yuyin said with excitement. Auntie, why didn't you tell me that you booked gowns at Charm? I can give you a discount as big as possible, Gu Ning said. It's a business, so I can't accept a discount casually, Yuyin said. She knew that Gu Ning was willing to give her gowns for free. You're my aunt, and I can give you gowns for free if you want them. Well, I can give you a VIP card now and you can have 30% off at Charm from now on, Gu Ning said and took out a VIP card from her bag. As for Zhang Xuyuan, Gu Ning had no intention to give her any gifts. They weren't close and Gu Ning knew that Zhang Xuyuan disliked her success. Zhang Xuyuan felt displeased and embarrassed when Gu Ning ignored her. However, if Gu Ning really gave her a VIP card too, she would refuse to take it. Wow! Yuyin was surprised. Thanks, Ningning. Although a 30% discount wasn't much, it showed Gu Ning's kindness to her. You're welcome, Gu Ning said. Zhang Xuyuan put on a face of disdain. Master Lung didn't think that Gu Ning was impolite, seeing that she ignored Zhang Xuyuan and treated Yuyin kindly, because he knew Gu Ning very well. Gu Ning would only treat other people nicely when others were polite to her. Therefore, Zhang Xuyuan asked for the treatment herself. During dinner, Master Lung said, Yuanjin and Yin will visit the Tang family in City B with me the day after tomorrow, where we'll talk about the engagement between Xiaoting and Ningning. What? The Tang family in City B? Lung Yuanqian, Zhang Xuyuan, and Lung Xiaojia were astonished and confused. They knew that both Lung Xiaoting and Master Lung liked Gu Ning very much, but Gu Ning was only 19 this year. Even if they couldn't wait to be engaged right now, why were they going to City B instead of City F? Lung Yuanqian's family didn't know that Gu Ning was Tang Yunfan's biological daughter. Since Master Lung said that they would visit the Tang family in City B, it couldn't be more obvious that Gu Ning had a special relationship with it. Lung Yuanqian, Zhang Xuyuan, and Lung Xiaojia thought it was impossible. Father, what Tang family in City B? Zhang Xuyuan asked. The richest Tang family in City B. It's Gu Ning's family, Tang Yunfan is her father, Master Lung said. What? Lung Xiaojia rounded her eyes in shock. What? Lung Yuanqian and Jiang Shuyuan were also shocked. They couldn't believe that Tang Yunfan was Gu Ning's father, because Tang Yunfan was the famous Lord Tang of the Tang family in City B, and he was also the chairman of Tang Huang. The Tang family was the #1 family in City B, and it had both power and wealth. Tang Yunfan's brother, Tang Yunhang, was the party secretary of City B. If Lung Xiaoting had the Tang family's support, he would be a greater threat to Lung Xiaoming. It was unacceptable in Lung Yuanqian's family's eyes. Actually, Lung Xiaoting couldn't easily surpass Lung Xiaoming alone without his future wife's family support. Isn't Gu Ning's surname Gu? Isn't she from City F? How come she's a member of the Tang family in City B now? Jiang Shuyuan asked. It's the Tang family's family affair, and we shouldn't talk about it. Anyway, Gu Ning is Tang Yunfan's biological daughter, which is the undeniable truth, Master Lung said. She must either be a stepdaughter or an illegitimate daughter. Lung Xiaojia blurted it out. Shut your mouth. Master Lung snapped at Lung Xiaojia. Although it was the truth, he was worried that Gu Ning might feel hurt. Actually, even if Gu Ning was Tang Yunfan's love child, she was very important in the Tang family. Am I wrong? Lung Xiaojia argued. Yeah, you're right, but so what? Gu Ning admitted it with alacrity. She had no intention to hide her history, because she had already become successful on her own. It didn't matter whether she was Miss Tang or not. As long as she wanted, she could change her surname to Tang at any time. However, she kept her name as Gu Ning, and she was determined to fight for her future on her own. Oh, an illegitimate daughter. It's super embarrassing if the Lung family marries an illegitimate daughter, Lung Xiaojia said with obvious disdain and looked satisfied after knowing that Gu Ning was an illegitimate daughter. Shut up. Master Lung was angry. In fact, Master Lung didn't think it was embarrassing at all. He appreciated Gu Ning, not her family background. Lung Xiaojia was a little scared, but was reluctant to give up. Grandpa, I said that for the Lung family's own good. Our family is the top family in the capital. What if? Go back to your room now. Master Lung interrupted her before she could finish. Grandpa Lung, it's fine. Gu Ning comforted Master Lung at once. She then turned to look at Lung Xiaojia. You're right that nobody likes an illegitimate daughter, but I'm unstoppable. Do whatever you can, and you'll see who's the winner. Lung Xiaojia opened her mouth trying to say something, but her mouth was struck by a large piece of meat all of a sudden. It was thrown over by Lung shouting. He remained silent the entire time, but it didn't mean that he wasn't mad. He had promised to let Gu Ning deal with it herself, but he couldn't tolerate it now and took action right away. The scene shocked everyone around the table, and Lung Xiaojia was totally stunned. Xiaojia, are you all right? Jiang Shuyuan went to help Lung Xiaojia in a hurry. Shouting, how could you do that? She questioned Lung Shouting in anger. If you dare to say something like that again, I'm able to do anything, Lung Shouting coldly said. Although Lung Shouting always stayed alone and kept a distance from others, he seldom vented his anger at them. Not to mention Lung Xiaojia, even Master Lung felt a little shocked and frightened. Mom! Lung Xiaojia hid behind her mother's back. She didn't dare to act against Lung Shouting anymore. It's fine. Let's go back to your room now, Jiang Shuyuan said and left with Lung Xiaojia. Both of them had lost their appetite. Ningning, please don't mind it. I don't think there is anything wrong with your history, and I can't wait to see Shouting marry you, Master Lung said. Right, Ningning, we like you too, and we really hope that you can marry into our family one day, Yuan said as well. I agree. Lung Yuanjin nodded. Miss Gu, I'm sorry. Please accept my sincere apologies. It's my fault that my daughter behaved so badly, Lung Yuanqian said to Gu Ning. He didn't want Lung Shouting to marry a girl with a powerful family background, but it was something out of his control. Even though he had the same idea as Lung Xiaojia and thought that it was humiliating for an illegitimate daughter to marry into the Lung family, he didn't dare to say it aloud. Besides, Master Lung was the decision-maker in the Lung family, and nobody could change his decisions. Leng Yuanqian was a senior official in the government, so he was highly flexible. Even though Jiang Xuan forgot her manners in their home, she had no disagreement with her colleagues. Everyone had a different side in different situations.
Infine.
I don't mind it at all, Guning said. She indeed couldn't care less about Leng Xiaojia. Although Leng Xiaojia was attacking her, she had the courage to face the truth. Seeing that Guning was fine, the others felt relieved and kept on enjoying the meal. And except for Leng Yuanqian, the others were back in a good mood. Mom, how could Leng Xiaoting do that to me? My mouth is so sore now. Leng Xiaojia complained the moment she was in her bedroom. Leng Xiaoting heavily hit her mouth with a large piece of meat, and her teeth knocked against her lips, which was really painful. All right, keep your voice low. If he hears you, he probably will do something else to hurt you again, Jiang Shuyuan said. Jiang Shuyuan was unwilling to annoy Leng Xiaoting anymore. Although she was angry as well, she could do nothing about it. Leng Xiaoting looked scary when he was mad. To their astonishment, Leng Xiaoting was willing to do anything to defend Guning. Mom, I hate them. I hate them, Leng Xiaojia said. So? What can you do about it? Jiang Shuyuan rolled her eyes. Leng Xiaojia was full of hatred now. It seemed that she had to make a decision right now. Mom, I need some sleep. Can you leave me alone? Leng Xiaojia pretended to be tired. Fine, have a good rest. Jiang Shuyuan didn't think further and left. Leng Xiaojia lay down on her bed afterwards. Jiang Shuyuan suddenly thought of something when she was about to close the door of Leng Xiaojia's bedroom. Oh, one of Guning's subordinates ranked 5th among the top 20 in the competition this time. What? Leng Xiaojia sat up at once in shock. She knew that Yuzi was the clothing designer of Charm, and Charm was owned by Guning. If Yuzi didn't work for Guning, Leng Xiaojia wouldn't mind it, but unfortunately she worked for Guning. She really hated the feeling when Guning could always do better and be more noticeable than her. She made up her mind to overshadow Guning one day. Jiang Shuyuan understood that Leng Xiaojia would be in a terrible mood after hearing the news, but she couldn't keep it a secret. Once Jiang Shuyuan was gone, Leng Xiaojia took out her other phone and dialed a number. Hi Amy, have you made up your mind? A foreigner said on the phone. It was obvious that they had discussed it earlier on. Yeah, I'll send her information to you later along with half of the remuneration. I don't want her dead, just disfigured or disabled, Leng Xiaojia said with an evil expression. Because of Guning, she had tolerated a lot. She was a selfish person and blamed Guning for everything, but she had actually caused Guning trouble first. Although Leng Xiaojia was aware of Guning's real family background now, her hatred got the better of her and she lost her reason. The only thing she didn't dare to do now was to directly kill Guning. She knew that it was illegal and she might be killed too if those who cared about Guning found out what she did. She had never killed someone before, and she was scared of murder. Even if Guning was killed by someone she hired, she would still feel really anxious and have a guilty conscience, which was torture in her eyes. Leng Xiaoting wasn't dumb, and it would be easy for him to find out if she couldn't stay calm. In fact, this wasn't the first time she had contacted a foreigner. She had called him last time, but stopped her plan at the last second. However, she failed to control herself this time. The foreigner was a professional killer from country Y, and Leng Xiaojia kept in touch with him under a fake name. Smith helped her find this killer. Leng Xiaojia only trusted Smith now. Smith wasn't a good man, so he didn't think that it was wrong for Leng Xiaojia to pay a killer to kill someone for her, and he had actually done the same thing before. He knew someone in the mafia of country Y, so he gave Leng Xiaojia a helping hand. No problem, Amy. Please wait for my information with patience, the foreigner said. He didn't tell Leng Xiaojia when he could finish the task, because he needed some time to measure it. Once he made his judgment, he would set a price for it. After hanging up the call, Leng Xiaojia was still very nervous. It was crazy, but she felt excited as well. She believed that Guning was doomed this time. Without delay, Leng Xiaojia sent a message to the foreigner. Guning, female 19, born in City F, shows up often in City B and the capital. Leng Xiaojia didn't know the address of Guning's home, so she only told the killer the locations of the stores of Charm, Jade Beauty Jewelry, and Cozy. Other than that, she also gave the killer Gu Ning's schedule for the day after tomorrow. Although she didn't have a thorough document about Gu Ning, she had provided the killer with enough information. Jiang Shuan went back to the dining hall. Even though she lost her appetite, she still forced herself to eat something. After a short while, they finished dinner and moved to the living room together. Leng Yuanqian said nothing about what had just happened, but he was displeased. He was unwilling to see Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning now, so he excused himself and went to his room. He didn't bother to ask Master Leng for more details about Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning's engagement because he knew that Master Leng didn't want him to be involved. And honestly, he had no interest in it either. Jiang Shuyan also made an excuse and left soon. However, nobody cared about them, and the others felt more relaxed when they were gone. Auntie Cozy's makeup products were just put out on the market. I've brought a set for you and Xiaoxi. You can give it a try and tell me your thoughts afterwards, Gu Ning said, handing Yuyin 2 gift bags. Although there was a scandal about Cozy on the internet, Gu Ning didn't think that Yuyin would be suspicious of her. She believed that Yuyin would trust her and Cozy's quality. At that time, Yuyin didn't know about what had happened to Cozy, but she would still choose to believe Gu Ning even if she had heard about it. Thanks. Yuyin was surprised and excited. Gu Ning came to the Leng family's old house with gifts every time, but she had only given Gu Ning a red envelope at their first meeting. Nevertheless, they would be family soon, so it wasn't a big deal. My pleasure.
Gu Ning smiled.
Yuyin was much kinder than Jiang Shuan to Gu Ning, so Gu Ning was willing to treat Yuyin well. Ningning, I love your gift. I'll try it tonight. Yuyin was very excited. Jiang Shuan didn't go back to her room, but went to Leng Yuanqian's study. Yuanqian, what should we do now? It turns out that Gu Ning is Tang Yunfan's biological daughter. If Leng Xiaoting really marries her in the future, he would have the Tang family's support too. In that case, he will be too powerful to be stopped. Jiang Shuyuan was really worried. She hoped that her son could be better than Leng Xiaoting in every aspect, but unfortunately the reality was the opposite. How would I know? I have no idea. Leng Yuanqian frowned. Even Leng Yuanqian didn't know what to do now, so Jiang Shuyuan was restless. Even if Leng Xiaoting doesn't marry Gu Ning, he's still more outstanding than Xiaoming, Leng Yuanqian said. It was the undeniable truth, although he was reluctant to admit it. Leng Xiaoting became a major general at a very young age, so Leng Xiaoming was much less noticeable compared to Leng Xiaoting. How could you say that about our own son? Xiaoming isn't bad at all, Jiang Shuyuan said. She was unwilling to hear it. It's the truth, Leng Yuanqian said. Even though Jiang Shuyuan was displeased, she couldn't deny it. All right, you can leave now. I still need to deal with my work now, Leng Yuanqian said. Jiang Shuyuan then left. After she went back to her room, Jiang Shuyuan thought that she should tell Leng Xiaoming the news, so she called Leng Xiaoming at once, and Leng Xiaoming answered. Mom, what's up? Leng Xiaoming didn't want to hear from his mother because she talked endlessly. Xiaoming, your grandfather just said that they're going to talk about Leng Xiaoting's engagement with Gu Ning, Jiang Shuan said. What? Isn't Gu Ning only 19 this year? Leng Xiaoming was surprised. Yeah, Leng Xiaoting couldn't wait because he doesn't want to miss this great chance, Jiang Shuan unkindly said. Do you know that Gu Ning is Tang Yunfan's biological daughter? She has the Tang family's support in City B. Jiang Shuan believed that Leng Xiaoting was eager to get engaged to Gu Ning because of Gu Ning's family background. Gu Ning is Tang Yunfan's biological daughter? Leng Xiaoming was shocked. Isn't her surname Gu? Isn't she from City F? When did she become a member of the Tang family in City B? She's an illegitimate daughter, Jiang Shuyuan said. If she can marry into the Leng family, the Tang family can benefit from it as well, so they have to be supportive. Jiang Shuyuan could only see how things would benefit people, and Gu Ning's marriage with Leng Xiaoting would bring the Tang family a lot of advantages. However, that was her own opinion, and the others didn't actually think of it in this way. Although Leng Xiaoming didn't think that Leng Xiaoting would marry for power and wealth, he ached to succeed and always wanted to surpass Leng Xiaoting, so it was bad news for him. If Lung Xiaoting really marries Gu Ning, he'll be the decision-maker in the Lung family, Zhang Shuyuan said with disappointment. It's still too early to say that. Gu Ning is only 19 this year. She has to wait for 3 years to legally marry Lung Xiaoting. Who knows what will happen in the next 3 years? Lung Xiaoming said. He stayed calmer than his mother. Zhang Shuyuan's eyes lit up at once. Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting were only going to be engaged, and they still had to wait for 3 years. Anything could happen in the coming 3 years. Maybe Lung Xiaoting would fail to marry Gu Ning in the end. Even if no accidents happened in the future, Zhang Shuyuan believed that they could cause some accidents if they wanted to. Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting left when it was about 9 p.m. You can directly take action to shut her mouth if it happens again, Lung Xiaoting said once he drove the car out of the Lung family's house. He was a little dissatisfied with Gu Ning's tolerance. Gu Ning actually had her own concerns. If another person had humiliated her, she would have taken action, but it was Lung Xiaojia. Gu Ning had to consider Master Lung's feelings. However, in order to comfort Lung Xiaoting, Gu Ning agreed in the end. After that, she called Tang Haifeng and told him that Master Lung would visit them the day after tomorrow. She told her family earlier so that they could be prepared. Lung Xiaoting wanted to have sex with Gu Ning after they got back to his house, but unfortunately Gu Ning was on her period, leaving him utterly disappointed. Although he was eager to have sex with her, he cared about Gu Ning's body more, so he went to have a cool shower by himself. Gu Ning was amused by his reaction, but she couldn't do anything about it. Because they couldn't make love, they played on the phone together. Gu Ning was reading comments about Cozy on the internet, where many internet users were still arguing with each other. In fact, it wasn't a hot topic on Weibo anymore, so only a small amount of people were paying attention to it. Cozy's quality problem attracted a lot of attention because of Gu Ning's influence. Lung Xiaoting said to Gu Ning later, "Ning Ning, can you give me more of your magical pills? One of my comrades was injured after this task. Although it isn't serious, I still hope that he can have a quicker recovery." He was running out of Gu Ning's magical pills because his job was very dangerous and he often got injured. In the past, they could only rely on time and luck to recover. This was the first time that Lung Xiaoting had asked Gu Ning for something of his own accord, so he felt a little embarrassed. "Sure," Gu Ning said without hesitation, and a large bottle appeared in her hand in an instant. "There are 100 pills here. You can share them with your comrades. It can save your lives at the key moment after all." Gu Ning understood that Lung Xiaoting and his comrades were very close to one another, and they worked together as a team. They might sacrifice their lives at any moment, so it was understandable that Lung Xiaoting asked for the pills for his comrades. Lung Xiaoting cared about his comrades, and Gu Ning cared about his feelings. In addition, she had already met many of Lung Xiaoting's comrades. Su Jinchan, Chanmeng, Xian Bei, Ai Weixin, and Zhao Lang had all left a good impression on her. No matter which one of them was in danger, she wouldn't spare any effort to help. Also, because they were a team, they would affect each other during their work. For example, if any of them were injured in a dangerous mission, the whole team's efficiency would be affected and Lung Xiaoting, the team leader, would be burdened. However, if they had magical pills with them, they would be able to recover within a short time and Lung Xiaoting would feel less stressed. Therefore, Gu Ning was helping Lung Xiaoting and his comrades at the same time. To be honest, she really wouldn't know how to face or accept it if anything bad happened to Lung Xiaoting. Lung Xiaoting felt touched and wanted to thank Gu Ning, but she stopped him. "You don't need to thank me. As long as you want, I can give you anything I have." "Great." Lung Xiaoting listened to her. The next morning, Kay sent Gu Ning a message about the result. He found the mastermind through the surrogate shoppers. The mastermind was the boss of Corydalus Makeup, and his name was Zhuang Chuanhao. Corydalus Makeup was a third-tier makeup brand in City Q, but it was very ambitious. It always tried to improve its reputation and increase its sales. The quality of Corydalus Makeup was fine, and it was very likely for it to get a higher position on the market. Nevertheless, Cozy overshadowed it, and the sales of Corydalus Makeup dropped at once. If it continued, Corydalus Makeup would be losing its customers. Zhuang Chuanhao was alert to the danger, so he schemed against Cozy. Gu Ning definitely wouldn't tolerate it, so she decided to do something. However, she needed to go back to City B with Master Lung tomorrow, so she couldn't collect the evidence herself. Instead, she asked Gao Yi and Xiaoye to deal with it for her. Kay found the mastermind, but he didn't have enough evidence. And even if they knew that it had to be a scheme, the public wouldn't believe them without solid proof. That being the case, Gu Ning told Gao Yi and Xiaoye to find more persuasive evidence. It would be very easy for Gao Yi and Xiaoye to solve this problem, so they flew to City Q without delay. Gu Ning, on the other hand, stayed in the capital. And although Lung Xiaoting was back, Gu Ning still went to her company every day by herself. In the morning, Lung Xiaoting went to visit his injured comrade at the Military General Hospital. He needed to give his comrade the magical pills before he went to meet with Gu Ning. Lung Xiaoting's injured comrade was Zhao Weixian, who ranked 8th in the Red Flame. Xiao Nanshan, the 12th member of the Red Flame, was staying with him in the hospital. Zhao Weixian was shot in the shoulder, and the bullet was already removed, so he was fine now, but normally he would have to stay in bed for at least half a month. Luckily, with the help of Gu Ning's medicine, he could have a quick recovery. Many of the Red Flames members were aware of the unbelievable effect of Gu Ning's medicine, but they were still amazed again when they witnessed it. A few minutes after Zhao Weixian took a pill, he felt a lot less pain from his shoulder. They all knew that the medicine was from Gu Ning, and they all admired her even though she was only a young girl. They never judged a person from her age but instead judged her ability. Some people were old but were good for nothing, while some people had a lot of achievements at a very young age. Although they hadn't met Gu Ning yet, they had read a lot of news about her on the internet, so they were looking forward to meeting Gu Ning one day. Zhao Weixian and Xiao Nanshan asked Lung Xiaoting when they could meet Gu Ning in the capital. They had only seen Gu Ning's photos on the internet, so it didn't feel real. Su Jinshin had also shown off his meetings with Gu Ning in front of them, which made them feel envious. Lung Xiaoting didn't answer their question right away, but said that he needed to ask for Gu Ning's opinions. Zhao Weixian and Xiao Nanshan agreed because they needed to respect Gu Ning. Gu Ning wasn't free all the time after all. She was the founder of a business empire. In the beginning, both Zhao Weixian and Xiao Nanshan had the idea to compete with Gu Ning in fighting, but they gave up once they heard what had happened to Su Jinshan and Chen Meng. Lung Xiaoting arrived at the Shengning organization before lunch because he planned to dine with Gu Ning later. They didn't dine outside, but instead enjoyed the food from the cafeteria at Gu Ning's office. Lung Xiaoting told Gu Ning that his comrades wanted to meet her if she was free that afternoon. In fact, Lung Xiaoting was more than willing to bring Gu Ning to see his close brothers. It meant that Gu Ning was accepted by his small group of close friends, and he hoped that she could get along well with his close friends. Gu Ning understood that Lung Xiaoting also wanted her to see his comrades, so she agreed. As Lung Xiaoting's girlfriend, Gu Ning thought that it was necessary for her to meet his close brothers. They decided to have dinner with Lung Xiaoting's comrades that afternoon. Lung Xiaoting then sent a message to his comrades, who were happy to hear this good news. At 2 p.m. Gao Yi and Xiaoye arrived at City Q. They contacted Kay at once because they needed to know the key people they needed to follow later. Only Kay knew how to track their locations through their mobile phones. Seconds later, Gao Yi and Xiaoye separated to take action. At about 5 p.m., Gu Ning got off work, so Lung Xiaoting booked a private room at the Shangshi Hotel. The Shangshi Hotel was his business anyway. Afterwards, Lung Xiaoting called Zhao Weixian and Xiao Nanshan. Zhao Weixian felt much better after taking Gu Ning's magical pills, and his wound was healing fast, so as long as he moved gently, he could leave the hospital. Therefore, he went to see Lung Xiaoting and Gu Ning with his arm in a brace hanging around his neck. Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting arrived at the Shangshi Hotel later, where Gu Ning found it was very easy to see familiar faces at dinner time. Gu Ning ran into Zhang Xiaoya this time. Zhang Xiaoya was the unimportant actress replaced by Li Miaojia at the filming set of An Empress of Military Blood last time. There were two men with Zhang Xiaoya in the hall. One was a fat, middle-aged man with a plain face, while the other was young, tall and slim. It seemed that the young man was the fat man's secretary. Gu Ning had no interest in them. Zhang Xiaoya, on the other hand, was embarrassed the moment she saw Gu Ning, but next second, she was stunned by Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting was the most handsome man she had ever seen before. Although she was just an unimportant actress in the entertainment industry, she had played in many TV shows before, so she had seen a lot of good-looking actors, but they weren't comparable to Leng Xiaoting. She was curious to know what Leng Xiaoting's relationship with Gu Ning was. The fat, middle-aged man followed Zhang Xiaoya's gaze and looked around. He was also amazed by Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting's outstanding appearances. If he was able to have them work for him, he could easily make a lot of money with their faces. Thinking of that, he walked to Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting at once. "Hi, sorry to bother you. My name's Zheng Dingkai, the general manager of Zhaoyang Entertainment. Do you have interest in becoming stars? Given your outstanding appearances, you can easily become famous with my help." "Sorry, I'm not interested." Gu Ning directly turned him down. Zheng Dingkai, however, was unwilling to give up, because Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were too attractive. "Miss, wait a second. Don't you want to be famous?" Before he could finish, Gu Ning interrupted him. "Manager Zheng, I'm sorry. I own an entertainment company, so I can be famous whenever I want." After that, Gu Ning left Zheng Dingkai behind and walked away with Leng Xiaoting. Zheng Dingkai felt embarrassed when Gu Ning told him that she owned an entertainment company. He didn't know whether it was true or not, but he knew that he shouldn't bother them again. He only felt that it was a shame that he couldn't have them working for his company. Zheng Dingkai turned around, but he caught Zhang Xiaoya fixing her gaze on Leng Xiaoting's back, and he was mad at once. "Zhang Xiaoya, don't forget that you're my mistress right now." His voice was low, but Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were still able to hear it. Gu Ning realized that Zhang Xiaoya had a sexual relationship with the fat man. The man must be her sugar daddy. Gu Ning grimaced and left. Zhang Xiaoya moved her eyes away from Leng Xiaoting the second Zheng Dingkai warned her, and she explained in a hurry. "Please don't misunderstand me. I was looking at the girl. She's the boss of Fenghua Entertainment, and she let Li Miaojia replace me." Zheng Dingkai was aware of Zhang Xiaoya's dismissal, but Zhang Xiaoya didn't tell him the truth. If she told Zheng Dingkai that she was dismissed because of her bad acting, she would be abandoned. Therefore, Zhang Xiaoya only told him that she was replaced by Li Miaojia under the order of the boss of Fenghua. Zhang Xiaoya was picked by Zheng Dingkai because she was beautiful and not very bad at acting. Most importantly, Zhang Xiaoya accepted the unspoken rules, so he decided to spend money on her. Zheng Dingkai wouldn't sleep with every unimportant actress, only with those who begged him for help. Zhang Xiaoya came to him of her own accord and agreed to be his mistress. He also promised to give her several roles to see whether she could become popular. If she couldn't become popular, he would dump her whenever he wanted. If she became popular, he could make money as well. Gu Ning was different, because Gu Ning was unusually beautiful and Zheng Dingkai only wanted to bring fame to her instead of forcing her to sleep with him. Only the most outstanding people could say no to unspoken rules because they didn't lack chances. When Zheng Dingkai heard that Gu Ning was the boss of Fenghua, he was greatly surprised. It turned out that it was true that she really owned an entertainment company. To his astonishment, her entertainment company was Fenghua. Fenghua Entertainment gained a lot of attention in the industry, and it made a lot of money within a short time. The very first film produced by Fenghua Entertainment was a huge box office success. Zheng Dingkai was envious of Fenghua's development. Given Fenghua's ability, he believed that an empress of military blood would be popular and profitable too. Zheng Ding was distracted by Zhang Xiaoya's excuse, and forgot that she had fixed her eyes on Leng Xiaoting just then. However, he still felt utterly embarrassed upon thinking about what he had said to Gu Ning. Zheng Dingkai didn't ask about it further, and Zhang Xiaoya felt relieved. These days she heard that Li Miaojia gained a lot of attention in the crew, and even became close to the leading actors, which filled her with jealousy. She was afraid that Li Miaojia would really be picked by the boss of Fenghua Entertainment and become famous before her. Even if Li Miaojia was going to be popular, Zhang Xiaoya thought that she should be more popular than Li Miaojia at an earlier time. Zhang Dingkai had helped Zhang Xiaoya get a supporting role in a new show, and she relied on it to gain some fame. She was willing to accept unspoken rules, because unspoken rules were the rules in the entertainment industry. She believed that she would be fine and safe as long as she kept it a secret. When Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting walked into the private room, Zhao Weixian and Xiao Nanshan were already waiting for them. They arrived about a dozen minutes earlier than Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting, but the appointed time was 6 p.m., so Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting weren't late. Once the door was pushed open, Zhao Weixian and Xiao Nanshan turned to stare at it, but Leng Xiaoting came in first. They stood up at once because Leng Xiaoting was their leader. And even though they were dining outside now, rules were rules. The next second, Gu Ning appeared. Both Zhao Weixian and Xiao Nanshan were stunned by her beauty. They had seen Gu Ning's photos on the internet, but she was much prettier in real life. "Hi, Mr. Leng and Mrs. Leng," Zhao Weixian and Xiao Nanshan joked. They knew that Leng Xiaoting was going to marry Gu Ning in the future, so they directly called Gu Ning Mrs. Leng. It wasn't the first time that Leng Xiaoting's close brothers had greeted her in this way, but Gu Ning still felt a little shy. Leng Xiaoting, on the other hand, was very satisfied. He then introduced his comrades to Gu Ning. "This is Zhao Weixian and he's Xiao Nanshan. We're in the same team." "Nice to meet you." Gu Ning smiled at them. Since they were Leng Xiaoting's close brothers, there was no need for Gu Ning to call them Mr. "Have a seat, please." Zhao Weixian and Xiao Nanshan invited Gu Ning to sit right away and ignored Leng Xiaoting. But Leng Xiaoting didn't feel displeased at all. After they were all seated, they began to order. When the waiter left with their order, Zhao Weixian said to Gu Ning, "Gu Ning, we've heard a lot about you and we've always wanted to meet you, but we didn't have a chance. If I weren't injured this time and didn't come to the capital to recover, I probably wouldn't have had the opportunity to see you today." Gu Ning was amused and smiled. She understood that they wanted to meet her because she was Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend and wife-to-be. They cared about Leng Xiaoting and Leng Xiaoting's marriage. Zhao Weixian continued, "Oh Gu Ning, thank you so much for your medicine. It's really unbelievably effective. I just took a pill this afternoon and I feel much better now. I think I will probably be fully recovered in a few days." Although Zhao Weixian was very curious to know how Gu Ning got the medicine, he knew that he shouldn't ask for details about it. "To be honest, we were all curious to know what kind of girl could become our boss's girlfriend at the beginning, but now we're convinced. Gu Ning, you're not only beautiful but also outstanding. I think you're one in a million," Xiao Nanshan said. All the members of the Red Flame were extraordinarily strong and skilled, but Gu Ning was even better than some of them, so they all admired and respected her. "Do you mean Xiaoting is attracted to my appearance?" Gu Ning said and pretended to be annoyed. She was just joking. However, Xiao Nanshan panicked a little. "No, I didn't mean that. I mean that you're gorgeous." Xiao Nanshan didn't know how to explain it right now, because he didn't know Gu Ning very well. He thought that Gu Ning was really mad at him. Gu Ning laughed when Xiao Nanshan looked nervous.
I'm sorry, I'm used Gu Ning.
Hearing that, Xiao Nanshan was relieved. Gu Ning wasn't dumb. If Leng Xiaoting was a superficial man, she would have seen through him a long time ago. "Why are they so nervous once you're here? Do you scare them often?" Gu Ning asked Leng Xiaoting. Zhao Weixian and Xiao Nanshan couldn't agree more with Gu Ning, but they didn't dare to say it aloud. "Am I scary?" Leng Xiaoting suddenly stared at Zhao Weixian and Xiao Nanshan. Although he looked innocent, he still sounded threatening. Neither Zhao Weixian nor Xiao Nanshan had the courage to tell the truth. Leng Xiaoting's simple glance scared Zhao Weixian and Xiao Nanshan, and they denied it at once. Of course not. In fact, they weren't scared of Leng Xiaoting, they stood in awe of him. Gu Ning witnessed everything and rolled her eyes. Before long, dishes were placed on the table and they began to chat with each other casually while enjoying the food. Zhao Weixian and Xiao Nanshan asked Gu Ning about her experience of starting up companies. Gu Ning didn't mind sharing her experiences with them, but she kept her jade eyes a secret. She told them that she mostly relied on her luck to be successful. It wasn't a lie or an excuse, because Gu Ning had indeed been very lucky on her way to building her business empire. Her good luck helped her meet skilled subordinates and make more powerful connections. Although Zhao Weixian and Xiao Nanshan had read about some of Gu Ning's experiences on the internet, they were still amazed after hearing more details from Gu Ning. Gu Ning said that she mostly relied on her good luck, but her ability mattered a lot as well. Actually, good luck was also a part of someone's ability. As for Gu Ning's family background, they didn't ask about it, because they didn't think that it was important. They cared more about Gu Ning than her family. As long as Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were in love, and they didn't care about family background wouldn't be important. Leng Xiaoting's teammates were all good men with positive values. They were also used to fighting for whatever they wanted. Zhao Weixian was a major in the army, but his girlfriend was an ordinary white-collar worker. Nevertheless, they had been together for 3 years and they still loved each other deeply. Zhao Weixian even planned to propose to his girlfriend soon. Although Zhao Weixian's girlfriend was aware that he was a soldier in the army, she didn't know that he was a major, because he was only 27 and too young to be a major. The reason why Zhao Weixian could become a major at such an early age was that he had risked his life to fulfill difficult missions many times before. It was not only Zhao Weixian. All the other members in the Red Flame were also ranked high in the army. Zhao Weixian didn't tell his girlfriend his real position in the army, because he wasn't allowed to do that according to the rules. Even Gu Ning didn't know much about Leng Xiaoting's job in the Red Flame. She only knew that he was a major general and always left to complete dangerous tasks. There were many special corps in the army and Gu Ning had heard about some of them, but she still had no idea which team Leng Xiaoting was in. Leng Xiaoting didn't want to talk about his job, so Gu Ning never asked further about it. They all had their own secrets after all. In City Q, Gaoi was following the chairman of Corydalus Makeup, Zhuang Chuanhao, the entire time, while Xiaoye kept a close eye on another key person, the head of its factory, Du Gang. Zhuang Chuanhao went back home once he got off work, but Du Gang stayed outside. In the afternoon, Du Gang dined with the sales manager of Corydalus Makeup, and they talked about Cozy during the meal. Xiaoye was able to hear their conversation because she had quietly stuck a wireless microphone in a less noticeable corner of the door when a waiter walked into the private room. After that, she booked a private room next to theirs and ordered some dishes. Without delay, she turned on her laptop and recorded their conversation. Manager Zhao, will Cozy find out that it was us?
Du Gong asked worriedly.
Cozy had already released an announcement of their intent to sue the mastermind behind the scheme, so Du Gang was afraid that he might be involved in big trouble. He was the head of the factory for Corydalus Makeup after all. The sales manager for Corydalus Makeup was named Zhao Wei, and he was a young man in his early 30s. He was responsible for contacting Du Gang in this scheme against Cozy. Therefore, Du Gang could only turn to Zhao Wei for help after Cozy released the announcement. Don't worry, I don't think Cozy is able to find out that it was us, Zhao Wei said with confidence. Even if Cozy finds out the truth, we will still be fine, because we're already prepared for the next step. We're not dumb, and it's not the end yet. Corydalus Makeup was determined to destroy Cozy. Zhuang Chuanhao was also a successful businessman, and he knew how to achieve his goal. Cozy would undoubtedly give an official explanation to comfort its customers, because it was being criticized now. However, what would happen next? If Corydalus Makeup stopped scheming against Cozy, Cozy would be safe and fine, but what Corydalus Makeup had done before would be meaningless. It would be a total waste of time for Corydalus Makeup to do that then. Therefore, since Corydalus Makeup was determined to move Cozy out of its way, it had prepared a perfect plan. Really? What are we going to do next? Du Gang's eyes lit up at once. I have the goods on a group leader in one of the Cozy factories, and he'll admit that this batch of unqualified Cozy makeup products were produced by them, Zhao Wei said with pride. Hearing that, Xiaoye was annoyed. Du Gang, on the other hand, felt relieved, but he asked with curiosity then, what should we do now? You'll know. Zhao Wei put on a mysterious smile. Since Zhao Wei was unwilling to tell him, Du Gang didn't ask about it further. Xiaoye immediately sent Gu Ning the recording. When Gu Ning received the voice recording from Xiaoye, she had just finished the meal with Leng Xiaoting's friends, But they didn't leave right away. She made an excuse and left to listen to the voice recording in the ladies' room, and to prevent people from hearing it, she put in her earphones. After hearing the voice recording, Gu Ning frowned. To her surprise, her business enemy could affect her factory. She sent a message to Kay at once and told him to investigate all the group leaders of the cozy makeup factory. Because there were several production lines in the cozy makeup factory, and Xiaoyu didn't get detailed information about the guilty group leader, they had to investigate all of the group leaders. It wasn't difficult for them to find the guilty group leader by checking the call records from Zhao Wei. Within a minute, Kay replied to her message and said that he would do it right away. Afterwards, Gu Ning walked out of the ladies' room and went back to her seat. They chatted with each other for a while longer before they left the hotel. Xiao Nanshan and Zhao Weixian went back to the Military General Hospital, while Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting drove home. Although Zhao Weixian's wound was almost healed, he still needed to stay in the hospital for a few days without having permission to leave. He could only leave the hospital if the doctor told him that he was fine after tomorrow's checkup. Soldiers with ranks in the army could have free treatment in the Military General Hospital, so the hospital wouldn't keep the patients for money. Shortly after Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting left the hotel, Gu Ning received Kay's call, and Kay told her that he had found the group leader who secretly kept in touch with Zhao Wei. They had contacted each other with their real phone numbers, so it was very easy for Kay to find the truth. The group leader who stayed in touch with Zhao Wei was Wang Zhonghang. He was about 40 and had worked in Colane for a long time. He had worked for Ning Changkai for years, but still chose to betray him in Colane, which meant that Zhao Wei had something serious on him. Either way, since Wang Zhonghang betrayed Colane, Gu Ning wouldn't hesitate to punish him. Even though Gu Ning knew that Wang Zhonghang was secretly contacting Zhao Wei, she still didn't know what they had talked about with each other, so she couldn't sue Wang Zhonghang right now. If Wang Zhonghang confessed to it before he made a terrible mistake, Gu Ning might forgive him. However, if he continued to do it, Gu Ning would wait until it became serious and seize the chance to severely punish Corydalus Makeup. If she went to meet Wang Zhonghang right now, Corydalus Makeup might stop attacking Cozy, and she wouldn't have a good opportunity to defend herself. Therefore, Gu Ning decided to be patient. She needed to know what exactly Zhao Wei had on Wang Zhonghang. In addition to that, she also needed to learn more about Corydalus Makeup and Zhuang Chuanhao. If she was able to find their dirty secrets, she would directly expose them and ruin Corydalus Makeup. It wouldn't be easy to find their dirty secrets, so Gu Ning needed to wait for a while longer. They weren't dumb after all. Although Gu Ning decided not to see Wang Zhonghang right now, she arranged for someone to spy on him. Ning Changkai had checked the factory once before and he found no problems because Wang Zhonghang hadn't done anything back then, but it didn't mean that he wouldn't do anything in the future either. Therefore, Gu Ning called Ning Changkai and told him about Wang Zhonghang. To Ning Changkai's astonishment, one of his biggest helpers had chosen to betray him, and he felt quite sad about it. Anyway, since Wang Zhonghang was the betrayer, Ning Changkai listened to Gu Ning and spied on him. The next day, Gu Ning went to her company in the morning because she would be going to City B together with the Leng family after lunch. Leng Xiaoting was busy, because he had to be well prepared before he went to visit Gu Ning's family. Master Leng had called Tang Haifeng early that morning, and told him that they would visit the Tang family in City B today to talk about the engagement. Tang Haifeng wasn't surprised because Gu Ning had told him about it before. He was also prepared for it. Gu Ning arrived at her office before 9 a.m., and Kay followed her with his laptop to report what he had found out. Kay didn't go back home last night and had only slept for a few hours when it was almost daybreak, because he knew that this matter was very important. Well, you don't need to rush to deal with it. Your health matters more, Gu Ning said and gave Kay a power crystal. Here, take it. It'll help you get your energy back. Kay had obvious dark circles under his eyes, and Gu Ning saw that he wasn't in a very good condition. It's fine. I think it's better if we can get the result earlier, Kay said and thanked Gu Ning. On another topic, I need to go to City B later, so I'm afraid that I can't show up at the release conference, Gu Ning said to Kay. The release conference of Battle in the Sky was only 3 days away, but Gu Ning would still be in City B at that time. I understand. Kay nodded. After that, Gu Ning began to read the result of the investigation. Although it wasn't easy for them to find out about Wang Zhonghong's relationship with Zhao Wei, Kay was still able to get enough information about it. It turned out that Wang Zhonghong and Zhao Wei came from the same town, and they happened to know each other at a very young age. About 8 years ago, Wang Zhonghong was in his 20s and still worked in his hometown. Wang Zhonghong drove under the influence once and hit someone accidentally, causing their death, after which he fled in panic. However, he was caught by Zhao Wei. It was a small town and there weren't enough security cameras, so the police failed to find Wang Zhonghong, and Zhao Wei also kept it a secret. After the car accident, Wang Zhonghong left for the capital and justice hadn't been done. Zhao Wei met Wang Zhonghong again by chance later, and learned that Wang Zhonghong was working for Colane now. When the company that Zhao Wei worked for planned to scheme against Cozy, he remembered the crime that Wang Zhonghong had committed. Because Wang Zhonghong felt guilty, Zhao Wei successfully threatened him. In fact, even if Zhao Wei called the police, Wang Zhonghong would still be fine because it happened too long time ago and there was no evidence. As long as Wang Zhonghong denied it, he wouldn't be put in jail. However, people with a guilty conscience couldn't help but panic, and it would be used by others. Zhao Wei didn't have evidence back then, but he had a recording of Wang Zhonghong's confession when they talked about it, so Wang Zhonghong had to obey his orders. Gu Ning frowned when she learned about Wang Zhonghong's past. Even if Wang Zhonghong didn't betray Cozy, she would still fire him this time. Zhao Wei also had a dirty secret, but it didn't break the law, because he only had a mistress. If Zhao Wei was an official in the government, he might lose his job if his dirty secret was exposed, but he was a businessman with lower moral standards. Zhuang Chuanhao, on the other hand, clearly broke the law because he had committed bribery and tax evasion. The sales of Corydalus makeup were quite strong during these years, and it had to pay a lot of tax. Zhuang Chuanhao was unwilling to pay so much tax, so he made fraudulent accounts and bribed officials for him to pay less tax. Actually, many companies were doing that, and some officials who had gained benefits from it would turn a blind eye on it. If a company owner didn't offend someone, it would be fine, but he might be in trouble if he annoyed someone who was more influential than him. So Zhuang Chuanhao was in big trouble this time. Gu Ning now had enough evidence in her hands, and she only needed to wait for Corydalus Makeup's next step before she took action. On the internet, people were still talking about Cozy's quality problem. Although the majority of internet users trusted Cozy, some still had doubt. Most importantly, the internet water army was inciting people to criticize Cozy. Master Lung set the departure time at 2 p.m., and they would have dinner with the Tang family. Lung Xiaoting came to pick Gu Ning up to eat at the Lung family's house at noon, after which they would go to the airport together. They would take a private jet to City B this time. However, even though they would take a private jet, they still needed to communicate with the airport earlier on in case any accidents happened. Therefore, they had to board before 1:40 p.m. Yuan didn't hear of the trouble that Cozy was in right now until that morning, but she undoubtedly supported Cozy. She believed that it must have been a trap. Once Gu Ning came, Yuan asked her with concern, "Ning, I just heard about what has happened to Cozy these days. I believe that there are no quality problems with Cozy products, but have you found the mastermind yet?" "Auntie, please don't worry. I've already found the mastermind and I'll make it public at the perfect time," Gu Ning said. "Great." Yuan was comforted. "Ning, don't be merciful. You have my full support," Master Lung said angrily. Yuan had told Master Lung the second she heard about it, so Master Lung was mad now. Gu Ning was very important in Master Lung's eyes, and he was willing to give her his full support no matter what she wanted to do. Although Master Lung was aware that business was like a battlefield, he wouldn't tolerate it when his future granddaughter-in-law was attacked. "I won't be merciful," Gu Ning said. She wasn't weak or too merciful. "If you need any help, just tell Shouting and let him do it for you," Master Lung said. "I will."
Gu Ning smiled.
She never hesitated to turn to Lung Shouting for help when it was necessary. "Ning, will it be fine for you to go to City B and leave your company?" Master Ling asked. Yeah, I don't need to deal with everything myself, my staff can handle everything, Gu Ning said. She only needed to make the final decision when it was very important. Great. Master Ling nodded. At 12:30 p.m., after lunch they went to the airport. It took about 40 minutes to arrive at the airport without being caught in a traffic jam, so they reached the airport earlier than the appointed time. Other stuff was already delivered to the plane, so there was no need for them to carry anything on the way to the airport. Before 1 p.m., the Lung family was aboard. At 1:40 p.m., its private jet stood in line and was ready for the flight, and it began to take off at 2 p.m. Right at this moment, Zhang Yutong's mother received a call from the direct sales store of Cozy. The 100 sets of Cozy products had arrived and she could go to pick them up. They had paid the deposit only 2 days ago and the goods were already delivered. Zhang Yutong's mother was in a bad mood when she heard the news. It wasn't a piece of good news to her. Only this batch of products for Zhang Yutong was delivered, and other customers still needed to wait for a few days. Gu Ning had actually deliberately prepared the batch of products for Zhang Yutong early on. When it was about 4 p.m., the Lung family's private jet landed at the international airport of City B, and one of Lung Xiaoting's subordinates would come to pick them up. Gu Ning didn't see the large pile of gifts Master Lung had prepared for the Tang family until they got off the plane. She was greatly surprised and amused. Grandpa Lung, you didn't need to prepare so many gifts. I don't think there are too many gifts. I think they're not enough, Master Lung argued. In order to show Gu Ning's importance in the Lung family, Master Lung had spent a lot of time preparing the large pile of gifts. If Lung Yuanjun and his wife hadn't stopped Master Lung in time, he would have prepared more gifts. Fine. Gu Ning didn't know what else she could say now. Lung Xiaoting arranged for a separate car to pack all of the gifts. However, shortly after they left the plane, Gu Ning sensed that someone was looking at her with hostility. She didn't turn to search for the person right away, but acted normally and used her jade eyes. Before long, she found the man, who stood in a terminal far from them. He was a foreigner and was staring at her with a telescope. Although there was a distance between them, Gu Ning had a feeling that the man wasn't an ordinary man. He was highly likely a killer, and Gu Ning was sure that she was his target. Because he was a foreign man, Gu Ning thought of Amy first. The foreigner might have been sent here by Amy, because Amy hated her. However, it was only Gu Ning's suspicion, because she didn't know which country the foreigner came from. Gu Ning was suspicious of Amy because Amy was the only foreigner she had a grudge against till now, and Amy had tried to attack her many times. Even though the foreign man came here for her, Gu Ning moved along with Master Lung and other important members of the Lung family. She was worried that they might be involved in trouble because of her. Therefore, she had to separate herself from them. Gu Ning couldn't tell Master Lung about what she found right now, but she could be honest with Lung Xiaoting. Without delay, Gu Ning pulled Lung Xiaoting aside and said to him in a very low voice, "Xiaoting, someone is following and spying on me. He's a foreigner, and he stood in terminal number 12. I don't want Grandpa Lung and the others to get hurt, so I need to be alone in another car. You must protect them well, all right?" Lung Xiaoting frowned when he heard that. He was mad at the foreigner who was following and spying on Gu Ning, and he was also worried about Gu Ning's safety, but he had to listen to her given the current situation. Gu Ning wasn't a weak girl, and she could protect herself. Master Lung, on the other hand, was an old man who knew nothing about fighting, so Lung Xiaoting needed to protect his family right now. Fine. Lung Xiaoting agreed. There were 3 MPVs with 7 seats each coming to pick them up. Master Lung came to City B with Lung Yuanjun and his wife and 8 bodyguards. 3 bodyguards along with the gifts prepared by the Lung family sat in the first car. Master Lung, Lung Yuanjun and his wife, Lung Xiaoting and a bodyguard sat in the second car. Gu Ning should share the second car with them, but now she moved to sit in the third car together with other bodyguards. Master Lung and the others were curious about why Gu Ning suddenly did that, but Gu Ning didn't tell them the reason. Master Lung knew that it had to be something abnormal, because he saw Gu Ning pull Lung Xiaoting aside earlier. "Xiaoting, what did Ning Ning just talk to you about?" Why isn't she sharing the same car with us? Master Lung asked Lung Shouting the moment they were seated in the car. Lung Shouting understood that it was impossible for him to fool his grandfather, so he told the truth. Well, Ningning just noticed that someone is following and spying on her. She's afraid that you might be involved in danger because of her, so she told me to protect you. What? Why did you leave her alone since you know that she's in danger now? What if something terrible happens to her? Master Lung was furious. She told me to protect you, Lung Shouting said. Grandpa, you don't need to be too worried. She's strong and smart. She can deal with it on her own. But Master Lung was still concerned. It's fine. She'll be safe, Lung Shouting said with confidence. Lung Yuanjin and his wife remained silent. Although they were worried about Gu Ning's safety as well, Master Lung's safety was more important in their eyes. They indeed liked Gu Ning, but Master Lung was more closely connected with them. Therefore, it was better for Lung Shouting to stay here and protect Master Lung. Since Gu Ning chose to do that, she must have confidence in herself, and Lung Shouting chose to trust her. The 3 cars were started and drove forward. Although Master Lung and the others chose to trust Gu Ning, they were still worried and kept turning to look at the car that Gu Ning was in. Gu Ning sat on the rear seats and fixed her eyes on the foreign man. To her surprise, the foreign man drove a large truck behind them. She thought that he might plan to knock into them with the big truck. Because a big truck was heavy and had greater power, it could easily knock a smaller car over. In that case, Gu Ning wasn't worried, because she could use her magical power as a defense to stop the truck. Gu Ning's magical power was strong enough to be used as a defense now, but it would cost her a lot of strength, so she only did it when her life was in great danger. Although there wasn't a lot of traffic on the road and it wasn't difficult for them to avoid the truck, Gu Ning was still left with no choice. If she moved out of the way, the truck might hit the car that Master Lung was in, which was unacceptable in her eyes. They arrived at an overpass and drove in a line. Finally, the foreign man seized the chance and accelerated. Lung Shouting and the others still had no idea what the big truck was going to do because they weren't on the same lane. When the big truck was only a meter away from them, it suddenly changed its course and turned to hit the car that Gu Ning was in. It was too late for the chauffeur to avoid it. Gu Ning, at the same time, used her magical power and made a defense to protect them. She couldn't make sure that the car would be fine, but only hoped that the people inside would be safe. Lung Shouting also realized the problem and told the chauffeur in his car to stop at once, but it was too late and he could only watch the big truck hitting the MPV that Gu Ning was in. With a loud crash, the big truck hit the MPV and pushed it towards guardrails. It seemed that the MPV was going to fall from the overpass. The scene scared everyone in the other cars on the overpass. This overpass was about 20 meters high, and people in the car would be dead once it fell. At this moment, a middle-aged man sitting on the rear seat of a taxi which was 100 meters away from the scene opened his eyes in an instant and looked shocked. He sensed unusually strong magical power. Only cultivators or ghosts could figure out that it was magical power. However, this middle-aged man wasn't a ghost, so he was a cultivator. In addition, his face looked normal, which meant that he was a member of the good practice. This middle-aged man was shocked by the magical power, because it was pure magical power instead of mysterious power from cultivators. There must be a treasure filled with magical power. Unfortunately, he was far from the scene, so he didn't know what was happening there. The MPV stopped in front of the guardrails and didn't fall. The big truck didn't move forward either in case it fell as well, so it stopped 2 meters away from the guardrails. In fact, even if the big truck continued to push the MPV forward, Gu Ning was still able to stop it with her magical power. Gu Ning actually allowed the big truck to push the MPV aside on purpose, because it would be strange if the MPV was fine after the heavy hit. The foreign man was stunned by the scene when the MPV didn't fall from the overpass but stayed mostly fine. It wasn't in accordance with scientific law. The bodyguards in the MPV were also astonished, but Gu Ning remained calm and jumped out of the broken rear window at once. The side of the car was blocked by the big truck, but the rear glass wasn't. Although the bodyguards were greatly surprised, they soon got their mind back and began to do their job. They got out of the car right away. Only the chauffeur was still in a lot of shock. Lung Xiaoting also ran to see Gu Ning without hesitation, but he saw her jumping out of the car, so he knew that she was fine. Then he turned to catch the driver of the big truck. The foreign man was angry when he saw that Gu Ning survived. He was disappointed and wanted to escape but was stopped by Lung Xiaoting and they began to fight. Seeing that, everyone realized that it had to be a murder attempt. They were also surprised that Gu Ning and the other people in the MPV were fine. The car accident looked too scary, and they felt it was unbelievable that the people in the car could survive. Because Lung Xiaoting was fighting against the foreign man, Gu Ning ran to comfort and to tell Master Lung that she was fine. Master Lung almost cried when he saw Gu Ning's face. "Grandpa, uncle and aunt, I'm fine," Gu Ning said to them. "Great, great." Master Lung's voice was still trembling. They didn't want anything terrible to happen to Gu Ning. To the foreign man's astonishment, Lung Xiaoting was so strong and skilled at fighting that he couldn't get rid of him at all. He also understood that Lung Xiaoting must be aware of his aim because Lung Xiaoting ran to stop him without delay. The foreign man wasn't weak actually, but he was no match for Lung Xiaoting. Lung Xiaoting soon caught him and left him to 2 bodyguards. At this time the middle-aged male cultivator arrived at the scene of the accident, but the magical power was already gone. He was confused and curious to know where the magical power came from. Although the magical power was nowhere to be found now, the middle-aged man was very sure that its appearance must have something to do with this car accident because they happened to show up at the same time. Therefore, the magical power had to come from a certain person at the scene, but it was hidden right now. The cultivator could only remember the faces at the scene for further research. When the cultivator came, Gu Ning also noticed him and she knew that he must have come for the magical power. Gu Ning felt lucky that she didn't expose herself, or she might be in trouble. She knew too little about the cultivation world right now, so she didn't want to expose herself. "Let me go." The foreign man struggled. "Let you go." Gu Ning sneered and walked towards him. "If this was just an accident, I wouldn't make things difficult for you, but it isn't. I know that you started following me from the airport." Hearing that, the man was greatly surprised. He thought that he had hidden himself very well. "Have you called the police?" Gu Ning asked. "Yes," a bodyguard replied. Although this was a personal grudge, the car accident already happened, so they needed to call the police. Within 10 minutes, the traffic police arrived. If this was a normal car accident, it was very easy to deal with it, but it wasn't, so it would be complicated. Lung Xiaoting didn't want to delay the meeting with the Tang family because of it, so he directly took out his officer's certificate. He made it very clear that it was a murder attempt and he needed to do the interrogation himself. However, he was busy now, so he needed to arrange for 2 bodyguards to escort the foreign man to the Public Security Bureau, and he would interrogate the suspect later that night. Lung Xiaoting wouldn't punish the foreign man of his own accord, so he proposed to escort him to the Public Security Bureau first. The traffic police agreed once Lung Xiaoting showed his officer's certificate. Although they were surprised to know that Lung Xiaoting was a major general at such an early age, they still listened to him. Onlookers didn't know what certificate Lung Xiaoting held in his hands, but they knew that he must be an important figure. After that, the traffic police along with 2 bodyguards from the Lung family escorted the foreign man to the Public Security Bureau. Lung Xiaoting left a bodyguard to deal with the following things, then drove away. Gu Ning called Kay and told Kay about what she had just been through. Kay was surprised and said that he would check the surveillance cameras of the foreign man's action from the beginning to the end. In addition, he would also find out what the foreign man had done before and his identity. When Lung Xiaoting and his other family members arrived at the Tang family's house, it was already 5:30 p.m. They were about half an hour later than the appointed time, but luckily the dinner began at 6 p.m. The Tang family didn't think further about it, because they thought there might have been a traffic jam on the road. Gu Ning didn't want to worry the Tang family, so she reminded Master Lung and the others not to mention the car accident. However, even if they kept it a secret today, the Tang family would know about it sooner or later. They simply didn't want to ruin the happy atmosphere. Because the Lung family were visiting the Tang family today, Gu Man didn't go to the beauty salon and rather stayed at home. Jiang Lihua, Tang Yunfan and Tang Yunhang were also back home at 4 p.m. Tang Yunrong and Chao Ruihua arrived at the Tang family's house at 4:30 p.m., while Tang Jiakai, Chao Wenxin and Chao Wenjun got back later too. Except for Tang Jiayong, who was abroad, all the other members of the Tang family were present. They took it very seriously because it wasn't only about Gu Ning's marriage, but also because the highly respected figure Leng Weihua would show up today. Every one of them was very excited. Normally, the big gate of the Tang family's house was closed, but it was open early today, waiting for the Leng family's arrival. Once the Leng family's cars came close, a security guard reported it to Tang Haifeng, and Tang Haifeng, along with his other family members, walked out without delay. They stood outside the door of the main building in a straight line, as two MPVs entered the Tang family's large property, then moved towards the main building. The two cars soon stopped, and a bodyguard immediately got out of the first car to open the car door for the people inside. Leng Xiaoting left the car first, followed by Gu Ning. Then Master Leng appeared. The members of the Tang family walked to welcome Master Leng right away. "Very nice to meet you, Leader Leng. Welcome to my home." Tang Haifeng greeted him. "Nice to meet you, Leader Leng." The other people also greeted Master Leng with great respect. "You don't need to call me Leader Leng. We're a family now. Just call me Leng, Uncle Leng and Grandpa Leng," Master Leng said with a smile. "Haha, nice to see you, Leng," Tang Haifeng said. Although Leng Weihua used to be in a very high position, he was retired now, and they were indeed going to be family. "Nice to see you, Uncle Leng," Tang Yunhang and the other members of his generation said. "Nice to see you, Grandpa Leng," Tang Jiakai and the other young members said. Leng Yuanjin and Yuyin left the car later, and everyone introduced themselves to each other before they walked into the living hall. The moment they were seated, they saw endless gifts being brought inside one after another, which surprised the Tang family. To their astonishment, the Leng family came with so many gifts, which meant that they attached great importance to Gu Ning. "Tang, you have a very outstanding granddaughter. She's able to become so successful at such a young age. She has my respect and affection. You know what, all of my old friends want her to be their granddaughter-in-law. Although Ningning is Xiaoting's girlfriend, I still hope that they can get engaged right now," Master Leng said.
No.
"Ningning is the pride of our family," Tang Haifeng said with a broad smile. However, Tang Haifeng looked sad all of a sudden and sighed. "Well, I just wish we had found them earlier so that they wouldn't have suffered so much in the past years." Even though they lived a good life now, he still felt guilty upon thinking what Gu Ning had been through before. It wasn't something he could control, but he still felt guilty. He cared about Gu Ning, so he felt for her. "Grandpa, you don't need to feel guilty. I think it's fate that brought us together. If I had grown up in the Tang family, I probably would have become a useless spoiled rich kid and wouldn't have achieved what I have today. Without being through a lot, I couldn't have learned to be strong and brave," Gu Ning immediately said to comfort Tang Haifeng. Actually, if Gu Ning hadn't suffered a lot, Tang Aining wouldn't have been reborn. If Tang Aining hadn't been reborn, she wouldn't have met Leng Xiaoting. If all the above never had happened, Gu Ning wouldn't have met the Tang family and would have to live a terrible life with Gu Man as usual. Gu Ning might have fallen in a vegetative state because of the car accident, and Gu Man would have to pay a highly expensive medical fee by herself. Ningning's right. No matter what kind of life a person is living, there could be chances and twists of fate. It is what it is, and we should focus on our future, Master Leng said. Right, we need to pay more attention to our happy life now and the future. Tang Haifeng was cheered up. Afterwards, they began to chat with each other about something pleasant. Although the Tang family was unwilling to see Gu Ning, who just became a part of them, soon marry into another family, they respected Gu Ning's own desires. As long as she wanted it, the Tang family would be supportive. Moreover, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were only going to be engaged right now. And even if Gu Ning married Leng Xiaoting, she would still be a member of the Tang family, which could never be changed. Because it was a sure bet that Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting would get married one day in the future. The two families directly talked about their engagement date today. However, it wasn't up to them to pick a random date. They needed to carefully choose the right time. I think one of my old friends can help us settle the date. He's a famous professor, Zhao, and he's an expert of Xuanxue. Xuanxue is a metaphysical post-classical Chinese philosophy from the Six Dynasties, 222 to 589, bringing together Taoist and Confucian beliefs through revision and discussion. Tang Haifeng said. Neither Master Lung nor Master Tang knew much about the date of birth and 8 characters of a horoscope, so Tang Haifeng thought of Zhao Iru. Great! Master Lung agreed with happiness. During this time, Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting went outside for a while. When they came back, they carried a big sack with something moving inside. It was obviously something alive. The second they walked inside, they scared everyone in the living hall. Ning, what are you carrying in the sack? Did you just kidnap someone? Tang Haifeng asked. Gu Ning was amused. Of course not, Grandpa. There is a fish inside. A fish? Where did you get this big fish? Master Ling asked. I found it in the sea when I was in XH the other day. Because this fish is really rare, I planned to eat it when we were all together, so I kept it somewhere else. I just arranged for someone to deliver it. Gu Ning lied. She couldn't tell them that she had a telepathic eye space and kept the fish in it the entire time. Lung Xiaoting was aware of it, but Gu Ning had no intention to let more people know about it. Really? What kind of fish is it? Everyone got curious and moved over to have a look at the fish. Lung Xiaoting put the fish down and opened the sack. The giant yellow croaker was shown before them. What is this fish? Many people couldn't recognize what kind of fish it was. However, Master Lung and Master Tang were shocked when they saw the fish. This is a giant yellow croaker. Giant yellow croaker? Although many of them still didn't know what a giant yellow croaker was, they knew that it couldn't be ordinary after seeing Master Lung's and Master Tang's reaction. This fish is very rare, and it's even more expensive than gold.
Tang Haifeng Edgar Lim.
He had read about it in a book but had never seen it before. Right, it's super expensive. Master Lung said. How expensive is it? Tang Jiakai asked. Gu Ning then explained. The giant yellow croaker is a critically endangered species of marine and brackish water fish in the family Cyaenidae. There once was a giant yellow croaker which weighed 48 kilograms, and someone paid 600,000 yuan for it. This giant yellow croaker I caught is at least 70 kilograms, so it should be worth over 1 million yuan. Hearing that, everyone was shocked again. A single piece of fish was worth over 1 million yuan. This could be the most expensive dish they had ever eaten. Ning, I can't believe that you could get the most expensive fish in the world, Chao Wenxin said. The others began to compliment Gu Ning as well. Actually, Gu Ning relied on her telepathic eye space to catch and keep this giant yellow croaker. Nevertheless, she had to keep it a secret. How should we cook it? Tang Yunfan asked. We can let the cook do it in every way he knows, Gu Ning said. We can't eat all of it, Master Lung said. It's fine. We must eat it when it's fresh, Gu Ning said. Gu Ning was right, so the others agreed. When the cook came over and saw the giant yellow croaker, he was greatly surprised too. As a cook, he knew a lot of food materials, including the giant yellow croaker, so he was aware of its rarity. Because it was too rare and expensive, he had to be cautious not to damage it. Even if the Tang family wouldn't blame him, he would blame himself if he ruined the dish. Before dinner began, Gu Ning received a message from Kay. It was easy for Kay to investigate through surveillance cameras, but he needed some time to figure out the foreign man's identity. There were several cooks cooking in the kitchen at the same time, but it still took them almost an hour to cook the fish. So by the time the dishes were placed on the dining table one after another, they were all more than ready to enjoy dinner. There were many plates of fish on the table, and it was some of the most valuable food in the world, so everyone enjoyed the meal in harmony. They also drank a little. However, both Tang Haifeng and Lung Weihua were old men now, so they didn't drink strong alcohol, and instead drank nutritious liquor. However, because nutritious liquor still contained alcohol, they couldn't drink much of it. Nevertheless, they were celebrating today, so it wasn't appropriate for the others to stop them from drinking. Therefore, Gu Ning put a power crystal into their cups, so that they would be fine even if they drank a lot. They all believed in Gu Ning's magic pills, so nobody stopped her. As they were enjoying the meal in the Tang family's house, the car accident went viral, especially after people found out that Gu Ning was involved in it. Some passersby had taken many videos of the car accident and uploaded them to the internet. So many internet users were mad at the foreign man, and they sharply criticized him to defend Gu Ning. It couldn't be more obvious that the foreign man tried to murder Gu Ning, because he wanted to escape the second he failed. He was skilled at fighting as well, which meant that he wasn't an ordinary man. At the same time, some people also thought that it might have just been an accident, and the foreign man ran away in fear. In addition, the foreigner looked very strong and he must exercise regularly, so it was understandable that he was good at fighting. Some internet users, on the other hand, turned to attack Gu Ning and said that she had delusions of persecution. They believed that it was simply an accident, but Gu Ning regarded it as a murder attempt. Without delay, Gu Ning's fans and those who defended her attacked them back. Goddess Gu never said that it's a murder attempt, but we made the judgment from the video ourselves. You can't blame Goddess Gu for it. Right? We aren't dumb, and it's obviously an attempted murder. Haters are really unkind. Couldn't you see that the car that Goddess Gu was in was heavily hit by the big truck? If Goddess Gu hadn't been so lucky, or if the car had been pushed down, she could have been killed. The foreign man should be put in jail. Some haters even said that Gu Ning was purposely hit by the big truck because she had done bad things. Other internet users who defended Gu Ning argued that Gu Ning was too outstanding, and that some evil people were obviously jealous of her. Anyway, the haters were no match for Gu Ning's fans. Gu Ning was the victim in this accident, so many people still believe that she was innocent. Moreover, Gu Ning had left a good impression on the public. That being the case, countless kind internet users and Gu Ning's fans mentioned her on Weibo, and they all cared about her situation. Some of them even mentioned the Public Security Bureau trying to seek justice for Gu Ning. In the Tang family's house, they went to have a seat in the living room after dinner. The members of the Lung family needed to stay there tonight. Although they had wanted to stay in a hotel, both Gu Ning and the Tang family persuaded them to stay, so they agreed in the end. The Tang family had prepared rooms for them earlier on. Master Lung was at an old age, and he felt sleepy after drinking a little alcohol, so he went to bed a while later. Tang Haifeng also went back to his bedroom and left the younger generation chatting with each other in the living room. Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting needed to deal with something, so they excused themselves and left. Tang Jiakai and Chao Wenqin thought that they were going to have fun outside, so they wanted to go with them, but Gu Ning told them that it was something serious. At this time it was only 8:30 p.m. City B had 9 districts which each had a separate branch of the Public Security Bureau. The foreign man was taken to the branch of the district where the Tang family's house was located. Gu Ning checked that day's trending news afterwards. She knew that what had happened today would be put on the headlines, because she was too famous on the internet. However, when she saw the comments left by haters, she directly ignored them. She wouldn't be affected by them. Do you have any idea of the suspect? Lung Xiaoting asked Gu Ning.
No idea.
I have too many enemies, Gu Ning said with a resigned look. It was true that Gu Ning had too many enemies, so she honestly didn't know which one of them had schemed against her this time. Because Lung Xiaoting was aware of Kay's ability, he believed that Gu Ning could handle it properly by herself. While they were on their way to the branch of the Public Security Bureau, Tang Jiakai received a call from Tang Xiaoyu and learned what had happened today. Tang Jiakai was mad once he heard the news and went to search for more information about the car accident. After watching the video, Tang Jiakai was filled with fury. He couldn't believe that someone still wanted to kill Gu Ning after she became famous for her kung fu skills and powerful connections in many industries. At the same time, Tang Jiakai realized why Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting suddenly left tonight. However, none of the members of the Lung family mentioned the accident today, because they didn't want to worry them, so Tang Jiakai also kept it a secret for the time being. Gu Ning was safe anyway. Speaking of Tang Xiaoyu, he made a full recovery with the help of Gu Ning's treatment, and his team also won the first prize in the competition. Therefore, Tang Xiaoyu was very grateful to Gu Ning. He had already been chosen by the national basketball team, and it was very likely for him to join it. About 20 minutes later, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting arrived at the branch of the Public Security Bureau. Although it was almost 9 p.m. now, there were people working there all day long. Leng Xiaoting had made a call before they came, so the director of that branch was already waiting for them. The director had heard of a young major general named Leng Xiaoting from the capital, so he didn't dare to displease Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting was born in the famous Leng family, and nobody was willing to upset them. The director was familiar with Gu Ning's face as well, so he politely greeted Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting once they showed up. "Very nice to meet you, Major General Leng and Miss Gu." The director's surname was Yao, and he had attended Tang Yunfan's wedding with Gu Man before. He was familiar with Gu Ning's face, but Gu Ning didn't know him because they had never talked with each other before. In addition, Director Yao wasn't aware that Gu Ning was also involved in this accident, so he was surprised to see her here. Gu Ning hadn't talked with Director Yao before, but she remembered his face right away. She had just heard someone call him Director Yao before she saw him, and she directly matched his face with this title. "Nice to see you, Director Yao."
Gu Ning smiled.
Director Yao was astonished that Gu Ning recognized him, and he felt flattered. "Miss Gu, Major General Leng, I just heard about what happened today, and we all take it very seriously," Director Yao said. "Great, let's get inside now,"
Gu Ning sighed.
After that, they went to the interrogation room together. Because Leng Xiaoting said that he would do the interrogation himself, Director Yao didn't appear in the room until now. In the room, the foreign man was tied to a chair with 2 bodyguards standing by his sides. "Lord Leng, Lady Ning." The 2 bodyguards greeted Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting with great respect. "Please have a seat, Major General Leng, Miss Gu." Director Yao invited Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting to seat themselves. There were only 2 seats in the room, so Director Yao decided to stand. "Director Yao, please seat yourself. I can get another chair for myself," Gu Ning said. She didn't forget her manners, even though Director Yao was quite respectful of her. "It's fine. Miss Gu, I can do it," Director Yao said, then turned to tell a policeman to get him a chair. After a short while, Leng Xiaoting, Gu Ning, and Director Yao sat together in front of the interrogation table. "Tell me, who sent you here?" Leng Xiaoting coldly said, staring straight at the foreign man, which made him feel quite stressed. It was not only the foreign man, even Director Yao was surprised by Leng Xiaoting's influence. Leng Xiaoting really had a natural air of a man with great power. Nevertheless, although the foreign man felt great pressure from Leng Xiaoting, he had no intention to admit to the crime. "Why do you think that it's an attempt at murder?" "You were spying on me with binoculars at the terminal in the airport today," Gu Ning plainly said. Hearing that, the foreign man was shocked. To his surprise, Gu Ning had already noticed him at the airport. He didn't think that it was possible. Director Yao didn't understand why the foreign man looked so surprised, but he was now sure that it must have been an attempted murder. The foreign man closed his mouth, but Gu Ning didn't seem worried. "Do you think that you will be fine by keeping quiet?" The foreign man still stayed silent, which he thought was the only thing he could do now. In fact, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting weren't surprised by his reaction and the result, but they thought that it was necessary for them to come here and do the interrogation. Gu Ning took out her phone and played the video that Kay just sent to her phone. In the video, the foreign man entered the airport and reached the terminal. Then he used binoculars to spy on Gu Ning. The video showed the whole process of him following Gu Ning till the car accident happened. The foreign man was stunned by the video, and he couldn't figure out how Gu Ning was able to get it. "Well, I think this video is enough to prove your evil intentions. Do you still think that you will be fine by saying nothing now?"
Gu Ning sneered.
Director Yao was curious about the video. The foreign man hesitated for a while, but still kept his mouth shut. Gu Ning lost her patience. "Fine, since you refuse to say anything, let's wait and see." She decided to punish this foreign man after Kay found more evidence. Leng Xiaoting told the 2 bodyguards to stay and guard the foreign man. This foreign man was a professional killer after all, and he might escape. Before Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting left, Gu Ning sent Director Yao the video. Director Yao, I hope that you can release this video from an official account on Weibo. Sure. Director Yao agreed. Afterwards, Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting left. Because Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting weren't out for a long time, it was only 10 p.m. when they were back in the Tang family's house and many people were still awake, while the Chow family already left. Tang Jiakai called Gu Ning to have a talk in the backyard once she got home, and Gu Ning knew what he was going to ask her seeing his expression. She knew that it had to be about today's car accident. She was right. Ning, I just heard of the terrible car accident. Are you sure that you're fine? Tang Jiakai asked. Although he saw Gu Ning with his own eyes now, he was still worried about her. Gu Ning felt touched that Tang Jiakai cared about her. Don't worry, I'm fine. Great. Tang Jiakai nodded and felt relieved after hearing the answer from Gu Ning's mouth. Did you just go out to see the suspect? How is it now? Do you know who sent him? Tang Jiakai knew that it must have been an attempted murder, and he was quite angry about it. If he knew who the mastermind was, he would definitely pay the person back. Not yet, it's under investigation, Gu Ning said. Gu Ning wasn't sure whether Kay could successfully find out about the foreign man's background, because he was from another country. And even though Kay was a skilled hacker, there were still things he couldn't do. In fact, even if Kay couldn't find out who the mastermind was, Gu Ning was still able to kill the foreign man without attracting any attention. It would be best if the foreign man was willing to tell her the name of the mastermind, but she couldn't do anything about it if the foreign man refused to do so. Tang Jiakai stopped asking about the accident, and they went back to the living room together. Director Yao watched the video after Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting left. It was solid proof of the foreign man's evil intentions. Without delay, Director Yao arranged for someone to post the video along with an explanation to Weibo. At this time, many people were off work and surfing on the internet, so this post attracted a lot of attention within a short time. In the beginning, only a few people were interested in it, but it went viral the second Gu Ning's fans read it. Countless internet users began to repost it. The video was enough to prove that the foreign man indeed had the intention to murder Gu Ning. He had spied on Gu Ning along the way from the airport to the overpass and even heavily hit her car in the end. When there was no solid proof, almost 80% of internet users already chose to side with Gu Ning, and now they were even more determined to defend her. They had mentioned Gu Ning again and hoped that she would be fine. This time, many internet users also had mentioned Gu Ning's companies and many influencers who often reposted Gu Ning's posts on Weibo. Not many haters showed up, and Gu Ning's fans were still defending her on the internet. At 11 p.m., the members of the Tang family went to sleep in their rooms. Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting also went back to their own rooms. Because they were staying in the Tang family's house tonight, it wasn't appropriate for them to stay in the same room. Right at this moment, Hao Ran read the news and called Gu Ning at once. Gu Ning told him that she was fine and comforted him for a while before he calmed down. In order to not be bothered again by her friends, Gu Ning directly mentioned all of them in their WeChat group and told them she was fine now. The next day, Gu Ning got up at 6 a.m. Master Lung and Tang Haifeng were exercising in the yard. They were old and light sleepers, so they always got up very early in the morning. In addition, Tang Haifeng was the Lung family's guest, so it would be impolite if he got up too late. Lung Yuanjin and Yuyin also got up before 7 a.m. Tang Yunfan understood that their guests would get up early today, so they didn't stay in bed for long either. Breakfast was already prepared, so they soon gathered in the dining hall. Lung Yuanjin and Yuyin only had 2 days off, so they had to go back to the capital after lunch. Except for Tang Yunhang, the other members of the Tang family stayed home. However, because Tang Yunhang needed to deal with something important at work, he had to leave. Gu Man and Zhang Lihua could be free all day, so there was no need for them to go to work. Shortly after they finished breakfast, Gu Ning received a call from Kay. "Hi boss, I found everything I could." The man's name is Luca. He entered City B from Country Y in the night the day before yesterday, then stayed in XX Hotel, About 9:40 a.m. yesterday, he went to rent a big truck at XX Road before he left for the airport, and what happened next is in the video I sent you yesterday. As for detailed information about Luca's background, I'm afraid I can't help, Kay said, and he was very honest. It's fine. Gu-ning didn't feel disappointed. Since Kay couldn't help her with it, Gu-ning decided to turn to Lung Xiaoting for help. If Lung Xiaoting couldn't do anything about it, she still had Tang Yunfan's support. She knew that Tang Yunfan had some connections in Country Y. Anyway, she wouldn't give up right away. Xiaoting, do you know anyone in Country Y who has the ability to get detailed information about a man? Gu-ning asked Lung Xiaoting later. Yeah, who do you want to know more about? Lung Xiaoting said. Gu-ning then told Lung Xiaoting what Kay had found out about the foreign man. Lung Xiaoting was very happy to help Gu-ning, and promised that he would deal with it. He called one of his friends in Country Y and his friend agreed to help with alacrity. After that, Gu-ning and Lung Xiaoting went back to the living room. However, Tang Yunfan suddenly received a call and coldly stared at Gu-ning in anger. Gu-ning got nervous and thought that Tang Yunfan must have heard about the car accident right now. Her father must be mad at her because she had kept it a secret from him. Ning-ning, why did you keep the car accident at the road outside the airport a secret from us? Tang Yunfan curbed his anger and questioned Gu-ning with a serious expression. Hearing that, Tang Haifeng was surprised. He glanced at Tang Yunfan, then his sight fell on Gu-ning. Master Lung and the others felt a little embarrassed sitting in the living room. They knew that this secret couldn't be hidden forever, and that it would be exposed sooner or later. What car accident? Tang Haifeng asked in a hurry. Gu-man also stared at Gu-ning. Gu-ning panicked a little and explained at once. I was just afraid that you'd be too worried about me, and I'm fine. I didn't want to ruin the good atmosphere yesterday either. Do you still think that it was the right thing to do? How could you keep it a secret from us? We're a family and we care about you, especially when your life could have been in great danger. Tang Yunfan began to tear up. He understood why Gu-ning did that, but Gu-ning didn't understand their feelings. He was worried about Gu-ning's safety, although Gu-ning was safe and sound in front of him now. Besides, it wasn't a simple car accident, but an attempted murder. If it was an attempted murder, it meant that Gu-ning was in great danger now and someone was scheming against her. He was very clear about Gu-ning's outstanding ability and success, which meant that she was doomed to encounter unfair competitions, trouble, and attacks. He also knew that Gu-ning was a strong girl, and that she was determined to build her own business empire, but he was still concerned about her. He was a father, and it wasn't easy for him to get his daughter back. Gu-ning understood that she had made a terrible mistake, so she apologized. Dad, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that. I promise it won't happen again. She had indeed ignored how they would feel after they found out. Ning-ning. Tang Haifeng was anxious and annoyed but didn't know what to say now. Gu-man also wanted to say something but could only whimper now. Man. Tang Yunfan laid his hands on Gu-man's shoulders to comfort her. Well, I have to say it's also our fault because we kept it a secret in case you would be too worried. Master Lung opened his mouth at this moment. Lung, don't say that. We all understand why Ning-ning chose to do that, but I just hope it won't happen again, Tang Haifeng said at once. Tang Yunfan also said, please don't say that. We just feel that as the elder generation, we should take better care of the younger generation. Ning-ning is too independent sometimes, and we all hope that she will talk to us when she's in trouble. Gu-ning somehow felt amused, because they all changed their tone once Master Lung opened his mouth. However, Gu-ning had to admit that what Tang Yunfan just said was right. She was unwilling to tell her family what she was going through, and she always chose to carry the burden herself. Grandpa, Dad, I'm sorry, please forgive me this time. I promise I won't do it again in the future, Gu-ning said. Tang Haifeng, however, was still a little mad. You better keep your words. This isn't the first time that you've done this. Yeah, no problem. Gu-ning chickened out. Hearing that, Tang Haifeng was satisfied. Tang Yunfan gave Gu-ning one last glare and dropped the topic. Because of Master Lung's presence, Tang Yunfan stopped questioning her. but he was actually still a little mad at Gu Ning. Leng Xiaoting's friend was quite helpful and he soon found out that Luca was a member of the mafia in Country Y. Luca used to be a member of the killer's team in the mafia, but he was removed because he often took private tasks which broke the rules in the organization. Nevertheless, he was excellent at fighting, so he worked as a security guard in a casino owned by the mafia now. Other than that, Leng Xiaoting's friend also found out about those who kept in touch with Luca recently, and their identities. He also got Luca's recent bank statements. Leng Xiaoting's friend was very smart. Since Leng Xiaoting told him that it was a murder attempt but they didn't know Luca at all, it was highly likely that Luca was hired by someone else to murder Gu Ning. If there was a deal, there had to be a payment. Leng Xiaoting's friend found that the only person who transferred money to Luca was a businessman called Smith, and his name was also on the list of the call records. Most importantly, Smith had been to the city where Gu Ning had stayed. Gu Ning had never been to Country Y before, so she was sure that the mastermind behind this scheme couldn't be a foreigner. Smith had been to the same city where she had stayed before, and he also called and made a transfer to Luca. It was highly likely that he was the middleman. Gu Ning had never seen Smith before after all. Therefore the mastermind had to be someone else. After that, Gu Ning looked at the contacts in Smith's phone and found Leng Xiaojia's number. The second Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning saw Leng Xiaojia's name, they knew that she must have been the hirer of the professional killer. Leng Xiaojia never liked Gu Ning and always wanted to cause her trouble. Leng Xiaoting was furious and it seemed that he wanted to kill. Gu Ning grabbed his hand right away in case he attracted attention from the others. Xiaoting, calm down. I don't want Grandpa to know about it right now. Gu Ning was also mad and wanted to kill as much as Leng Xiaoting did, but she wasn't as surprised as him when she found out that the mastermind was Leng Xiaojia. She knew that Leng Xiaojia would never stop making things difficult for her, and that Leng Xiaojia held a long-standing grudge against her. However, to her astonishment, Leng Xiaojia had hired a professional killer trying to murder her this time. Leng Xiaojia's cruelty and boldness shocked Gu Ning. Since Leng Xiaojia aimed to kill her, Gu Ning had to take it seriously, but she still wouldn't let Master Leng know anything about it. After all, Leng Xiaojia was Master Leng's granddaughter. Even though Master Leng was quite disappointed in Leng Xiaojia grew up in his sight and there was a family connection between them. Therefore, even if Master Leng wouldn't blame Gu Ning for what she would do to Leng Xiaojia, he would still feel unhappy about it. Gu Ning wasn't weak nor was she too kind, so she was determined to get revenge on Leng Xiaojia. But she had to make allowances for Master Leng's feelings as well. In fact, Gu Ning wouldn't feel guilty if she really did it. She wouldn't kill Leng Xiaojia, which was the only concession she could offer. As for Leng Xiaoting, she believed that he would be supportive even if she was going to seriously injure or disable Leng Xiaojia. Leng Xiaojia and Leng Xiaoting were like strangers, while Gu Ning was Leng Xiaoting's love. Besides, what Leng Xiaojia had done to Gu Ning was illegal. If Leng Xiaoting was dissatisfied with Gu Ning's decision to take revenge, she would have to think about Leng Xiaoting's affection towards her. If Leng Xiaoting forgave Leng Xiaojia, he would be cruel to Gu Ning and break the law. Gu Ning didn't want nor need a man who was cruel to her. Leng Xiaoting gradually calmed down with the help of Gu Ning's comfort, but he was still full of anger. He had warned Leng Xiaojia to stay away from Gu Ning, but Leng Xiaojia ignored his warning. Although Leng Xiaojia simply wanted to disable Gu Ning, the car accident turned out to be an attempted murder, and Gu Ning could have been killed. Gu Ning had only survived because of her magic power. If she was simply an ordinary girl who had no magic power at all, Leng Xiaoting would have had to cry over her dead body. Therefore, it was impossible for Leng Xiaoting not to be mad at Leng Xiaojia. No matter what Leng Xiaojia had planned to do, it seemed that she wanted Gu Ning dead. And even though Gu Ning was fine now, it was very likely that Leng Xiaojia would try to kill Gu Ning again in another way. As long as Leng Xiaojia still had the idea to hurt Gu Ning, it was unacceptable in Leng Xiaoting's eyes. Ning, don't worry. I promise that I'll make Leng Xiaojia pay for this, Leng Xiaoting said to Gu Ning. He didn't care about Leng Xiaojia at all. Gu Ning was much more important to him than Leng Xiaojia. Actually, the only reason he wouldn't kill Leng Xiaojia was for the sake of Master Leng. shouting, "Can you leave it to me?"
Kuninksaid.
Leng Xiaojia and Leng Xiaoting were cousins after all, and Gu Ning didn't want to see him criticized for it. In addition, she wanted to take revenge on her own. Sure. Leng Xiaoting nodded. He understood that Gu Ning wanted to do it herself, and he knew that Gu Ning wouldn't kill Leng Xiaojia either. Don't tell Grandpa Leng and the other members of your family. I don't want them to feel bad, and I won't kill Leng Xiaojia, Gu Ning said. She still needed to face Master Leng in the future anyway. Great, Leng Xiaoting said. All right, let's go to deal with Luca now, Gu Ning said. It was only 10 a.m., so they would be back before lunch at 12 p.m. Although it was a little inappropriate that Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting often went out when the Leng family visited the Tang family for the first time, the others were aware that they needed to deal with the killer, so nobody criticized them. Before they went to the branch of the Public Security Bureau, Gu Ning called Director Yao. She needed Director Yao to help her with this case. This was a special case after all, and it would be better if Director Yao was present. Director Yao was in the branch now, and he didn't dare to leave once he heard that Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were coming today. However, Gu Ning needed to see Luca without Director Yao being there this time, so she told him that she would talk with the suspect alone later. Director Yao absolutely agreed. About 20 minutes later, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting arrived. Because it was daytime, all the policemen were in the branch. Goddess Gu. A policeman was super excited when he recognized Gu Ning. The news about Gu Ning's brave behavior on the internet was quite popular, and many policemen admired her bravery and ability. Gu Ning smiled at him since she was recognized. Goddess Gu, did you come here to interrogate the suspect? Please follow me this way, the policeman said. Every policeman in the branch was aware of the car accident by now. They also knew that it was an attempted murder, but they weren't clear about Leng Xiaoting's background. Because Leng Xiaoting's background was too special, Director Yao didn't tell them. Thanks, Gu Ning said. My pleasure, the policeman said and guided the way. Many people in the branch recognized Gu Ning too, and greeted Gu Ning with a smile. Director Yao walked out later, but he didn't follow Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting up, because Gu Ning already told him that they would be seeing the suspect alone. Miss Gu, I've turned off the surveillance cameras in the room, so you can do what you need to do next, Director Yao said. Thank you very much, Gu Ning said. After that, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting walked into the interrogation room, and the two bodyguards left to guard the door. Although Luca was kept in the room, he was treated well and had enough food and water. Luca knew that it would be very hard for him to escape, so he accepted reality and stayed obedient. Director Yao had turned off all the surveillance cameras in the room, but Gu Ning had prepared her own camera. She placed it on the table which directly faced Luca. Luca glanced at it but didn't think that it was a big deal. Have you made up your mind yet? Tell us or not? Gu Ning asked. Even though she already had the answer, she still wanted to hear it from Luca. Luca remained silent. If you tell me a name I can let you live, otherwise you'll be killed, Gu Ning added. You can't kill me. It's illegal, Luca said all of a sudden. Is it legal to murder me? Gu Ning thought it was ridiculous. Do you have any proof? Luca argued. Gu Ning sneered and sneered. Luca, you shouldn't be so dumb. Hearing Gu Ning call his name, Luca squinted at her. He wasn't surprised because he knew that Gu Ning wasn't an ordinary girl, but he closed his mouth again. Gu Ning didn't mind and continued, Luca, a member of the mafia in Country Y. Used to be a killer, but later was transferred to be a security guard after breaking the organization rules. The next second, Luca rounded his eyes in shock staring at Gu Ning. He couldn't believe that she was able to get such detailed information about him. A businessman named Smith helped someone else make the murder deal with you. The real hirer is a woman, right? Gu Ning said with a faint smile on her lips. You? Luca opened his mouth. He wanted to say something but closed his mouth again. He couldn't deny what Gu Ning just said to him. Do you want to say anything now? Gu Ning asked. Gu Ning had already done a thorough investigation on him, so there was nothing else he could say now. Since you still choose to be silent, you can just wait for the punishment, Gu Ning said. She was unwilling to waste time on Luca. How did you know? Luca asked in the end. Luca understood that he was doomed to be punished, but he was curious to know how Gu Ning got to know so much about him. Have you done research on me before you conducted the attempt on my life? Gu Ning asked. Your name is Gu Ning, 19 years old, born in City F. You often visit the capital in City B. You would appear at the airport and fly back to City B from the capital yesterday, Luca replied. In fact, a woman called Amy told him everything, and he knew nothing about Gu Ning and her achievements, or any of the news about her on the internet. He was from country Y, and couldn't care less about the news in another country. You're an unqualified killer, Gu Ning sneered. How did you dare to try to murder me before you even learned all of the information about me? Luca felt that he had been trapped, because Gu Ning's background was much more complicated than what Amy had told him. Well, I can tell you more about me in case you want to know. Although I'm a slim girl, you're no match for me if we have a fight. I also have a close relationship with the 3 largest international business groups in our country. Leaders of the 2 most influential gangs in our country are my friends too. It's very easy for me to find out anything I want to know, Gu Ning said with pride. Luca was totally shocked. To his astonishment, Gu Ning had a relationship with so many powerful organizations. If he had known that earlier on, he wouldn't have tried to attack her. Afterwards, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting left, and the 2 bodyguards continued to guard Luca. Leng Xiaoting would be dealing with Luca later. Although he had committed a crime, he was from country Y after all, so he would be sent back to country Y to serve his sentence. And because the accident happened in a public place, Gu Ning couldn't punish Luca as she wanted. If Luca had tried to secretly murder her and no one else was aware it, Gu Ning could directly kill him and it wouldn't cause herself any trouble. However, since Leng Xiaoting was going to deal with this case, Luca would be punished severely. He could be sentenced to death because he had attacked an important official in the army. Although Luca's target was Gu Ning, Leng Xiaoting was with Gu Ning that day, so he could use his influence to punish Luca. And even though Luca failed, he would still be sentenced to death. When Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting got back to the Tang family's house, it was already time for lunch. Master Leng and Tang Haifeng immediately asked them about the case once they walked inside. Gu Ning told them about Luca's real identity, but kept the fact that Leng Xiaojia was the hirer a secret. She only told them that the mastermind was her enemy, and that she could handle it herself. Leng Xiaoting also told Master Leng and Tang Haifeng about his idea, and Master Leng was very supportive. They cared about Gu Ning a lot, and wouldn't hesitate to punish the murderer as severely as possible. Luca wasn't a good man anyway, so they didn't feel sorry for him. After lunch, the Leng family would fly back to the capital, including Leng Xiaoting because he needed to deal with Luca. It was better for him to deal with it in person after all. However, Gu Ning didn't go back to the capital with them because she needed to go to City Q. There was also something she had to deal with in person. Gu Ning would fly at almost the same time as the Leng family, so they went to the airport together. The Tang family proposed to drive them to the airport, but Master Leng declined, and the Tang family didn't insist. When they were about to separate from each other at the airport, Master Leng kept reminding Gu Ning to be careful. And although Leng Xiaoting wanted to protect Gu Ning, the situation didn't allow him to do that, so he had to leave Gu Ning. Gu Ning didn't enter the lounge until the Leng family was gone. When she stood in line for the security check, she heard camera shutter sounds. At the beginning, Gu Ning thought that some people were taking photos of her, but suddenly she heard an annoyed female voice. I don't understand why they can still find me. I've already tried to attract as little attention as possible. It's quite annoying. Although the woman said in a very quiet voice, Gu Ning was still able to hear it. Gu Ning glanced at the woman, who was wearing a baseball cap with a mask. She seemed to be a star. I know it's annoying to deal with those fans, but you have to be patient sometimes. At least you should put on a smile when others are looking at you, a short and fat woman said next to the tall, slim woman. Gu Ning also heard it, but she didn't care. After the security check, Gu Ning went into the lounge. Coincidentally, Gu Ning would be going to the same gate as the female star, so she followed them along the way. On the way, Gu Ning noticed that someone was looking at her once in a while. Although she didn't turn around to have a look, with a side glance she saw that it was a young girl about her age. Maybe the girl thought that Gu Ning looked familiar but wasn't sure whether she was right, so she kept glancing at Gu Ning. The girl indeed thought that Gu Ning looked familiar, but she didn't dare to walk forward to talk to Gu Ning. Gu Ning lowered her head at once to play on the phone. In fact, if it was possible, Gu Ning didn't want to be bothered either. Because Gu Ning lowered her face, the girl was even more unsure about whether she had indeed seen Gu Ning. At this time, Gu Ning saw the plane ticket fall out of the female star's bag. Out of kindness, she walked over and said, "Miss, your ticket just fell." The woman gave Gu Ning a glance. Although she didn't know Gu Ning, she was stunned by Gu Ning's outstanding appearance and got jealous. Because of her jealousy, the woman was displeased. She then took the ticket and left right away. She didn't thank Gu Ning at all, leaving Gu Ning a little annoyed, but she didn't say anything. Gu Ning actually saw jealousy in the woman's eyes, and she knew why the woman behaved like that. But anyway, the woman didn't have good manners. The girl followed Gu Ning to the same gate later. Because there weren't many vacant seats near the gate, Gu Ning had to sit down by the female star. Seeing Gu Ning walking over, the female star was more displeased. "Miss, you don't need to follow me. I don't want to take a photo or leave a signature today." She made it sound as if Gu Ning was a crazy fan of hers.